Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
They have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox coming it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
display a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Those lives for free. What they've done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the one. Make it two, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey.
Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stay by Foxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second. This post plant, it is falling apart.
JK.
Yeah, JK. LOL indeed. Yeah, okay. 15? What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This.
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, you know, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb drop. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will State get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
They've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. Pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So by Foxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will somehow survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muppet does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. How does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post mine, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too. So that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Satan get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the Elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the Contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
know, Nemesis are 4-1 up. It feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Menacing, not able to get any.
Oh my word, straight out through that smoke, just makes it. Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
Welcome back everyone to Crossfire West League. I'm gonna be your host for today. I'm Seikyu, and by my side the veteran himself, Penguin, and for today we are back on the playoffs. Third day I believe in the playoffs, and we have the semi-finals, upper bracket and the playoffs. So how you doing, Penguin, first of all? And man, like, I'm so hyped for today.
Yeah, I'm so good. I'm feeling so good, especially that we are back to the upper bracket where there is a second chance for the 4 teams that's going to be playing today. Yesterday, it was a tough day. I mentioned that if I'm playing, I wouldn't love to be in such a position because it's 0 chances. As we interviewed Lion and he said that it's their only chance. And now, these guys, they have second chance. It's semi-finals, quarterfinals, upper bracket finals.
Of course, it's the actually no, it's semis, right?
It's quarterfinal,
Not
quarter. Because if 3BL loses, they go to 5th place. So that means a quarter. Because if you're semi, that means that
mean,
when you lose, you go to this. It's
a lot of math.
basically quarterfinals. Yeah.
Okay, let's just stick to quarterfinals. Like, but otherwise, to be honest, like I have other stuff in my mind. But like, anyways, we're still in the quarterfinals upper bracket. Quarterfinals was 4 teams, but at the same time, we had a lot of games to discuss, and of course, a quick recap on what happened yesterday and the day before. We had, of course, 3 best of 5s played. First day we had Anubis losing versus
unKnights.
the LCK. That was
unKnights.
yesterday. But yeah, of course,
No,
the loss versus
the
unKnights.
day before, yeah. The day
Yeah,
before yesterday.
the loss versus unKnights, and then loss versus LCK, and we had LCK lose versus 3BL, and that was like one of the shocking points on the broadcast, of course, for the teams, for everyone to see LCK getting destroyed by Team 3BL, even though I don't think a lot of people had faith in 3BL doing this upset, but like they made it and it would look pretty clean. And for me, to be honest, and I believe for the viewers, they were entertained to watch this kind of the games, of course. And here is trivia of today. unKnight Pietro is 0-5 in CFW best of 5s playoff series against Vitality Todzen and Vitality Horus since 2023. I mean,
You know why?
man,
You know why he
it's,
meant?
it's
You know
hard.
why they mentioned Todzen and Horus only? Why did they mention Vitality the whole team?
They were playing with Anubis, I believe.
No, they were playing with me.
Oh,
So
okay.
I was playing versus unKnights as well. I was playing versus unKnights as well at that time with Todzen and Horus on my team. So the unKnights still lost to that roster, and then when they reformed the new roster on 2024, they still lost to 3BL. Back then they made Rocky Sports. They still lost to them, and now it's Vitality. Now time to revenge because on group stage they beat them on phase 2, of course.
That happened, and it was a shocker, of course, to see Vitality drop best of 3 in phase 2, but at the same time, we're here in the playoffs, so anything can happen, I believe, for those teams. And I really wanna hit to our games today, but I believe before we hit to our games, we always have our special Sundays. We have our, of course, trivia every day. We have mini games. We have everything to be settled, and I believe that the mini game will be here soon. And oh, actually, it just appeared. So we have big 3 bingo. It's like 3x3 grind appears. Each box contain a moment, player type, or play style. So for you, Penguin, like it's just like
That's-
start picking from top, from bottom.
If
like,
I pick, if I
goes
pick,
to-
that means I have. If I pick, that means that I will pick based on my trauma because that's what I lacked
Trauma.
when I played. Yeah, so
Okay.
I'll pick for the moment. I'll go with Snake's moment. Vitality Snake Ace versus unKnights because at this moment Snake needed to step up, and when your team is falling, then your leader when he steps in, that means that he's fearless. So I'll pick this at the moment because it was just insane at such time because they lost this game and Snake still performed very very good.
Yeah, it looked pretty good, to be honest. Like I remember that it was back in actually, yeah, it says phase 2. I was just about to say it was back in
Yeah, it's phase
2, but
2.
like yeah,
Yeah.
it's phase 2. He made a really good appearance, and he it's Snake, like doing all of those weird stuff, trying to find those angles that no one can see but him. So it's just Snake things. So that's for the play. So for the rule, which one are you picking? Like the
Definitely, everybody who knows me, they'll know what I'm picking. If you just ask, definitely I will be picking IGL. I had the best sniper in the West League back then. I had the best entry in the West League back then, Horus and Alucard. So definitely I will pick IGL. I had the best IGL as well, but not for a long time. It was just temporary IGL because he left then on 2023. Yeah, so I will pick IGL.
You're always looking for the IGL. Like a man was
Yeah.
always looking for someone to guide him in game.
Yeah,
I believe
don't
you
wanna-
had that rule at some point. You played as an IGL.
Yeah, I
for-
played.
for a small
I played
period
the
of time.
first IGL in 2020, and then on 2023, 2024, because JO whenever JO was calling, we were winning. So probably the problem is me. So that's why I'm picking IGL, man. I don't want IGL.
He's just like, guys, give me a weapon. I don't want to have anything that go with a talking, doing anything with it. It's just like wanna aim, fire, move, and follow the rules. That's our guy here, Penguin. So
Yeah.
for the last throw here, which thing are you picking?
Well, still, I'm gonna say the same. If the guys knows me, they'll know what I'm picking, because definitely I'm not gonna pick lurker, because I was the best lurker at this moment on West League. No one else ever matching my lurks. So yeah, sorry to say, but yeah. So I'll pick support and support.
It's fine. Like you're one of our best players. So
Yeah, support.
mean,
I had the best support as well. It was Booker back then. He was the best player as well in Egypt in catch support. So I'm picking anchor. I'll pick anchor. I will go with anchor because I didn't have
will
anchor at this
go with
time.
anchor.
And Todzin now is one of the best anchors in West League. Him and Slayer. Todzin learned anchoring after I left the team. So thank you, Todzin, for not for destroying the composition of the team.
Thank you, but not thanks to me. It just feels like, man, like, can't you just like be a little bit early? It reminds me of like whenever you leave a school and they just like upgrade it from like, I don't know, a small place to like a bigger one, or like get some upgrades in the playground or those stuffs. So, and to be honest, for me, I will go with the same picks he went with, but like I might change a little bit on some stuff. LCK's Poxy Ace in phase 1, it was not expected, and at the same time, it was just like we were all shocked to
Fox
see
is
that.
decent, yeah.
Yeah, it was decent, of course.
Yeah.
For the second row, IGL entry and sniper.
Don't copy me.
I would say like
Pick Thompson Glass band.
I'm not copying you. I'm not like I always love to play with this sniper. So
Oh yeah,
I'm like just
bro.
that
That's
guy.
the main. That's the most important role in the team. You're correct. That's right.
I love playing with the sniper, and yeah, as just said, sniper is the most important player in the team, like rule, of course, to be having on your side. So I love to be that guy, like have some spotlight on you, like look at me.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's
What about the role?
love the spotlight. The role.
What would you pick?
So I would say support.
Okay. So you would need a backup player,
Yeah,
as we can mention it, because
course.
backup player is usually the player who's trading, and we, when we mentioned 3BL Galaxy when they played very weak on phase 1 and they were just kind of average in my opinion, or maybe below average as well. It was because they were lacking the backup, and when Noxin turned it to backup, this team started winning everything. So it's just they switched roles, and that's it. Magic work.
Of course, and it made magic, and it made them look like a different team. It's just like they were formed, they had everything intact, and they got what it take to take this place and rule with it. It looked like, yeah, Team 3BL are just like jumping steps ahead of them, that we had expectations for them, and it felt like it gave the whole team the space that they needed.
Yeah, and
For the IGL, it
Yeah.
felt like your IGL
Exactly.
even is having fun, or like having his moments to be able to play.
yeah, when you have backup, you would hit. When you have a good backup, you would hit any site easily, because you will push the site, and he will just simply trade you in a moment. So that's a very important role to pick. Yeah.
And of course, for our viewers, that's our formation for CFS points. If you qualified, like if you want to be in the qualifiers, oh man, like you have the AWC top 3 goes to the AWC, top 4 goes to the regional qualifier finals, and the remaining 8 teams goes to relegation qualifiers, and the remaining 4 teams, they'll just go home. They got
nothing to do, to be honest. That's of course between CFWL and CFOL, the Open League and the West League. You have your points across the year, and it matters a lot to grab some points, at least if you are in the Open League. It will help a lot.
Well, you know what's good about this and bad about this? It's good about it that you accumulate points across all the year, and then you will earn your spots by not only winning the leagues or whatever, but if you fail one season, there's just as we saw LCK yesterday, and we just imagined what if LCK have left with 6th place. That means that they have no, literally, it's like kind of impossible chance to go to the EWC, because they will need to match the points by getting first place second season. So that's just as an example. So that's good and that's bad about it, that you need to be consistent. And by the way, on esports, if you want to become a winner, if you want to become a champion, if you want to introduce our region in such a way, you need to be consistent, and that's the best for it.
Yeah, of course, that's the best way to have your place with the big names and to have it written on stones. Of course, people will remember that. And for the CFWL playoffs, you need to watch out, since we still got Nemesis versus 3BL Galaxy today, Vitality versus unKnights, and man, I am just like, man, I can't wait to just watch those games and see who's gonna drop down to play versus LCK in the lower bracket. It's pretty important, and it's just in 10th. And of course, for our KD stats, we have Spoxy, who been popping off yesterday. He had his kills, he got everything.
He's back to number 1, because but Slayer didn't play.
Yeah, of course, like, you need to give him the benefit of the, and also something like, you gotta keep your eye on something. Spoxy played, I think, 3 more games than
Yes,
Slayer,
exactly.
So
Yes, definitely.
So-
And he will play more in terms of playing. He will play more because he will still have more games. We're talking about more maps, so he can just top up these KD, or maybe he will have very bad moments and it will destroy his KD. So Slayer, he needs to step up today if he wants to get the MVP. However, in my opinion, the MVP should be one of the winners of the league. And Spoxy, if they win, he's definitely my MVP.
of course, they're gonna have a pretty long run from the lower bracket, and they should find a way to reach the finals. That's what you're expecting from a team like LCK. And for our schedule for today, we were just like speaking about that. Nemesis versus 3BL Galaxy, that's gonna be our first series that we're gonna be watching today, and the second one will be Vitality versus unKnights. So a lot of banger series. And 3BL Galaxy versus Team Nemesis. I don't think that we have seen best of fives between those teams recently, even in our local events in Egypt. We have seen Vitality drop each and every opponent and in the qualifiers, and 3BL got like a really good draw, just like playing versus players that didn't compete for a long time. And for this time, I believe it's their moment to prove, like, guys, when we were back then, when we were playing in Egypt in the final, it was just like not luck. We have our preparations, we have our roster getting ready, and they can step up to 3BL's name, since it's a pretty huge and big one they need to get up to.
Well, talking about Nemesis with the 3BL, yeah, that's a quite good matchup to see. And looking at the stats, we would like to mention that Beck never missed playoffs since he started playing on the West League. That's his 7th playoffs in a row. So also for Alucard, that's his 7th playoff. So you're talking about these guys. Of course, you play 2 times playoffs a year. So that means that for 3 years, since 2023, Alucard and Beck, they never missed the playoffs. So when it comes to Tipsy, this is his 3rd playoffs, and actually, that's so weird for me, because Tipsy, I believe that I thought that he will have more playoffs, because he had his moments with Anubis in season 1 2025, and he got 2nd place. Now that's his 2nd one. Now that's his 3rd one, and the first, of course, was with Anubis in 2023 when they won the league. So Dipsy is like the guy that I look forward to see more from him. Of course, Comics is a guy that you would love to see, but Comics is just still new to the CFL League. People would say, okay, we've seen the Comics for too much. Yeah, maybe 2 seasons we've seen Comics. But now it's still the player that still has the future for himself. However, Dipsy, he played a lot of times, so we need him to step up. And definitely, not to mention as well, Raffin, the guy is doing very good, great job with his team. We asked him to step up a bit to help his teammates, and he destroyed LCK in phase 2, dropping them to the 3rd place. So, man, okay, no need to step up anymore because this is 3BL today. Chill out. So in my opinion, the roster is just complete. They have everything. Kevin is doing a very good job with the guys. When it comes to analysis, when it comes to team style, when it comes to teamwork, Kevin is always there. The real difference between 3BL Galaxy playing versus Nemesis and 3BL Galaxy playing versus LCK is Kevin, because Kevin is a good analytical person, that he usually moves with analytics, and he usually led his team play with some analysis in order for them to adapt versus the enemy team. Unlike maybe LCK, I believe that the guys like to go with their own style and just destroy everybody with their aim. And when it came to an aim with the 3BL Galaxy, I would bet on 3BL Galaxy 100% this time, because their aim is very, very good. But now, their aim can't only win because Nemesis is the team that plays together perfectly. They execute perfectly. They have good lineups. They have good roles. They are complete. So even though if 3BL Galaxy good aim today can help them win rounds, I believe that Nemesis still have the teamwork to close some rounds as well, or maybe maps.
Okay, that's for aim and that's for the players. You mentioned something that I would say Team Nemesis, they have their players intact and they're pretty ready to compete versus anyone. You have seen them step up and dropping LCK. We have seen that in phase 2, of course, which I can say was a shocker, since we have those players play in one place. I believe they all got a gaming house in Egypt, so we have the Turkish players, the Egyptian players bond together. And for the culture itself, for the Turkish and Egyptians, it feels that it's almost the same. Like, we have almost the same words that we're using in our daily life. So it helped them bond a lot, practice a lot. And for those two teams, 3BL and Team Nemesis, it's more of they both practice a lot, and I would love to see the analytical points. I would love to see, as you have mentioned, Coach Kevin versus the coach that 3BL got, doing their strats, their plays, their stuff. It will matter a lot for both teams.
Well, yeah, of course, the culture is very close. If you talk to Beck, if you maybe meet him one day in Egypt, he will just talk to you.
Yeah,
in
actually, I
Arabic.
did. I saw him and
in the local tournament. Yeah. He will just talk to you in Arabic casually. The guy is just book camping here for a while. He knows the players. They are friends. Outside the game, they are friends. When it comes to the game, it's very competitive as well. So I'm usually mentioning that they have the same culture. Unlike, for example, LCK. In my opinion, Vitality, Nemesis, and 3BL Galaxy, they have the same culture. They go with the analytical views. They try to adapt versus the enemy team. They put a really good hard work into maybe pushing into sites and so on. Unlike, for example, LCK, they usually do this as well, but they rely also more on their maybe creativity, because the guys are not only copying LCK. They are just trying to be creative, trying to play for the heroic plays, use flex for the heroic plays. So 3BL Galaxy today, they have a stronger opponent than LCK, because as I mentioned, and as Lion Claw mentioned as well, 3BL Galaxy won versus LCK. Yes, LCK won versus Anubis. However, LCK is not giving 100%. They're still having some problems, and they're still having some bad moments, because these moments usually will come to you. But unlucky for them, it's these moments coming to the playoff stage. However, 3BL Galaxy, if they have their good games versus their good day like they had versus LCK, they can win versus Nemesis, but it's never going to be 3-0.
Look at their story. Like, look at 3BL's Galaxy story. In phase 1, they only had 2 wins versus Imperium and Swamp Gaming, and they got smooshed by most of the other teams that they played versus. And when we got to phase 2, it was between them and Swamp Gaming to get your place in the playoffs. And guess what? They lost to Swamp Gaming And then Swamp Gaming were like pretty close into winning.
To get to playoffs. Yeah.
Of course, to get to playoffs, and it was just like it was 1 inch away, 1 step away to get to the playoffs. And then Imperium, guys, like we didn't have a single win in the CFW.
What about we get
need
it
to
versus
step
Swamp?
up to get one. Exactly.
What about
And
we kick
they
Swamp,
just
guys?
smushed Swamp. They put them to the ground and they didn't stop attacking them. And Swamp Gaming were like, huh. That was the free game that we were waiting for. They just got knocked off because of Imperium stepping up. It's good for Imperium. Congrats for them to get their first win, of course, in the CFWL. But at the same time, you took Swamp Gaming to the grave with you and gave another hope to 3BL Galaxy. And guess what? Ironically, after having all of those roller coasters, vice versa, and crazy moments for 3BL Galaxy, boom, their win versus LCK 3-0, and now they're heading to play head-to-head with Nemesis. So it's quite a good story to watch. It's
Yeah,
a really good one.
yeah, and talking about the stories, there is a story between Alucard and Noxen today because Noxen is looking forward to go into top 3 or maybe top 5 on the KD. However, Alucard is just inches away of making it into top 3. Maybe the competition between him and Muffin is already not playing anymore. Yes, of course, that makes Muffin KDs untouched. However, Alucard, I believe that he can top up his KDs, and he's just one of the best players. And in my opinion, today's game is like I have two brothers meeting because I have Hunt. He's meeting Alucard as well because I spent most of the time in Crossfire with Alucard. I guess till the last game I played with Alucard. And since the very first game until the last game I played with Alucard, and now he has to face Hunt. So it's very tough opponent for them. Both of them, by the way, have equal chances maybe of making it into the
Equal chances.
yeah, equal chances. But when it comes to equal chances, I will go for the experience. I will go for the analytical views that usually Kevin doing. I will go for the players that knows how to close the games. So maybe Nemesis can be the winners today.
I mean, it looks like you don't love your brother a lot, like Hunt. Come on, man. Just pick him for once.
There's nothing like that anymore, bro. I just go with whoever I feel that is winning. So it's not like emotional picks. It's just analytical picks. So.
He's always going with the analytical picks. You're just finding your way out of this. You never picked your brother, man. Huh. But anyways, it's just like not got into this position. Like it's getting a bit awkward. But like, of course, you love your brother. Nothing to say about that. Like I'm just joking, of course. And we're all going with Nemesis. To be honest, like for me, come on, guys. Like I'm not going with Nemesis. I will go with 3BL Galaxy. I believe in 3BL Galaxy, and I'm just saying, like, guys, I trust in you. You're not gonna be walking alone. You'll never walk alone. And it's 3 for Nemesis, and I will go with 3BL Galaxy. That's for the
you picked Nemesis, man.
predictions. Yeah, that's on the board, but like from my heart, I go with 3BL Galaxy.
Okay. Then, well, it's quite good matchup, and as you can see, the games now they updated the games because 3BL, yes, they finally play port on the playoffs, so they have 2 games on port. 5 games on subbase, and their subbase is very good, by the way. 1 game in New Mexico, which I believe that we should see Nemesis leaving New Mexico today. We would never see 3BL Galaxy playing Black Widow, so they will definitely ban it. So it's already an edge for Team Nemesis because they know the veto already. Because when you know that what your enemy team is banning in the best of 5s, that means that you already know the veto. They will ban Black Widow. They will pick either Eagle Eye, Subbase, one of their best maps, and you will pick one of your best maps as well, unless you don't ban unless you don't ban Subbase. In my opinion, the bans should be either New Mexico or Subbase for Team Nemesis. Other than that, they just can play the rest of the maps.
Yeah, they actually can play the rest of the maps, and it looks like they have almost identical map pool. Look at New Compound. They both play New Compound, but of course, when it comes to the stats, Nemesis, they got the best out of it. Subbase, same thing, but like 3BL, like when they're on Subbase, you can't match them. Of course, we're not speaking about Vitality, we're just speaking in the public eye. And you have Ankara, I believe it's one of the maps that we should be looking to see Nemesis pick. And oh, actually, speaking of Ankara, they just got picked it on the first map. We have the map V2, Ankara first for Nemesis, Subbase going for Team 3BL, New Compound the other way, Eagle Eye Okay, so 3BL are picking Eagle. Actually,
Yeah, they are very good in
quite
Eagle Eye,
frankly,
man.
they have really good players to play with the snipers. So it makes more sense to me. And of course, they have Nox, who's a flex player who played, I don't know, multiple weapons. They have Hunt. You have flexibility to get to Eagle Eye. You don't need like the much firepower you have. And of course, we have Port as the decider. So for you, Penguin, what's your take on the map veto?
Well, it's very good veto, by the way, and okay, this is very tough for Nemesis, because if Nemesis don't win the first map, oh my god, this is gonna be so hard for them, because subbase is gonna be very hard for them, and they might see themselves 0-2 down in favor of 3BL Galaxy. However, their anchor is not that bad. They played with the style that okay, we're playing for information. That's how Nemesis playing, and I believe that 3BL Galaxy as well. They know that team Nemesis, they usually play for information. Like if you take hotel, we will just space underpass. We will pick from tunnels. We will pick from ACE. We'll try to go to ACE. Dipsy will try to make his magic work in the hotel. So that's how basically Team Nemesis plays on the globalist side. So when it comes to the blacklist side, Team Nemesis usually is the team that looks for executions. And I need to highlight this before this best of 5. Team Nemesis is the team that looks for executions. Vitality is okay. Well, I don't know why this.
You just got flashed in real life,
someone
but it's fine.
Okay, Vitality it knows how to play versus Nemesis because they let them. They don't let them execute. They usually fight for the controls. They usually go and cut their controls. They don't let them get close to the side. That's how always Vitality destroy Nemesis. They don't beat them. They destroy them. So today, 3BL Galaxy, if they continue playing the way they played versus LCK, Nemesis will have big problems. But the only edge that Nemesis has is that they watch 3BL Galaxy playing versus LCK. So they know that they know that 3BL Galaxy will stop their controls, will stop their executions, because as long as it goes to the executions, I would put all my money on Nemesis.
Well, like I love the fact that he just skipped the flash thing that he got and he went back right into the analytical points, and you're just like,
yeah, because
man,
I
like,
had some
nothing
point I wanted
else.
to show. I wanted to show this point because this is how Nemesis is playing. I just want to expose the strategies before the match, man.
Right, man, like you love to see Coach Penguin in your side, and guys, like if you have a contract, guys, sign that guy. Okay, that guy, not the other one. you need to sign Penguin. He's a really good analyst of course on stage, like on broadcast. Off broadcast, he will give you some points that you will be looking for, but before you sign Penguin, you need to sign on this match. Since we are here, we will get to Team Nemesis playing versus 3BL Galaxy. The first game will kick off, and now we'll hit to our casters.
All right, thank you for that, guys. We're looking forward to getting underway. Carl, mate, first time we've worked together this season. Man, we've got some very, very good games. You know, we've got the big hitters now, and we really get to kind of set the tone and probably get a really good idea of where the pecking order is going to look for this top 4.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the fact that 3BL's already carved their path here is impressive enough to me, but if they could somehow pull it off again here today against Nemesis, that's a true statement to the league. This is a team that's been consistently in the bottom 4 going into playoffs, and now they've got a chance to do something special. So I'm hoping we can see a reawakened team after what they were able to do against LCK and maybe carry that momentum into a top 3 finish after all here. But Nemesis, they're also a team that started off kind of in the opposite fashion, a little bit shaky early on. They've never really fully shown their strength, I feel like, in the league just yet. But Nemesis in playoffs, I feel like they're going to be a really tough force to be reckoned with today.
Yeah, I think they've got a lot to prove as well. And it's also a side that back a hell of a lot. I really like what they've been doing this season. I think, you know, at the moment, it feels like we've got a bit of a change in the guard. Like, we still got Vitality as that top end, but like now we're into a position where 2, 3, 4, 5 is actually all up in the air. Like those spots are changed, which, you know, you've obviously been doing this for a long, long time, but as long as I've been doing it a good couple of years now, it's kind of been set in stone, like where the top 3 stand. It's always been kind of there. Like nothing's really changed. Like getting towards playoffs, we've seen the likes of in the past, like an LCK upset of Vitality, but we all still knew that Vitality were the best team, and it was kind of like them on a bit of an off day. Obviously, internationally, they would always prove it. Now it actually is a little bit up in the air for me. There's a lot to like about the remaining sides that we have here, and especially on the flip side where we've got LCK, yes, got a win yesterday, but they actually do look very vulnerable.
Yeah, honestly, it's been an interesting season because there's no clear front runner for that second place spot. Though I would say Nemesis in my mind is quickly getting up to that level. You've got LCK who lost. Raffen was one of their better players, and I feel like LCK kind of missed out not keeping him around. I actually think Raffen was like one of the core entries on that team, and you can tell there's a bit of instability now in the change-ups they've made over the years, but at this side of it with Nemesis, they've actually kind of upgraded, but they've done it in the most bizarre way to me. It's like they're almost the melting pot of people who could have been on a number one team, but they finally seem to find the right pieces in this season.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right as well. So it makes it really interesting. I think we're ready to get with this. So let's get it started. I'm looking forward to this as we begin. Nemesis taking on 3B. Question is...
Yeah, definitely an interesting start here. You can see a bit of a spread set up here from the side of Nemesis. Leaving mid open, though, it seems to be kind of an early game strategy for a lot of teams on Ankara. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of it because it does allow for these mid splits to come to life really early on the map, and it's a bit of a gamble strategy. And you can see 3BL, they've done their homework. They're already kind of taking advantage of this position, sending 2 into the underpass very early on.
Hey, what's the play here? How aggressive, really, do Nemesis want to get in a spot like this? You take the underpass control. Still not a huge amount on offer, but Dipsy will take a tag. A slight bit of tag on towards Beck as well. 3BL, they just don't want to overextend at the moment, which I think is kind of smart. They're just trying to feel out really what's going on. But Dipsy's going to be the first to fall as it's Sad who opens up proceeding. Last game out from him. Sad looked really good. Omega had some nice moments as he once again finds one here. Noxon, we know, can bring a lot to the table. Hunt at that top level is fantastic. So this is going to be one that Nemesis really have to show what they're all about. Comics will deliver for 2, but he'll get caught by Omega who swings in for his second.
Raffen, though, on the rotation, able to find 1. They still haven't been able to take down Beck. A little bit late to the party. They finally are able to find the shots onto him, but here's Raffen. HP advantage, holding on to that anchor position. C4 yet to be planted as well. This could be a huge moment for him to capitalize. If he's not spotted early enough, it's a good first frag. Gets the second as well. A 1v2 to kick it off from Raffen there.
Yeah, you were just highlighting him as well, saying if maybe, a tough player to lose, and Nemesis are absolutely making the most of having him in the team. Fantastic way to start things off, and it looked initially quite good for 3BL, right? You kind of get the opening couple of kills coming through. They're looking pretty solid, and it all flips on its head. Dipsy Loper proceedings a la carte does what it's a sharp shot will find Omega. Nemesis, maybe a little hiccup at the start of that previous round, but they're coming out flying here and towards the second.
Yeah, I mean, you'll love to see it. A 1v2 to start the map really sets the tone for Nemesis here to continue forward on the right foot. And without Omega on the table, a key entry fragger is out of the mix for 3BL, so they're going to have to play this one wisely. Comics, though, just dancing around the B bomb site, able to find a nice one onto DZY. Sad, thankfully able to take down Alucard on the other side of the map, but it's still a 4-on-2 situation, so not looking too great here for 3BL. And almost a pick as well onto Sad in mid. He's down to about half, but look at the flank as well. Beck going to run right into Sad here. Easy trading. And now it's going to be all on to Hunt. C4 down A long. He's able to find one on to Raffen, but it's still a 1-on-2.
Okay. He's got to do a lot here. I mean, super impressed with Hunt this season. I think he's really, really offered up so much for 3BL and a lot of times really been the hero for this side. And this is going to be another one of those rounds because 1 versus 2 where he's got all of this space to maneuver in towards, but he's on a bit of a timer. Depending on when he wants to move, Comics and even Beck together, they could cut. I feel like with just this Scott now, you should be getting a plant and a post plant out of this for Hunt. The question is, where does he want to play from it? He's going to plant nice and open as well.
Yeah, good plant position here. Comics and Beck, though, making the right decision, playing this one together, trying to ensure, at the very least, this one goes down with a trade. You can see Beck, he's actually going to hold it. Hunt might not even have time to peek. They just stick the defuse, they get it done, and man, Hunt, he's going to be left wondering what went wrong there.
I was praising Hunt, but on the flip side as well, been loving what Beck has been doing this side. I think for me, definitely one of my kind of favorite players to watch that we have in the West League. Not only in the individuality, but it's the mind games, right? It's things like that. Like, it's so rare that we see the full stick defuse, normally a tappy bait out the fight. You play the 1 versus 2 for trades, and then you guarantee the round. But another idea is for Beck. He knows that open plan, he's got a bit of space to work with. They cleared the close angles, so why not take a chance? And I love that risk. Nemesis on the board for them is fantastic. Smooth though, Beck and Oath getting caught early. Great way to start 3BL.
Yeah, this is the round they need to hang on to now. They've got the 5-on-3. Raffin, though, able to catch Noxon on the early lurk. Out of B, he finds one. More importantly, the C4 is down in connector as well. And this is where things could get a little bit dicey for 3BL. They've got to go back and reclaim it. You can already see Raffin taking a better position in the back of the BL spawn. They're going to force them into a bit of a funnel here. Comics comes in for the support from the top of the bridge. Raffin able to find his second before going down. Now it's an even number situation. 2v2, but Dipsy gets caught a little bit too early. So still a 2-on-1 for the side of 3BL, but things getting a little bit too close for comfort in that fight.
Okay. 2 versus 1 all on the shoulders of Comics. This time a 2 versus 1 with the scripters flipped. C4 down. Comics got to pull off something quite special here. He's going for that long rotate. He's smoked out, which obviously is going to make his life considerably harder. So what's the decision to be made? I wasn't sure whether he was maybe tempted to just try and look in through that smoke and take a chance that it wasn't being held, but he's opting for the vent angle as he makes his way. 20 seconds left on that C4. Got to make a move, and you see Hunt diving around the site. He's got the right idea, and it's a little labored, but he'll get the spray off in the end. First run on the board for 3BL. It felt like it had been a bit of a long time coming, so there it is.
Yeah, really good post-plant setup from them, making sure that one didn't go the opposite direction, but now they've got to get the momentum on their side after winning their first. We'll see what they do in response, but it actually seems to be a little bit of a passive approach here in round number 4, not going for the early mid control as they have the last couple of rounds. They're just going to hang back and wait to see if there's an A-long push. There is going to be. Raffin good for 1 with that TRG in hand, quickly traded by Hunt, though. And now they've got a chance to get some forward pressure towards A. You can see DZY going to be caught as well here by Dipsy outside of the B double doors. So Nemesis doing a good job of answering back and adding that pressure. They actually had 3 TRGs to kick off this round. An interesting change of pace.
Yeah, that's it. Dipsy making a move. Find a shot as well. Side gets caught, just jumping across to try and see if he could throw off the crosshair, but not to be. Still, Beck will deliver on towards one of his own. And with that being said, it's all on the shoulders of Hunt, and an even harder round for him to win. At a 1v2 that we saw that stick use. This one surely here is impossible. But the numbers back down a little bit more. Comics is 1 foot in the grave. Don't count him out yet. Hunt's got all the HP to work with. This is still doable.
Yeah, he's in a tight spot, but he does have a slight advantage in HP. The C4 being down A long, though, that is the biggest difficulty in this clutch. He's going to have to full wrap around to have a chance to catch them on it. But Comics, he's very low on HP on this off angle here. He's going to have to be careful not to get caught too early. You can see Dipsy starting to group up for the support. They've spotted him out. Hunt, can he somehow hang on here? He's got the off angle to fight Comics in a 1v1, but he's almost a bit too nervous to take the fight fast enough. Gives Dipsy the time to get in there and secure it for Nemesis.
Good effort, though. Really, really good effort. The fact that he even makes a 1 versus 4 become even maybe a brief moment, but like a doable affair is showing how scary he can be. And also just showing generally how scary 3BL can be. This has kind of been a bit of the talking point in towards the playoffs, that this is a side that actually can contend at the moment.
Yeah, honestly, really good efforts in the entry fragging so far. I mean, you've got Hunt on 7, Sad and Omega as well, doing pretty good to find these entries for the team. But at the same time, they've got to be able to close out the rounds here, and that's where Nemesis has shown they're a little bit better so far under these pressure and post-plant situations. They definitely have their strats down a little bit more comfortably, it seems, when it comes to those post plants. But right now for 3BL, I think part of the name of the game here is they seem to be playing a little bit nervous after losing a couple of rounds as well. And
yes,
I feel like a lot of this team's strength is when they're confident in the server.
No, I absolutely agree with that. It really feels like they're... I mean, especially when we saw them look really good opening game of the playoffs as well, that 3-0. The thing that we liked a lot about them was really just how pacey so many of those rounds were. Such an era of like, we are better. We're not really showing any respect. They came in towards that game as the sort of on-paper underdogs and obviously massively impressed. And that's kind of what I want to see from them. I want to see them kind of like that. Take the move as a pack, move at a bit of pace and a bit of an air of confidence that can lead 2 rounds. But even still, it's a bit of a hard line because they've got so many bodies close. Raffin is quick on the flank here with an insanely quick one-tap. So while the execute onto the site itself initially felt kind of good, they're now being just chipped. I mean, Dizzy's all but dead at this point.
Yeah, I mean, right now there's no opportunity to even get the bomb off without a hitch. So it is going to be a 1-on-4 now. Not a whole lot that can be done for 3BL to win this one. Raffin already wrapping on the flank as well. It's just a matter of time before it's done and dusted, and that is a 4-1 lead against 3BL. A bit of an unfortunate one, but I respect the tack pause here. You've got to try and kill this momentum early on because they are not having a good time right now.
No, I think this is really actually quite a smart tack pause. I think this is even a talking point about that game yesterday, which was when tack pause were called. A lot of them were actually called way too late, and this was a big critique that both me and Scriv had, where we just said like you're calling them when at this point the other team's on 9, for example. Like at that point, game's done. Like you've not been able to really scale. You hope that you can use these tack pauses to give you momentum, give you a chance to make a bit of a run back, and that's really what 3BL are hoping for here. But quite a lot they need to talk about because it's not, I don't think the rounds themselves are bad. It feels like the calling's pretty good. The ideas are kind of nice. It's just a couple of overfaces, a couple of slip-ups that are just giving the numbers advantage to Nemesis. And they're just too scary of a side. Like you give opportunities for kind of even someone like Beck to dissect around like that when he's got a couple of overswings and he's going to make sure that his team punished. And they've got so many sharp shooters that they will do exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, too, this is a best-of-5 series, and I would say this is like 3BL's weakest map when you look at the overall pool of the first 3 maps here. So for them, I think it's more about keeping it competitive and close in this first map of the series because we're going to sub-base next, and what we've seen from 3BL on sub-base this season makes me believe they have a really good chance of winning that one. So I just don't want to see them kind of crush the morale too early if this happens to be a big first map for Nemesis.
Yeah, it's something that Penguins brought up quite a few times as well on the desk, talking about how like regionally favored that sub-base map is as well. So they get good reps, right? And they get good opportunities. And there was an interview that we got to do talking about kind of scrimming and all the rest. And actually, it's talking with Hunt, and he was sort of saying that, we don't get too many opportunities to sort of play scrims against like Vitality, for example, but we're making use of what we can and learning from all the teams around us. And it's why that map has become such a scary kind of portion of their map pool, and Nemesis will know all too well about it, but doesn't mean it might change anything. So I think you're right. Essentially, if they can make this a fight, even if they're maybe expecting to lose it, but if they can turn this into at least somewhat of a competitive map, there's positives to be taken away from it.
Well, here we go, right back into the action. 4-1 in favor of Nemesis on the GR side as well, and this tends to be a BL-sided map, so for 3BL, this is the time to crank things up a notch and make it a little bit more difficult on Nemesis to keep moving forward strong. But Comics, what a devastating blow after the tack pause, just rips the head off of Noxon.
Yeah, not exactly the way you want to start. You come straight off the back of a good couple of minutes to talk and immediately get the round kind of thrown in your face a little bit. Now got to try and pull it back in from a Nemesis advantage. Big ask to say the least. Bob Sharp Saddle do exactly that. So maybe there is still life in them. They freeze up a little bit as they wait to see what the reaction is, and well, from there it's looking okay for now. Back into a 4 versus 4 and still plenty of time to make a decision about what you want to do.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to be going into the bomb site here over towards A, but Raffin on this corner, it's going to be tough to deal with. Comics trying to bait them into the off angle as well. They're not going to clear it. What a mistake here. Raffin, good for the triple kill, just shuts it down completely. Sad, nothing he can do after that one, but man, what a lesson to check your corner next time around there.
And again, they were doing an okay job. It felt like they'd recovered the round. I liked the freeze call as well. Like, let's just reset things, you know, reset all the information they have, but also that we have too, and see if we can find a favorable execute. But not to be, and you're right. And then it's an absolute massacre to start off this round. Kills trading back and forth, but it's 2 versus 2. They're diving towards B, and they do have the space to get a plant off here. No one close enough to deny. They're not exactly going quiet about it either, so Nemesis will know about this. It's Beck and Comic have got to bail them out, but they should be able to get a post plant set up here.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to come down to how aggressive they play this on the post plant, but Comics, this is a really good decision here. Early flank underneath, not allowing them to slip and play a little bit too passive on this post plant. It's going to force them to spread out a little bit to where they can't trade here. Sad has to win this fight, not going to be able to do so. Now it's a 1-on-2 for Hunt, holding on to the back of the bomb site here. Has to go for the quick duel. Not going to be able to find the trades, though he needs. Comics, thankfully, able to save the day, and it's a 6-1 lead now for Nemesis.
Yeah, the worrying thing is that we're already getting to a point of no return, and at quite a rapid pace. Like, there is just the rounds themselves are obviously very quick and very pacey, but it's the fact that like we're not really seeing that much in terms of like a competitive showing from 3BL. And if we were already maybe innately writing off this map, we were at least hoping that you can show a little bit of fight here, show a little bit of something, give yourself a chance to build some confidence. But this is anything but. The half's already a write-off. Now just make sure that they can't get in the region of, I mean, even 7 or 8 is an awful spot to be in.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one, even at a 6-3, but could potentially be 8 on the board for Nemesis if they keep playing like this. A lot of it's due to the fast flanking they're doing as well. Raffin, this is the 3rd or 4th time he just sneaks behind quickly, gets himself a nice free kill, and gets the advantage right back for Nemesis. Now in the 4-on-3, 3BL, they're kind of just pinched here outside of the B bomb site. The C4 down on the back ramp as well. Dipsy able to hang on to it. Now Hunt has to try and do the heavy lifting again. DZY already very low on HP. You see the rotation coming through again. Raffin on the flank as usual, able to find himself a second on the round and could potentially close this one out as well. Gets himself 3 in total here and a 7-1 lead. This is starting to look like the point of no return for 3BL.
Oh, I think we might have already even hit it, mate. Honestly, this is really, really rough. Unfortunately for them. I think the thing that it might even be like slightly tilting for 3BL is that they're actually making quite a few of these rounds close. Like the amount of, 1v1s, 2v2s that we've had already, and they're still unable to see them over the lines. That's the thing that's going to really kill you. Oliverly fights and Omega, sad both dying, but now is Dipsy forces maybe a chance. Salakard and Raffin have other ideas, and it's so quickly left on the shoulders of one man, and he's seen off by Alucard. Beautiful work, 8-1. Can't wait. This might be one of the quickest maps I've seen in a while. Quickest halves I've seen in a while for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell, you can see it there. Alucard, a bit of a smile at the half. I mean, rightfully so. 8-1,
for sure.
Just kind of steamrolling their way into it. And if you can put up that kind of a first map in a series like this, it can be a huge momentum killer for a team like 3BL, who kind of plays off of their confidence as a team. And I'm starting to wonder if they can pull off the 10-1, even though subbase, I would have said at the beginning of the series, favors 3BL pretty handedly. If you go into that with a 1-10 loss, it is not an easy reset mentally to come into that one.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, we definitely would have favored them on it, but that's actually where I might go in, especially if things continue this trajectory. I'm going to go in and expect that subbase goes the way of Nemesis just because of sheer firepower. Like the output that we're seeing from them is immaculate right now. There's so little to complain about. So much to love over towards Nemesis. They are playing an absolutely brilliant game of CrossFire at the moment. So will it continue into that second half? More the same, or will there be life still left in 3BL? What's the fight looking like for this side who offered up, unfortunately, so little in the first?
Yeah, at this point, they're just going to be roaming as a unit early on. Nemesis looking for that entry in mid. They've got their entire team grouped up here and waiting, just leaving Alucard to hold the off angle on the vent push. And it's not going to be a whole lot of aggression from 3BL. They know they don't really have any rounds to play around with here. The unfortunate reality of that is it might cause them to play a little bit too passive in how they're set up. You can see Hunt here. He's kind of just left alone in the GR spawn, barely able to see that window for the cross on mid. He's going to spot one early. It's a lot of info to work with. Spots comics as well. Spots 3, but he really needs to find at least 2 here, and he's going to be able to do it. It's the 2-piece comics down and Dipsy, and now the rotation can start to help him out. But again, Raffin, as usual, going to catch players with their backs turned, finds himself 2. Alucard finds another, and again, it falls apart for 3BL. It's all on to Nox, and just left here. It's going to be a full peek in his direction, but Alucard surprisingly not going to support that. Gives the opportunity at the very least to get out of this one for Noxon, but the C4 is still pinched here, and Noxon just playing the clock.
It feels like as well, for him, maybe the best option. Try and see if he can isolate fights. He swings out, he'll lose his life. Fine margins as Beck is only just alive at 2 points of HP, but 9-1. And the shame of it is, very similar towards that first half, it's another showing where the round comes down to the wire. Like, it comes quite close, but it still goes the same way, and it's still always going the way of Nemesis. Alucard on open proceedings as Hunt now has the call from the grave.
Ooh. Just brutal there too. Alucard continues to deliver, and this is the difference. I feel like playoffs Alucard is just a different beast to go up against. He's really kind of quiet most of the time during the regular stages, but when this guy needs to step up to the plate, he always seems to be there. And now it could be a chance to close the game out off the back of that 3-on-4 situation. You can see things starting to slow down in terms of the pace of the round, but still a lot to be done here for 3BL to have a fighting chance. You can see the wraparound starting to come to life. It is going to be Omega leading that charge through the connector. Alucard going to be caught off guard. Doesn't matter. Gets the shots anyways. Thankfully, at least a trade out of this one. But they see the chance to go into the A bomb site completely exposed. Noxon, the only player here to try and put a stop to it, but he's down and out as well. And now it is a 1v3 or bust situation for 3BL.
Yeah. Can Dizzy keep them alive in this? C4 goes down. What has he got for a first fight on towards Comics? It's laboured, and it might just sum up how dicey things have been. He's taking a lot of damage. He's surely dead to rights in towards the vent. And a swing and a find. Beck will close it in fashion. 10-1. Nemesis absolutely destroy 3BL there in an absolute no contest of a map number 1. What a statement for them on Ankara.
Yeah, overall, just a impeccable performance here. I mean, you couldn't ask for more if you're a Nemesis fan in this first one. The confidence has to be at an all-time high now as they look at the rest of this series. But for 3BL, I have to say I'm pretty disappointed after what we saw against LCK. I was like, we've got at the very least a very close matchup on our hands, but so far that has definitely not been the case. So I'm hoping they can take a moment and reset in between maps here and show us a much stronger team that we've come to expect from 3BL on map number 2. But we'll go ahead and throw it to the panel to break this one down for you.
I agree with you, Kyle. It's a pretty hard way to see 3BL lose 10-1 in the first map versus Nemesis, and of course, like, they had a really good run versus LCK. So I'm not saying that's reflecting anything, but I would say that Dizzy at the final 1v3 that he was shaking. He was just firing left and right, and he didn't even have the chance or like the opening to fire to anyone, even though that he was just standing still in front of him. It looks like 3BL are coming with a shaky performance here at the first game.
Well, 3BL started the old 3BL way, where they are losing the clutches, because when they played versus LCK, they usually won the clutches. However, that's why we picked Nemesis on the prediction. This team is more complete team than ever. They know how to play aggressive, the team. They know how to play defensive, and they played aggressive. And maybe 3BL didn't know that they will play aggressive, or maybe they didn't expect them playing aggressive and pushing everything. And Raffin was hitting the shots. Alucard was pushing outside CT. And they were doing something new to the players. That's why I'm saying that 3BL, they move with analysis. And if something happened outside the analysis, they might be struggling. Beside the struggling, we've seen that as you mentioned, that the shots are not hitting from 3BL. They are not logging. They are not logged into servers. That's not 3BL that we've seen. The clutches that we used to see from them is not happening anymore. But in my opinion, it's just maybe the first map. Nemesis, that's the performance that we expected. If you guys didn't expect 3BL playing this way, but I expected Nemesis playing this way, and I expected them dominating, especially on Ankara. It's their best map already, and they wanted to show some dominant performance coming out from them. However, for 3BL, I'm pretty sure that they need to recheck their positions, to check the enemy team, how is the enemy team playing, because Nemesis is not playing as in phase 1 and phase 2, and now 3BL knows, and they will be preparing.
3BL knows, and to be honest, like that's not what we were expecting from 3BL to kick off the playoffs, or at least like the quarter-final, semi-final, the top 4 teams that we have here. But at the same time, it's just like the first game. We still got 4 more games to seal the deal, of course, between both teams. And look at Raf just flexing out left and right, taking heads. It felt like that it was just a way that Nemesis are just getting warmed up. None of the players had what it takes to prove himself. And on the other side, of course, on 3BL Galaxy, Hunt is the only one who's playing 1.4 KD. I can say that the remaining players are not even closer to him. I'm not saying that Hunt's doing everything and the hard work, yada yada, but I'm saying that, guys, you need to wake up.
Well, as we mentioned, it's just the first map. We've seen yesterday LCK, they were falling shortly on the first map, and then they came back stronger. Maybe they will be coming back. However, as I mentioned, this is not LCK. I'm not saying anything about LCK, but I'm saying that Nemesis didn't have the hard times that LCK is having right now. And it's casual for all teams. We've seen Nemesis having the hard times before. We've seen LCK having the hard times. So 3BL Galaxy, they need to expect things that it is not on their book, because when it comes to the book, we know that the Nemesis, they will try to play defensive, to try to space the map, try to get the information. But what we've seen from Nemesis, they started pushing. We've seen them pushing along multiple times. Raffen was pushing along solo without any punishment, and we've seen Dipsy falling shortly a lot on Hotel, but his teammates still, they are trading him and they are getting the site. And we've seen the first round, 3BL Galaxy played very aggressive. They tried to play their own style. However, they lost a clutch, which maybe affected their mentality a bit. This was Ankara. Not the best for 3BL, the best for Nemesis. Now it is going for the best for 3BL. It is going for sub-base. If we see the same strong, dominant performance coming out from Nemesis, this is a 3-0, no doubt.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. Seeing Nemesis having all of this control, doing all of those stuff, and also having Raf at 3.4 KD, it felt like he's just warming up in some casual game with that kind of a KD. Like, we rarely see that kind of performance, but at the same time, you're playing versus 3BL Galaxy, we're in the playoffs. It's pretty hard to say that they are knocked out, but of course, this match will set everything aligned and will make us believe it's either gonna be sub-base for 3BL, and now we enter a whole new best of 3 between those two teams, or will it be just one-sided road going to Nemesis' way? It's hard. It's hard to see 10-1. It was one of the fastest maps that I have ever seen. Like, of course, like we had the 10-0, like that's another world. Like, let's not just mention that.
It's just the same. It's the same. One round is not gonna make the difference. 10-1 and 10-0, it's the same fast game. However, as we mentioned, first games sometimes for some players are just shaky. But we didn't see this from TBL versus LCK. We've seen a strong performance coming out from the first map till the last map. Now they dropped one map. It's 2 maps. They need to wake up instantly. They need to show good performance on sub-base. That's their best map. I believe they can do better, of course, on sub-base. And if they do, yeah, as you mentioned, we might see a full best of 5, or maybe we might see an upset. We might see a flip of the tables. So it's everything on the table if 3BL Galaxy wins the second map, which is sub-base, by their own pick.
Of course, let's head to sub-base and speak a little bit more about the map itself. It requires the players to have really good understanding and have, I would say, understanding and good communication between all the players, to have the site A control, you have the radio, that's pretty important. Also, you have the double stairs, the wooden stairs and the normal stairs. You need to have some kind of a play style. And for 3BL, I'm gonna recall what happened versus LCK. They always had a flex way to play on the GR side. Sometimes they send Nox into the side, like with the stairs and everything. Like they just like leave him alone. Sometimes they have 3 players on this side, and at the same time, it's always mixed plays coming out of them. So you can be expecting this map to go one-sided to Nemesis, since it's I wouldn't say one of the best. It's the best map for 3BL Galaxy. But also, like, what's your take on Nemesis on sub-base?
Well, Nemesis, they know how to play sub-base, by the way. If 3BL Galaxy thinks that this is going to be an easy game, I don't think so, because when 3BL Galaxy played when 3BL Galaxy played versus LCK had the cheeky sub-base since the beginning of the season, and already they beat them in phase 1, if you remember. Yes, they beat them on sub-base. Yes, they lost the series, but they beat them on sub-base. However, Nemesis, they know how to play sub-base because Kevin knows how to play sub-base, and Kevin taught Anubis back then on 2023 and played with 3BL Esports on 2024 on sub-base, so he knows how to play sub-base and he adapted his teammates. And with the addition of Deepsy and Comics, they were superstars for Anubis on sub-base. When they had Petro, when they had HDZ, maybe I'm saying that they couldn't play sub-base that much. That's why Petro used to ban sub-base. However, now the case is completely different. Beck knows how to play sub-base, Alcor knows how to play sub-base, and they have the 2 titans that's playing for sub-base, Deepsy and Comics.
Of course, Dipsy and Comic are pretty solid in sub-base, and I believe this is gonna be the war for 3BL. It's either you go for the full distance or you will fall short versus Nemesis. So, to see what happens, let's head to our casters.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, I mean, very, very quick. Back to the desk, right? I think one of the shortest probably had here in the West League this season. And the fact that it's this deep in towards the season, the playoffs, is pretty wild. But I thought you, Carl, I know we're talking about this is a very good map for this team, for 3BL, and they like it a lot. I don't think that makes a difference. Like, I don't know if they can just compete. I don't know if they got the individuals that can be as sharp as what Nemesis looked at. They look so much stronger.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to the firepower difference we've seen so far. I mean, you talk about just like the individual difference. Raffin alone with Comics was just opening up round after round. And on top of that, strategically, it felt like they fell short as well. I mean, Raffin, half of his kills, he was just flanking and they weren't ready for it. And these are the type of plays you've got to be ready for going into the second map if you're 3BL. So I'm hoping they've learned their lessons from map number 1, but they're going to have to show it very quickly as we hop into sub base here to kick off map number 2, because for 3BL, this is going to be kind of, I think, their last chance to really show us what they've got. If you go down 2-0 in a best of 5, it's hard to believe you're going to pull it off.
I think you're probably spot on, right? Because not only going 2-0 down, but then you're going into that third map, which is then, the one that Nemesis wanted to go into, right? So it's kind of leans more kind of favorably over towards them. So I think you're right. And also, this is a very good map for the flanks, right? So maybe even a chance to get kind of Raffin back in towards those awkward positions. But I think the only real chance that I'm going to give 3BL is if they can come out the gate absolutely flying here towards sub base, first sort of 3 or so rounds, give themselves a bit of breathing room, give themselves a chance. Then I can start to fathom the idea of how do we make this a possibility. But at the moment, it seems like the prep work was actually fantastically done in towards that first map. And if that's what we got to see onto Ankara, all of us know that sub-base is going to come in towards the pool here. So I feel like that combination of kind of the minds of Beck and Kevin are really going to break down what 3BL want to be throwing in here towards map number 2. So I'm very, very concerned. If they don't get a strong start, I think this could be, once again, another maybe kind of one-sided affair.
Yeah, unfortunately could be the case. I mean, it's hard to believe it's going to go any different after what we just saw, but after what we saw against LCK, I still believe a little bit of 3BL here. So I want to see them crank it up to the next level here and see what they've got. But you've got to give credit to Nemesis as well. I mean, it's not necessarily that 3BL's having a bad time across the board. It could just be Nemesis. They're already looking ahead to Vitality as that potential next opponent. And you've got to play like you're up against Vitality every single match in this league if you truly want to win it.
100%. Like, this underestimating is kind of a thing that feels like it costs a lot of these more top teams. Not the start, though. That 3BL1 Hunt first to fall as Dipsy will open up proceedings. He looks for more, maybe an over extension there as Dipsy will deliver. Raffin's around, but not for much longer as he will also fall. So ever so slight over fights here from Nemesis are giving 3BL an opportunity.
Yeah, some interesting positioning choices, costing them a little bit of that advantage they found from taking out Hunt, but they still have to be able to show they can execute here at the end of the day, and that's where 3BL can't afford to be a little bit spread out for too long. You can start to see C4 slowly grouping up towards this A staircase. They're hoping somebody's going to push out, and it's actually going to work out well for them. Noxon able to catch back. Comics a little bit late, still able to down the C4 carrier and a second as well.
Okay.
And somehow the 2v4 quickly falls against 3BL, and Sad's left alone. It's a 1v2 situation, and he has no idea Alucard is in the heaven rafters. And I don't know what just happened, Neo, but that was the quickest 2v4 flip I've seen in a long time.
And how many times did we see rounds flip out of nowhere and these moments where they should be confirmed? Kind of 4-3BL, 4 flat. Brilliant work. Really nicely done from Nemesis. Just to not check out more than anything, because, you know, there was some overfacing. Like, I don't think Rafa needs to be playing from the stairs and going aggressive and towards the stairs the way he was. But in the way in towards this, an opening kill, traded a piece. Hunt gets one on towards Comics, but he'll then fall to follow it. So back into that 4 versus 4. And the thing that for me really feels like it would kind of maybe linger in the back of your mind a little bit if you're 3BL, just the amount of like 1v1s and 2v2s they lost in that first map. Like, that's the thing. Like, if they had flipped and gone the other way, it would have been a much more doable affair. They just couldn't see off the clutches.
Yeah, they've got to get better at trading in these pressure situations. They've got a chance to do that right now. Omega very low, taken down through the boxes. Dizzy now has to try and recover this one. But again, the trade's just not there. Nemesis uses the opportunity, thanks to Beck, to make this one a 4v2. Sad now hoping for a pick on the opposite side of the map. Noxon gets spotted out, able to find himself one. Now a winnable situation on their hands as Dipsy goes down as well. Alucard and Raffin still tough to go against in the 2-on-2.
Yeah, maybe slight overextension there. I feel like for Beck, he doesn't need to be going in towards server room. I can understand why he wants to try and reclaim a little bit of space, but sometimes I feel like the best option in a spot like that is just shelling up with the pack and playing trades, right? You've got the numbers in your favor. You've got that advantage. Utilize it. They don't. So back to lockers. They head. Another one where the round has an initial kind of fight and then a freeze-up core. Something that we know 3BL like to throw in, but didn't work out for them a hell of a lot in towards that first map. So let's see if it can change here. Noxon will find one. That'll help things massively. It's all on the shoulders of Rap. Already have sung this guy's praises. The time as well, 15 seconds. Not exactly a lot of it, but he'll lose his head. So immediate response from 3BL. That's what they needed.
Yeah, interesting round so far. We've got back-to-back 2-on-4s from both teams, so we'll see if that changes things moving forward. I feel like for Nemesis, though, they're just getting a little bit too overly aggressive. Beck, again, gets caught pushing out by himself. And this is where they're going to have to reel it in a little bit on this GR side. They're confident in the shots, but this is a map where you've got to use that positional advantage as much as you can to try and secure the rounds. And for 3BL, that's what they've been doing wisely here. You can tell they're kind of just waiting back for the aggression to happen, and they've got these nice little traps set up to counter-respond.
Waiting game. They're just kind of hoping there's that overextension that I feel like really cost Nemesis in the previous round. They're hoping that they get it again. This time there isn't that change-up. You know, we spoke about it where it's the initial play and a little bit of a look around and then the freeze up. This time it's a very passive start to the round, hoping that it just draws Nemesis out of position. So far they're not budging.
Yeah, for now it's going to be 3BL slowly working their way to the bottom of A. Could be Raffin as usual, holding on as the anchor of that position. Comics, though, tries to get aggressive. Gets punished for it on the wood double doors. Nothing to be found just yet for Nemesis in this round. They've done a little bit of damage, though, across the board. It might be able to get them to something later on, but Sad, nice little tap there. With the pistol in hand, takes down Dipsy. Now they're going to try and capitalize onto the B-bomb site, leaving Raffin alone on A. The flank perfectly timed, and 3BL, they're starting to figure things out here on subbase.
Yeah, they are. They really are. This is it. It's starting to click. We kind of said this as well coming in towards this map for us. It just feels like, let's give ourselves a bit of a strong start. A bit of that breathing room, and then we can start to believe maybe a little bit. And this is more like it. 2-1. you can get your kind of the lion's share of maybe the first 5 rounds in your favor. That's the momentum that 3BL need just to shrug off the woes of Ankara. So far, so good. I still want to see probably at least one more of the next 2 played to go the way of 3BL, just to keep that belief that it isn't just an early fluke, but I'm liking what I see.
Yeah, right now for 3BL, they've got to try and keep the momentum on their side, but for Nemesis, they're looking to try and equalize here. Alucard going to go ahead and take the vent boost. Nobody on the other side of it, though, just yet. 3BL, again, just holding to see if there's any sort of counter-aggression, and this is where Nemesis has to play a little bit patient in this one. You can see Raffen, again, you give it to them, they'll take it here on 3BL. That's how they're finding these picks every single round. Yeah,
it's true. You just can't afford to have those overextensions like that. You are just going to get punished by a side of this caliber and this quality. They'll never swan shots like that. So, moving forward, Raffen, as he falls, Comics and Dipsy then also follow him in towards the grave. And it's just a complete dissection of Nemesis. That's it. As much as we spoke about the mechanics and the individualism that Nemesis can offer up, if you overface 3BL, they're no joke. They're no slacker of a team, despite what that first map may have shown. Nice work. Up to a third now.
Yeah, for 3BL, they don't really need to make any significant changes. If Nemesis continues to over-aggress, they're going to be rewarded with the advantage almost every single round. So Nemesis, the team that needs to be careful in this one. Again, they're going to lose one early. Comics peeking down on the A double doors. Gets shut down by Sad. You can see here as well, they're wanting to take this fight to answer back over towards the B control room. Counter smokes come down, but it's not going to be enough to engage fully yet. Dipsy trying to push through, finds himself one, gets a huge second kill on the Hunt as well, and finally they get the response they're looking for.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of life in this. So plenty of time for 3BL. Minute 30 on that clock as they smoke deep down mid, give them the cross in towards A. On those stairs, they're just a little scared about trying to test Raffen. They don't want to lose too much, but they do end up finding him. Brings it back into a 3 versus 3, and they plant open front side of missile because Noxon's in towards radio here. So this is a really decent spot to be in. As long as they keep eyes tracked onto those stairs, which they're going to get flashed out from. So actually, now they know where the rotate's coming through. Down goes the first. Dipsy will drop. Beck is here waiting for the swing, which he gets as well from Omega. But Alucard then will also fall. So all on the captain of this side who gets caught by the sniper. And 3BL put another on the board. This is much better.
Yeah, really good post-plant setup there from 3BL, and just the effort to get in and secure it quickly once they saw the advantage on the map, and that seems to be the key difference here. Nemesis, though, going to draw the pause timer and take a timeout here and try and figure things out, because it's almost the reverse situation of what we saw on map number 1 now. Nemesis, they're the team in the hot seat that needs to find a way to stop things before it gets too out of hand, because this is a much different 3BL here in map number 2.
No, you're spot on. Gotta be very, very careful. This half doesn't run away from Nemesis. If you can make it a somewhat even affair, then going towards that second, you're going to feel there's a lot more to offer up, and there's still a chance of taking up a 2-0 here in this series. And, you know, we've been kind of building it up. It feels like by getting a 2-0 by proxy, the advantage that you get in towards this series is mammoth.
Yeah, it would be pretty insane for Nemesis to grab the 2-0 in this series, especially with what's on the horizon for maps. This one's one of the best for 3BL. If they can't win this, they probably, in my mind, can't win the series at all. So for Nemesis, they've got to find a way to shut it down. You can see Dipsy getting very vocal here during the attack pause. He seems to have an idea of how to counteract the setup, and I feel like this is where someone needs to be vocal on a team like Nemesis. You've got round after round, 1 or 2 players consistently pushing out, getting themselves caught. If you can just fix that and adjust, in the passive fights and the holds, they're actually looking pretty decent as a team. They've got the clean shots to do it. They're just getting caught alone aggressive. So I'm hoping they make that change coming in after the pause, because we might see a much different map on our hands if that's the case.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Well, pause coming to a conclusion in a second. And I guess we get to see, because obviously we had that pause early in towards the previous map, and we were kind of saying, I think it's good. I think at that point it was like about 4-1, and we were saying like, this is good. Pause nice and early, a chance to try and recover and make something of this first half and see if you can kind of fight back. And obviously that's sort of the hope that we've got here, really, with Nemesis. And I guess that's kind of the question. Is it going to be exactly the same as how map number 1 panned out, but on the flip side, of course, Nemesis ran away with it. Will 3 be able to do the same here? You put up such a good first half that there's just no hope of recovery, too little too late and all the rest. Or following this time to talk, are we going to find a way back in and a way to make the first half competitive? You can do that. I think you've still got a really decent chance.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially when we think about how Nemesis has been playing on the day. They want to be aggressive, and when they get to the BL side, it's going to give them a much better time. But on the GR side of this map, it's one of the few maps where playing extremely passive is usually going to benefit you more than others would. This time, though, they're actually going to go for the swing anyways, and they make it work with the 2-player trade setup. Comics finds the first onto Sad. They're looking for a second here, potentially in the hands of Comics if he can hold on to this position. They're going to walk right into him. The bait and switch works perfectly. Hunt trying to pick up the pieces, able to find himself at least one, but it's not going to matter too much unless Noxon can hang on to this one for 3BL.
Or maybe that's what Dipsy was so, aggressively coming over there, right? I got an idea of how to make a round work for us. All we need is one to open this back up for us, and maybe it is here and now. So the question is can Noxon recover this in that 1 versus 2? Of course, Beck is also low, so it's still not impossible, but he's not exactly healthy himself. And that's the thing that changes this. If he maybe had the health to fall back on, I'd actually still give him a decent fighting chance, but it's just the fact that he's so low. He should just get traded. If played properly, should be traded pretty easily.
Yeah, this is a tough one, but I actually really like this call from Nox, and Nemesis has been so aggressive. He plays passive for the first little bit. Unfortunately, he's the one who couldn't hold the patience long enough, just decides to go back into the B control room, and that'll be enough for Nemesis to win it. So good counter aggression onto the B control coming out from Nemesis, but now they've got to keep that momentum rolling, and they're going aggressive again into BC. They're just going to force their way and force their hand here. And I actually like this call. They haven't been doing good playing passive individually, so let's get aggressive as a team. I actually like this. It forces them to still play the way they want to, but make sure the trades are there.
It's a bit of this pack mentality, which can be so unbelievably effective. Moving forward. They're going to go join in as they want to just probably even maybe try and deny that plant if they can to start things off, just to keep pressure on, or even now get them as that C4 is going on. Don't give them a chance to set up a post bomb. They're just into the meat grind, and Alicard's up on high as well, who can catch any sort of heads. That is a perfect pack mentality play there. Nemesis make it a 1-round game.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Dipsy for the play calling here. In my mind, it's like, I would tell them to play passive, but he's like, no, let's do the opposite. Keep playing aggressive, just do it together. I think that's the right call here. It's getting them in that comfort pocket they want to be playing in, like we saw on the first map. And for 3BL, they're just not prepared for it. They're not able to feel like they have a chance to win when they have a full pack of Nemesis swinging in their direction. We even saw it in the previous round. They didn't even contest A. They just decided to full retake it as a team, and the way they play as a team is just a bit more fluid.
Yeah, agreed. So, it's actually quite quickly fallen off a bit of a cliff, it feels, for 3BL in terms of the momentum. Safe to say that I think if you're on their side, you'd be a little concerned.
Yeah, rightfully so
Much
here.
quieter.
I mean, 3BL, I think they had a disconnection as well, unfortunately, but
Oh, no.
I think they will need to play out due to the damage being dealt. So, unfortunate situation here, but for Nemesis, it's a chance to keep that momentum train rolling forward. And for them, taking a 4-1 to a 4-4 this quickly would be a huge potential to win back this map and potentially move forward uncontested in this series. But 3BL, they've been able to expose Raffin a couple times on this A-bottom position, but look at the change we're seeing here. Comics now baiting the position he normally plays, and these are the changes we were hoping to see.
"45 seconds. exactly loads of time, but now starting to make a move. That's a nice find by Omega. As Beck will fall. Dipsy up close. Flash in spots one, but he gets drawn out of position a little bit, which now gives a chance for them to capitalize. But Comics is going to get two. Just blindside Dizzy and Noxon. And with that being said, a tied game here. So now we can quite happily say here, Carl, I mean, what attack Paul scored earlier, right?
Yeah, really just showing the value of it here. And for 3BL, it's going to be a shame if they let a 4-1 half not be theirs at the end of the day. 5-4 for Nemesis would be an insane comeback in this first half and a perfect setup to maybe win it in the second. But it's all going to come down to Omega, and this one has a perfect flank timer, gets the double kill, takes this one down to a 1v1 versus Raffin. A very key 1v1 to decide potentially the fate of this map. But Raffin, he gets all the info he needs here. Omega does have the C4 down. He has to recover all the way outside of B here. Could cost him a little bit of time on this rotation, but Raffin knows all he has to do is wait for the plan here. Then he knows exactly what he has to play around.
Okay. Well. An era quiet. Raffin. He's been quite reliable in these spots. But still not loads for him to work with. He just wants to wait for a plant to really get a bit of an idea of what to play with. Both sides, decent utility to work with, but Raffin just wants to fight. Can't catch Omega on the cross. Goes up on high. Raffin's read it like a book, though. Knew exactly what to expect. When he didn't dip away, where's he going to go? Up on towards the rafters, and Raffin pre-fire. Nice and simple stuff. And Nemesis are going to end up stealing away the half. What a recovery.
Yeah, I mean, after a half like that, 3BL, there's got to be a lot of conversation during this break to really mentally prepare for the second half. That is a half they should have won all day long, and unfortunately, it just does not work out for them. But for Nemesis, you can tell they're starting to see the light here of a potential 3-0 series on their hands, knowing they've got a strong map on the way if they can somehow close out the sub base. And I'm starting to believe them here. Whatever Dipsy said during that break must have worked wonders for this team, because it's kind of reignited what they've been able to do.
Yeah, I mean, well, whatever was said has obviously worked absolute wonders, because they really had such a new lease of life, it felt. Second half about to get underway now, and of course where we're at, Nemesis, they're on a pretty decent hot streak. If they can continue that to open up things in towards the second, I get very worried for 3BL.
Yeah, for Nemesis, it's going to be a split aggression to start off the round. Hunt will be the first one to find a kill, but Nemesis firing back with quick response, able to get a couple kills towards B. Omega has to hold on, but he can't find anything out of this one. The rotation just completely shut down, and it's a nice 20-30 second round going the way of Nemesis, and this seems to be where they thrive. If they wait a little bit too long, they get uncomfortable, they push by themselves. So Nemesis, I'm loving these bursty, fast rounds they're throwing out.
Yeah, really punchy, really fun to watch. And unfortunately for 3BL, they're actually in potentially a bit of a dire spot. From the amount of rounds that you started off with and looking pretty comfy, you're now really looking like you're on the back foot at the moment. Just feeling a little dire.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis, they've had to slow down the pace a little bit this round. They actually have one nade to do the majority of the damage they've felt so far here. It's a good utility from 3BL, but they still have to hold their feet to the fire here, and that's where this is going to come down to the A push. Still a 2-for-1 advantage on the opening trades, but Dipsy on the drop down. The timing could be picture perfect. Able to capitalize, takes control of upper A, and now Sad, he's going to have to try and rotate and maybe help things out. Thankfully, Noxon will be good for one. Beck low on HP as well. Makes this a very winnable situation. Comics, a lot of weight on his shoulders in this round now.
All goes eerily quiet, though, doesn't it? Everyone's frozen. Now a bit of a move as Beck and Comics have got to try and decipher where the gap is for them. It just feels next to impossible. We just, Beck's not exactly healthy, and then time's starting to run out. They're also isolated too at the moment. You can see they're just really hoping that 3BL makes some sort of mistake, but it's so unlikely. Beck is dropped down. Could have an angle, but the only angle he's got is, a headshot from Noxon. So that's that. Comic's the last man on a 1 versus 3. I just don't think he has really the time or the information to make this work for him. As he moves downstairs as well, he's looking towards A. He will find a tap on towards Noxon, and he might be able to squeak out a plant here. Which he does. It's over to 1 versus 2. Needs to come over. Gotta be careful of this flank. And I like the way the 3BL are playing this. They've got the HP, but they're sticking together. They're playing for the trades. That is the right way to approach this. Make sure that he can't get a multi-frag, or in this case, even one. 3BL finally, for the first time in a while, bite back.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that's their first after a 4-1 lead in this map, but thankfully, before it's too late, they're able to start clawing back here. But for Nemesis, they still have the advantage overall on rounds. More importantly, looks like they're going to be continuing that aggressive playstyle that has been working out for them, but it's going to be met with a wall of players on the opposite side. 3BL, the full push into lobby. It's going to be met with disaster for Nemesis, unfortunately losing Comics and Dipsy. Alucard going to bounce right back, though, with the late trade onto Nox, and now Raffin putting that forward pressure on the A staircase. Nobody on the bottom of the A bomb side, actually, for the 3BL side of things. You're going to see Dizzy slowly working his way into upper A to maybe stall things on the rotation, but it's really on Sad in this upper angle. He's got a chance to cross-check it as they go to the lower bomb side, but he's just a hair late on the peak. Not actually going to catch Raffin or Alucard at all. Beck as well in the vents, and this is the key player to keep your eyes on here. If he goes too early, it could actually result in a lost round here, unfortunately. Sad catches him a bit too early on that one. Now it's all about the retake 3-on-2.
Alucard is not healthy. Neither Sad. Nice timing on the smoke. Flash down. Alucard's a dead man. It's all on the shoulders of Raffin in a 1 versus 3. Another one that feels next to impossible just by virtue of there being too many to fight. But Raffin's giving them life here. Spotted Sad as well. He goes up on high as he looks to try and tap around the missile. He's just playing time here. And time, it's just not enough. If he had stayed alive for a little bit more. No, it's actually by, what, 0.15, 0.2 of a second there. I thought he just had enough time. And he just misses
brutal.
out.
Yeah.
That was what, like 0.2, I think? Maybe even less. Might have been like, I think it was like 0.15. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you a split second can make a world of difference. That could be what wins Nemesis the map at this point. Raffin just barely stalling for enough time to hold on and ensure that goes off. But Noxon, that is an unfortunate way to go down. 3 nades right on top of that cornerback's position. But they know it's been consistently played every single round from 3BL, and that's just a good read on the strats, knowing what to do here to shut things down. Dipsy, though, been taken down in response. Comics looking for more, almost finds one on the rafters. He's going to go ahead and take this position anyways, and this is where Sad, I don't think, has any clue he's going to be this far forward. Comics, I think he might have spotted the barrel there from Sad as well. He's going to know exactly where he is. Gets the nice little push. Peek, make it a double kill. Hunt as well. Spotted on the rotation already. Taken down, and Comics gets the entries. The rest of the team ready to clean this one up, and they make it 8-5.
It's small things, but even that like nade stack that we kind of saw, like that for me is like a show of the conditioning that 3BL have been kind of trying to throw in. It's now past the point of conditioning where it's becoming readable, it's becoming understandable, and that's when Nemesis are able to really make quite a big difference. Omega, what about the flash? They're diving down towards A. They've got to clear this close angle, but obviously generally can be overlooked a little bit. So he will get one before falling. Nice trade at the very least. A dive out event. Alucard's got one. A wild move.
Yeah, definitely a little bit risky there, but at least he gets one for it. But now in the post plant, 3BL, they're going to be facing one of their most difficult rounds yet. They've all got to come through the upper A side of the map. Dipsy, though, eats the flash, still able to hold on to the position. Good for one. Knocks and trades, but Comics still causing a lot of trouble. Able to find one, but Beck, the perfect timing this time on the flank, gets it done. and we're already on to 9 rounds for Nemesis. A 4-1 lead squandered to a 9-5 is pretty crazy to see from 3BL.
Yeah, and let's be frank, this is kind of the thing I was saying a little bit earlier when I was favoring or kind of, I guess, positively talking about that kind of attack timeout call. This is kind of the flip side where it's actually, is this too little too late? You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of one of those spots where I'm unfortunately, like, what difference can you really make? I just feel like all it takes is one mistake, and that's that. There's nothing you can do about it, and Nemesis put themselves in a fantastic position. So 3BL, a really tough conversation to be had for them. But Nemesis, I mean, what a kind of resurgence we've seen out of them, and these kind of positives that we've seen, but so concerning.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully during this pause, there's something 3BL can show to maybe redeem this one. But yeah, I agree. It almost feels like a little bit too late to make that happen at this point. There's been so many rounds where 3BL could have drawn the line, could have capitalized, but they just haven't been able to do so, especially when it comes down to the post plants. It seems like Nemesis all day long has been the superior team, so we'll see if they can keep that moving forward. All they need is one here to get themselves across the finish line and one map away from taking themselves into the upper bracket finals, which for this team is honestly a huge feat in itself, because when you looked at the starting bracket, I feel like most people would have said, oh yeah, it's going to be LCK and Vitality meeting in that upper bracket finals, but now Nemesis, they've got a golden opportunity to get a top 3 at best situation for themselves if they're able to win this series, and it seems leaning that direction.
Yeah, I do gotta agree. 4 on the bounce required. Feels kind of all but impossible, to be completely honest. And I don't want to completely count them out, but I just have not seen enough to make me believe that this is a possibility. But let's see. Is there anything left in the tank for 3BL, or is this Nemesis going to be stealing away their map pick? I was kind of talking about this a bit in towards the previous. Oh, wait, I'll come back to my point. We're getting aggro here. Raffin, Beck, they were ready for those fights as Hunt and Dizzy. You can make the argument about overextending. Well, they're now dead. Sad is on the corner. Beck may have actually been spotted, but he's not been punished for it as well. Nox is being chipped away. He's eventually dead. Sad will get his. He did spot Beck, but it still could be all for naught. I can't see them winning this round. It doesn't matter for me. 2 versus 4. This is too big of an arse. This is definitely 10th locked in place, and Comic's going to make sure of it. Brilliant work. And the last man of Sad might have to go out with a bit of a whimper. It does get another consolation, but it will not make a difference. 10-5. What a recovery. 4-1 up. Nemesis was 4-1 up. 3BL went against Nemesis. They called that timeout, and the game completely changed. Whatever Dipsy said, we saw him getting very vocal, saw him getting very animated. It absolutely changed things. That is such a brilliant display. And Carl, I brought it up coming in towards this. I think we can talk all day about who's got the favor on the map and who's got the better stats. At the end of the day, who's the better players? Nemesis, by a landslide at the moment. This is a dominant 2-0 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, 3BL, they're going to have to show something massive in order to bring this one back, but we'll go ahead and throw it to the panel to break it down, and we'll see you guys back for map number 3.
A magical work came out of the balls that we saw Team Nemesis do, and quite frankly, we had full 1 for 3BL Galaxy, and then boom, he just went on the road and just like went south for them. It felt like 3BL are just I don't know, they had to take their time out a little bit earlier, and it was quite frankly too late to get your pause at the last round after losing, I don't know, 8 rounds in a row or 7 rounds in a row.
6, I guess. It was 6. However, we mentioned that Nemesis they changed it. Nemesis they changed the playstyle on Ankara. We've seen they play very aggressive, and the guys, it was very good for them. Yet I'm sitting here, I'm watching Nemesis, and I know that Nemesis will play aggressive. Still, 3BL they don't know that Nemesis will play aggressive, and now we're back to the old 3BL with the phase 1 3BL, which they don't know how to close the maybe the advantage, because we've seen first round, I guess it was 4 versus 3 and they lost it, then 1 versus 3 from Apple, they lost it, 4v2 from the guys and they lost it. That's how you That's how usually 3BL back of the days lost rounds. But looking at Nemesis, that's what we want to talk about, because 3BL, in my opinion, they are not here today, but Nemesis, they are completely different. And this is a thing that Nemesis needed to change ages ago, because they usually were the team that's playing very passive, waiting for the contact, trying to play on trades, trying to play the A game, controlling, going back. And no, this is not the case for Nemesis. They're going guns blazing everywhere, winning every single fight. Whenever there is a fight from 3BL, they go and try to stop this fight. They just don't try to go back and kind of sit back on the sides. No, they're trying to go, trade, play aggressive. And when they switch it into Blacklist, that's what shocked me. You've seen Nemesis pushing aggressively, 5-man, 4-man together, doing every single job for them, and that's how they won the map, and that's how they get the win. In my opinion, it's a casual 3-0 for Nemesis. There is no coming back from 3BL. I don't see them having the mentor of Anubis players, but this is not because 3BL is bad. This is because Nemesis is so good today. If Nemesis is playing the average Nemesis on phase 1, I would tell you that 3BL still have chances. But now, Nemesis is completely different than phase 1.
Like, with my heart, I would say I would love to see 3BL go full distance versus Nemesis, but my mind is just telling me, man, like, there is no way for you to get back after losing with this type of way. Nemesis just trolling the ball and doing everything that they need, and they have to just win the game. And I really want to mention something that they did on the pause. They changed their playstyle. They had multiple players getting picked off based on 3BL aggressive playstyle and knowing where Nemesis player have already their place, or like their place that they're holding, and just like that they had the pause. Dipsy didn't stop talking till they get back to the game, and it felt like, yeah, that was the breaking point for Team 3BL Galaxy. They just knew how to counter 3BL Galaxy, and they made it. It looked pretty easy for them to have all those kind of stuff. And at the same time, look at the stats. As a team itself, they don't have like a significant performing player, like someone who got like, I don't know, 3.x KD or something like that. We have 1.x, 1.33, 1.2, 0.9, and it feels like it's more of a team effort more than just one man gang is trying to rep 3PL off their place.
Well, I want to mention one thing. You were right. It's the individual skills of Nemesis today. We don't want to go hard on 3BL because 3BL still, the guys are first time here in the playoffs, a lot of pressure. However, I want to mention one thing before we go to break, that Nemesis individual skills is just perfectly good today, and that's a thing that you need to highlight.
And the visual skills really matters, and both teams, they have really good players, but for this series, Nemesis, they're taking the best out of 3BL, so we'll head to a small break and get back to you with game number 3.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Menacing, not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight down through that smoke just thinking. Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor, very scared going for that quick.
And we're back with you guys to our broadcast again. We're in the CFWL playoffs now. We're in the semifinals, and I'm not falling for your trap, Penguin. I'm not gonna say quarterfinals. We have top four semifinals, of course, in the upper bracket.
But there is a team,
in the
there is a
top
team
four.
waiting down there.
I don't.
Do not
I don't
neglect
really
them.
like
They're not-
semifinals on the upper bracket.
It will be semifinals when one of the four teams that we are watching today, 3BR Galaxy, Nemesis, or unKnights Vitality, one of them fall to LCK or LCK fall to one of them. So that's when it comes to semifinal. Then you have four teams, top four teams. Because I usually in CrossFire when I say top four teams, it's semifinals.
Okay, all right. Like, let's have this argument in other places. But of course, let's just rewind. If you're just joining in the stream, we saw two games between Nemesis and Team 3BL Galaxy, and quite frankly, it was almost one-sided in the first map. We had Ankara sub-base, we had a reverse sweep in the game, or like a magical pause that we had from Team Nemesis from 4-1 to heading to 10-05. It looked pretty bad for 3BL Galaxy, and now we're heading to New Compound, which is a decent map for both teams statistically, and on, like, of course, the phase 1, phase 2, etc. Everything looks like they both have their good moments in this map.
Well, it's Nemesis pick. If Nemesis wants to close it, now. Because Eagle Eye will be hard. And if 3BL wins New Compound, wins Eagle Eye, there is no comeback for Nemesis on port. So now is the time to close this series and remind us of unKnights when they left it open, and now they came back for it.
Alright, we'll see. Will it be the fall of 3BL Galaxy, or we will see a huge comeback coming out from them? But of course, to break it down, we'll head to Neo and Kyle. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing if there's any life left in 3BL, to be completely honest, because there was so little on offer for the large portions of the first two maps. Map number 1, nothing there, right? And map number 2, there was sub-base, 4-1 up, we're feeling okay, and then the most magic time out we've ever seen, right? And a complete one-sided story from then on out. And now we're heading towards this new compound where it's another map that just favors Nemesis. And not only does the situation favor them, but then also this map does as well. I can't see a world this is not a 3-0 in the series there, Carl.
Yeah, it'd have to be one of the most impressive comebacks we've ever seen to pull this one off for 3BL. Would love to see it, but I just don't think it's in the cards today. The way Nemesis has been playing, I think Penguin said it best, like everyone's kind of hitting their A game, and when you have a moment like that for a team like Nemesis, they're just going to be so hard to beat in this fashion if they keep playing the way they have been. I mean, you could see it even in that second map. It started off shaky, but they bounced back almost immediately with a good tack pause, and that's the kind of team in my mind that's ready to move their way on to the upper bracket final.
Yeah, and I think this is the kind of the game that they're going to need if they want to be able to contend with the Vitalities of the world, right? I still think kind of where we're at the moment, I feel like there's quite a distinct gap. It's like obviously you've got Vitality at the top, bit of a gap. You've got Nemesis, bit of a gap. And then you've got kind of that battle between, 3BL, LCK, unKnights. So we're all trying to vie to actually see who is that third best team right now. And, you've got LCK underperforming and not looking too sharp. You've got 3BL who are overperforming in terms of the season, like being here in this kind of like upper bracket, like top 4 conversation is a huge step for them. And unKnights are always a scary side, but who knows to what level. And I think, you know, it's one of those really interesting situations. Like, if 3BL still want to kind of remain in that conversation for me, I do need to see them compete in this series. Like, if they just get swept 3-0, then it'll be like, okay, sure, there's wins to be had here for this side. Whenever LCK, of course, is nice, but is that more of an underperforming LCK rather than a 3BL side who are ready to change the guard in this top 3?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one here. The double-edged sword for 3BL is if they lose here, I actually think there's a good chance united rivalry that off 3BL moment, but just as I say that, there's kind of a healthy response here from Nemesis, and they quickly swing back in a 3-2 exchange. Now you've got Sad falling his way off onto the back of the A-bomb site, just trying to stall the clock here, but Beck, there's no slowing him down, goes for the swing on to Nox, and then now Sad, he's going to quickly have to revert towards that B-bomb site here. He does have at least one piece of utility to work with, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a tough one.
All right, well, let's see, Sad. He'll deliver. Beck will fall. Rafa makes a move. Oh, he's not confirmed the kill. Second time of asking. Will. Ooh. A sigh of relief. There was a little moment there, just a brief one, where it felt like something funky could have happened. If he got away a little bit alive and been able to reposition, he might have been able to set up a flank, but yeah, not to be. The Nemesis start as they mean to go on and start as they mean to finish as well. An opening round for them for 3BL. Not what they need, but Dipsy, he'll deliver yet another. This is the thing, these opening fights have been so sharp. It's Hunt who's fallen here, and already down to 4, just jumping for information. Dizzy, he's a dead man. The pistol's pulled out. It's a massacre in the pillar room, and it's Sad all alone. We have to try and bail out this slightly sad-looking 3BL out of this round. A 1v5, maybe a consolation kill. And that should be all she wrote in this one. Should, operative word. That is it. That is it.
Yeah, that's it's a tough one, but I mean, it's just a tough situation because it's already a bad time when a team is just the superior firepower on the server, but it's even more devastating when that team knows that and is able to abuse that, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now with Nemesis. They're very aware that they are in the driver's seat here, and this is just a no hesitation type of gameplay we're going to see from them, I think, moving forward, because there's nothing slowing them down in their tracks. Hunt going to try and be a brick wall by himself here on the B-bomb site. Good for one so far. Gets the rotation from Omega, and now we're finally going to see Nemesis take their foot off the gas, at least for a little moment here.
Well, got to clear out this close position. Comics. Actually, just going to pull back. Back to smart call. It's something I wanted to bring up, actually, that you mentioned in that previous map. It felt like off the back of the timeout, the almighty timeout that of course changed everything, right? It actually really felt like the change of the mindset for Nemesis was, let's actually just play as a pack. Like, who cares what we do, what the call is, where we go, as long as we go together, that's all that matters. And that's how they've been playing ever since, and it's working. And you can see that 3BL just don't know how to deal with it. Like, they can maybe win out 50-50s here and there and have a chance at winning out 1v1s, but when it's actually, like, for example, that fight 2v1, right? That makes it a lot harder, but Omega will double down. Alucard and Beck were still in towards mid, but they now know that both are towards A. They should be able to run freely in towards that B side, especially with Hunt being caught.
Yeah, really good intuition there from Alucard to catch the rotator. Omega tries to get in early. He's going to actually catch a shoulder peak potential, but unfortunately, no shot's going to land perfectly for him. And Nemesis, they're going to move forward 3-0, but it just goes to show you this team across the board able to get the job done. You can see it in the score lines as well. Everybody at a healthy score here, average being at 3. You've got 1 with 2, 1 with 4, and everybody just doing what they need to. For 3BL, though, you can already tell they're playing a little bit scared here. This is a GR-sided map after all, but it doesn't look like it at the moment.
Okay, so smoke down, a tiny bit of chip damage on Thor's Nemesis. They've got all this pillar room's control. They don't even need to do anything with it, and the C4's not with them. This is just a poke and prod. They're looking for info. looking to see what comes up. That's a nice little double setup. Nox and Loper proceedings. You also got Hunt there for support as well, and he's just diving around for the fight as he gets his second. This is a little bit more like it for 3BL.
Yeah, really good hold this time around. 2v5 situation, not one they can afford to let slip at this point. Raffin and Beck, the last two alive for Nemesis, just trying to carve their path wherever they can. But unfortunately, doesn't seem like they're going to have a whole lot of free space to work with. 3BL doing a nice job of making sure they've got trade setups across the board here and really adding that extra layer of stress onto Nemesis to try and win this round. But for them, even giving up one here isn't going to feel like the end of the world.
Okay, so last man, Raffin, all but done in this one. 1v5 for him. At the very least, has the C4, but it's not like he can do anything with it. This is a lot more like it. Bit of proactivity coming through from 3BL, a bit more confidence as well in them, and the one time that we don't go for that full pack mentality play where, you know, there's a couple of people searching for information, it's the one time that it really falls apart for Nemesis. They might actually just go back to what works, you know, living by the moniker, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There we go. Concluded.
Yeah, for 3BL, it's one up here on the board, but a lot more work left to be done, and that's where I'm not so sure they've found the answer just yet, but they are going to get aggressive for one of the first times we've seen since the opening round. This time it's going to be 3 going into the B pillars area. A nice little 1-for-1 to answer in mid, as they do lose Alucard early in the round to Noxon. Noxon on the repeat, able to find a second. Really good start now for 3BL in this one. They've got the advantage. Noxon good for a third in the B pillars as well. And now Nemesis, it's again left up to Beck and Raffin.
A lot more like what we were wanting and hoping to see from them. This is more along that level. Raffin, Beck, I mean, it's such a difficult round to try and bail yourself out of. Can't say I really have too much faith, to be honest. Trying to damage the nade. Close. It's a bit of damage, but mainly more on towards Raffin at this point. Still got plenty of time, but not plenty of hope.
Raffin, though, the benefit of the doubt for him is he's taken down one, and he knows Hunt is hugging that right side corner. Unfortunately, Beck, he's going to go down a little bit too soon on the B-bomb side, and that'll be a quick one again, going the way of 3BL, starting to find their footing here on the GR side. But when you look at the map of Compound, this is a must-win side of the map for them. So not even a close half is going to feel very good if you're 3BL on this one.
No, they need more than that, exactly. Opener. Bit of space created with it as well. I think for Nemesis, just to get a bit of a sigh of relief of having a numbers advantage in a round for the first time in a couple, must feel nice after 2 quite pacey ones that have been really awkward to get back into and they've not been able to. So now, how do you kind of utilize it? Because you've already gone down into like a 4 versus 4 now, but there's bits of information to work with off the back of it. But I just think, as we've kind of spoken about, their best work comes from when they just stick together as a unit.
Yeah, for Nemesis, they've just got to group up and push at this point. Hunt as well, gonna have his head taken off there by Dipsy. Opens up the B-bomb site to be only Omega on the anchor position, and he already has Dipsy on top of the boxes. Able to connect, though. Really good response there. No real trade setup as well. Comics just a little bit too late to the party in this one. Looking for the late find if he can get it, but unfortunately for him, it's just not going to be enough space here to figure out exactly where Omega's playing just yet. Beck and Raffin, though, working the C4 into mid. You can see Comics still toying with this peak, but he has to be very careful on the approach now, with Dizzy also in the supporting role on B. But here comes the C4 through mid, and this is where the timing could be perfect if Comics has the patience here to wait for the mid pinch. It's going to draw Dizzy's fire onto the mid doors and give Comics the perfect opportunity to come in, but he doesn't clear the corner on Omega. Now Omega has a chance to capitalize, hits the double kill, hits the rail instead of the head, though, and that's enough for Raffin to maybe clap back here. Now Sad caught on the doorway, has a chance to stall it, but Raffin, 1v1, could be in the cards here, has a chance, hits the edge of the rail as well, shoulder peaks it, and now with just minimal HP, he's got a chance to do the impossible here and win this for Nemesis, but you can tell Sad, he's a little shaken in his boots here, trying to get that perfect timing, but look at the time on the clock, only 10 seconds to plant the C4. Raffin, he has to make a move, it's now or never to get this bomb planted, gets the flash off, but unfortunately, the bomb plant is his downfall.
Yeah, it is. Way too close, though. It felt like, 3BL put themselves in a decent spot, and it comes right down to that wire. I felt low Raffin as I felt like he should have been seen off a long old time ago, but now we can start. You're kind of hoping, building upon it. Dipsy will deliver an opener. They weren't able to capitalize with an opening kill towards that previous round, so don't get too excited just yet for Nemesis.
Yeah, for Nemesis, they've definitely lost a little bit of that momentum in these last couple of rounds. It's gotten better and better for 3BL and their chance to fight back on the GR site. They seem pretty keen on contesting from B pillars into this main area of B, but this time it's actually going to work out for them better than it has. But Omega still on this corner has to be checked properly. Otherwise, they could run into trouble, but Dipsy seems to know something's up here. Gets the flash ready to go through. Gets the quick corner peek onto Omega, and now the 2v5. Surely the round could be theirs to hold on to, but Sad might have some different plans here. Able to find one, but you'd have to get all 5 at this point.
Yeah. Felt like a really big arse there, let's be honest. And Constellation kill is nice, but Nemesis take back a lead after a string of rounds that were less than ideal. That's one that they can at least kind of fall back and kind of build upon. And I think really all Nemesis are looking for, can we guarantee a lead at the half? That just having that really goes a long way for them. Obviously, Dipsy's the first to fall, which is quite huge because Dipsy's been giving them a lot of space in the early rounds, so it's a pretty big player to find.
Yeah, really good opening set. Nemesis, though, they're going to go for the mid-push here. I actually like this call, just going for the aggressive split, and I don't know what Dizzy was doing there. Just late on the trade, gives the second headshot up to Comics as well, and completely flips the advantage to now be an open A bomb side if they can get past Sad, who's just kind of stuck in a corner with that TRG in hand. So this is a really difficult position now for 3BL to fight back from. The only advantage they may potentially have is if Hunt can carve this path on the lurk to successfully find one. He seems to be working his way towards that B connector outside of Pillars, actually able to find the C4 carrier. I'm not sure if he realized they had the bomb in hand, though, so he's still going to back off here and go for the full reset, and it seems like they're going to stack their numbers towards the B side of the map now.
Okay. Still got a bit of time to work with. You've got that minute on the clock. You're not in too much of a rush. You can still, of course, fall off, but these fights can be everything in towards mid, and Sad will be caught by a really quick and sharp shot by Alucard. And with that being said, now you've got numbers in your favor. Once again, this is where the best work comes, you generally would say, from grouping up. This is a huge flank. Raffin has Hunt dead to rights, and he does. We praised Raffin so many times for his flanks, and it works out wonderfully, but still a 1 versus 2, 35 seconds.
Yeah, Noxon, he needs a massive play here to win this round back for 3BL. Raffin doing what he does best with getting that lurk play to open things up for the plant, and now Comics and Alucard do have a pretty good setup for the post plant. Alucard watching the lower side, and Comics just playing passive on that vent position, but Noxon knows he needs to find one quickly. He's already been spotted out as well. The nade drops right on. We might have a chance here, but nope, it is going to be the Blacklist side picking that one up. So quick one and done there for Noxon. Gets this one across the line, and wouldn't be surprised in maybe seeing a 3BL timeout here on the table. Like you said, they come a little bit too late sometimes, but feels like we might be approaching that territory soon.
Yeah, I think especially if it's like 6-3, I feel like an early one in towards that second half would be pretty good, I feel. Just trying to alleviate some of that pressure that feels like it's building. Sad gets one, but Dipsy delivers. Raffin tries, but Sad and Hunter doing so well together, and now it's all on the shoulders of Alucard, who's already 1 foot in the grave here. I mean, this should have nothing behind it. He should be a dead man. Looks like he may have a slight tech issue, though. I think we've disconnected from the server. Hopefully, nothing too major. But that round was a write-off anyway. Alucard had a sort of HP in like, what, 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4. There was... Oh, here we go. We're back into it. Here we go. But, yeah, I still don't think he has that much of a chance anyway. He's... This would be a mental clutch to do with 7 points of HP.
Yeah, honestly, nothing short of a miracle needed, especially with Sad in the position to pretty much shut him down immediately if he comes through the A doors here. And that'll be that. 5-4 at the half. All things said and done, though, I feel like Nemesis still getting the benefit in this situation, considering this does tend to lean into the defense pretty heavily on this map. So 5-4, not going to feel too bad, especially when you add the pressure of already being 2 maps down in this series onto the shoulders of 3BL as they go on the attack.
Yeah. We're calling as well for those for attack timeout, but actually making it an even game. If 3BL can tie it up here to start off the second half, then maybe panic stations avert at least for a little bit. But nice way to start it off. Very little, margin for error on that shot, but delivered beautifully.
It seems like they still want to force the issue here, though. 3BL able to entry with 1. Dipsy, this is a terrible spot to be now with the TRG in hand. 2 players know exactly where he is, but they're actually not going to stop him from finding another, almost a third before going down. The HP not looking so good for 3BL, even though this is a 3-on-3 situation. On top of that, they still haven't fully cleared either side of the map. You can see Dizzy starting to think about maybe clearing some space over towards the A bomb side, but it is going to be Alucard holding on to that long angle, who always is a bit of a problem to contest on this map from those long range engagements. And on the opposite side here, I do like this little bait and switch setup between Beck and Raffin on the lower B bomb side. So all in all, going to be a tough one to break through, but Alucard, he actually wants to capitalize here. He's going to go for the sneak attack here. Dizzy, the timing could be so perfect for Alucard. He has no idea of this flank. This is going to be a pretty free kill here. Alucard, though, whiffs the shots, thankfully able to clean it up at the last moments. And Raffin on the lower B bomb site, good to trade this one out for the win.
Alrighty. Now we are entering that territory of maybe saying, in the air of 3BL timeout soon, right? This is getting dangerously close to series life on the line, isn't it? So I feel like if Nemesis found a 7th there, I'd be calling for a conversation. Hunt, first of all, comics. I love the aggressive stance here as well. And rather than falling away, he's going to stick up because he knows he's got a Dipsy. But now Dipsy's dead. That'll change things. And comics might actually be sort of dead to rights. He actually just about gets the luxury of getting out.
Yeah, honestly, for comics, they had him like you said there, but it's 3BL playing a little bit too safe at this point because they know they need the round, and it actually allows comics to get out safely, and now they can actually set up even better on this A bomb side as well. That knowledge allows Raffin to peel back. Now they've got 2 instead of 1 on the A bomb side and a chance to hold on for a little bit longer. Raffin, though, still needs to hold the line with Beck. Raffin, good for a first. That's not going to be enough, though. A 2-for-1 advantage in favor of 3BL on the execution. Now Alucard and comics going to have to go into full retake mode.
Honestly, really good trades, to be honest. Making sure that those trades were positive makes such a big difference now for them in this post-plant. Comics, who has started this round, looking towards him and Alucard to bail it out. Comics going to go for a bit of an elevated move. Now, Alucard's sort of waiting for the smoke to fade, and that's why patience will pay off for him. Sad falls. Comics should be dead, and he is. It's all on Alucard now. He's trying to dive around with the pistols, but the crossfire's too strong. 3BL answer 1 back, but it looks like we still might be getting the timeout anyway, which is the right call.
Yeah, I mean, at this point for 3BL, it's too close for comfort. They still haven't been able to snipe back the lead in this series at any point, really. It's been, I think, sub-base when they were up 4-1 is really the only time they've led throughout this one. So for them, it's really that chance to talk things through and really fight for that last chance they may have in this series to bring it back, because after this, it's Nemesis. If they win this round, it's basically over in my mind at this point, because they have the momentum on their side, and this is really the only opportunity you have to break it. But I will say for 3BL, this has been the best map we've seen from them so far in this series. You can definitely tell they have been making adjustments as we've progressed through it, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. It definitely is the best looking 3BL we've had, right? I think it's all fundamentally in New Combat. It feels like a slightly more simple map in terms of its more macro sense, right? You can play it a little bit more defaulty, a little bit more kind of puggy in a sense. And I think that is allowing 3BL to shine a little bit more, but it's still not convincing enough for me to believe that they've got this in the locker. I need to see a real streak come through from this side before I can start maybe like entertaining that conversation that a recovery can come through and that there can be more maps in this series. But like we were saying, I still think it's a good thing they call for this sort of timeout. It's very much one of those things of use it or lose it, really. And with you being so close to losing this series in a flawless fashion, I think it's good to just try and make the most of it.
Looks like we are just about ready to hop back in, though. We'll see if the pause pays off for 3BL or if it could spell the beginning of the end here for what this series might end up being. Nemesis, though, going to be playing a little bit more proactive in this first round since the pause, trying to disrupt any potential strategies that might be thrown their way. And look at this sneak play from Raf, and he's already got himself into forward pillars. He's going to be able to hold the line here with this nice 3-stack. Meanwhile, though, 3BL, they're just taking early control of mid, and they're not really going to slow down here. Beck gets caught on the edge of the smoke very early. 3BL, they open up the A-bomb site right away. They know there's only Alucard, but Raffin, he's so quick to rotate that it stalls perfectly as Alucard gets the fadeaway onto Hunt. Now Omega has to try and answer back with something, finds the way out at least with the C4. Only 10 HP, though, to work with for the remainder of this round.
Definitely a little funky here. Omega is just so low. It's the thing that feels like it'll cripple him. But you can see Nemesis have gone for a real heavy A lead. They maybe even a bit of misinformation because they're all kind of, it feels like focused on thinking they're on the site itself. At this point, 3BL retracted, they'd rotated back over towards pillars, but now this is all accounted for. The cross is here, a great timing on the smoke as well, but 3BL, this is not going to be easy because they've got to try and go through the gauntlet of the snipers. One at range, one up close, and sad, 1v3 turn 1 versus 2 for him. Rifle now picked up for Dipsy, the C4's dropped. That's the thing that essentially feels like it kills this round. How do you collect the C4 and Dipsy will not let you? So off the back of your own timeout, it's Nemesis who make the most of it and extend the lead to 2 rounds once again.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it just comes down to that slight bit of hesitation on the A-bomb site take. They had Alucard put in a corner, but just a little bit of hesitation allowed for Raffin to do what he does best, swoop in, find that quick rotation frag, and get his team back on top. Now they're only 3 away from a series victory and being the first team to secure a spot in the upper bracket finals, which for Nemesis would be a very good way to continue forward in their season. And 3BL, though, unfortunately, might find themselves fighting in the lower bracket if they can't find that response here in these next couple of rounds. But you can see already they want to take the fight to Comics in this position, and they may even double back out of this one. But again, 3BL, they have the advantage. They're forward enough to take the site, but then they pull back again.
Yeah, well, it's good information that Nemesis have got to work with just because of that advanced angle from Dipsy. As long as he doesn't overextend, it's a really strong spot to be in. And it keeps the numbers drawn towards a Raffin. Yeah. Little information play. Get the shoulder out there, but do not overextend. Play with the numbers. And even this, like, I like this move by Beck. He knows that Comics can hold for the cross as well. But this is good. It's tradable, which is something we always like.
Yeah, Beck, he's going to have to hold it here. And the initial entry is good for one. Not going to be anything more than that. No trade just yet from Comics. He's just hugging the corner and waiting to see if they'll go for the repeak. But for 3BL, they're going to do a quick reset first. It allows Comics to sneak out and play a safe anchor. That should have been an easy trade for them to grab. But again, a slight hesitation paying off for Nemesis. Hunt going to find one in mid, but it may not matter at this point. Noxon going to be caught now. C4 dropped, and he's already got the rotators to deal with. Comics just playing back, stalling the clock here as the C4 has to get planted in the next 20 seconds. And Raffin, he's still holding on to the off angle to stop the planter. Comics, a brilliant headshot, takes down one, but Raffin at least goes down on the back side of it. But again, the C4 has to be planted. Now there's less than 10 seconds to make that a reality. Noxon is able to scoop it up. Comics knows, though, this should be his chance to stall the plant. Not able to see the head. Doesn't matter. What's that shot to close out the round? Comics one taps his way to victory.
Yeah, that's so sharp. That's so sharp. Wow. Another on the board. Nemesis 3 ahead and now 2 away to the map and the series, and a sweep here as well in triumphant style. And we'll be left off the back of this series if it does end 3-0 with definitely some question marks about where the depth of 3BL and where their level's actually at. But also, to be honest, at times I felt kind of bad for them. This has been a really, definitely their best map that we've had so far. A lot of close moments here and a lot of decent ideas, but even all the way back from the first map, but the amount of times that they lost like 1v1s and 2v2s, like it's small little mistakes, micro adjustments that can make a big difference. They're sticking as a group. They've moved on forward. I think Alucard, this elevated angle, should catch one, maybe a second actually. In fact, he misses the chance at that second. Flash out pistol will allow him to reset his position. He doesn't want to stick around in towards heaven for that second fight. But nice opener.
Yeah, right now they're going to have to find a way to collapse back in. They know Alucard is here, but they haven't quite spotted Raffin just yet. Raffin taken down, though. Comic's going to fall as well. Alucard, nothing he can do. It's completely shattered here on the push. Now Beck has to do something spectacular from this position. Dipsy on the rotation going to try and help, but Beck, he's already off to a good start. Gets the first kill here, looking for more. Gets the second on site. Make it a third kill, surely not. Dizzy now left in a corner. Beck goes for the swing. Could it be 4 for 4? He's completely isolated, and Beck, he does it all day long. 4 for 4 and the defuse, and more importantly, match point on the table.
Absolutely beautiful from Beck. I'd highlighted him a little bit coming in towards this game. He's someone that I've been super, super impressed with, but that is a absolute stellar showing. What a statement of a round, and what a way to take map and series point. Beck, that is an incredible, incredible display. And that's the kind of round that just completely kills your mental, your morale, doesn't it? I mean, that's the one that you just surely can't come back from.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, 3BL, they've got to be done and dusted here. They fought hard to get to this position, but after so many rounds like that, it's just a matter of time before Nemesis close this one out. But you do got to give 3BL the credit for even making it this far. I mean, this is a team that, if you would have looked back, a lot of people would have said they don't even make it to this match in the upper bracket finals or upper bracket semifinals in the first place. So for them to have fought their way here and still have a fighting chance in the lower bracket says a lot about the improvements they've made throughout the season. But Nemesis, they've just been bringing their A game all day long, and this is a team that knows they are well positioned to move themselves into the upper bracket finals, and all they need is one more step to show it.
Yeah, that's it. I do think, unfortunately, we're on a slight tech issue. I think maybe we'd lost connection to the server, but we'll see. Hopefully back in as soon as possible.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one here. A lot of players up and about as well. Not sure exactly what's going on, but yeah, a bit of a tough one to say the least. Maybe they needed to step outside, get a breath of fresh air and come back for anything they might have left in the tank in this one, because it's kind of the final stand in the upper bracket for 3BL. every round moving forward. It's tough to think they could bring it to overtime, let alone win it there after how we've seen this series play out. I mean, the closest map we've had so far is probably going to end up being this one. The other's not so close at all. I mean, after the 4-1 on sub base, they only won one round of the next 10. So for 3BL, it's really been an uphill battle all day long for them, which is a bit unfortunate because after what we saw against LCK, I thought this was going to be, a bit of a bloodbath of a match, maybe a 5-mapper on the cards, but I feel like it just shows you the difference of playoff pressure when you meet a team that is fully ready to go, because LCK in that first series, they just weren't ready to bring their A game, but Nemesis, they've brought their A game all day long.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. They've just looked so good all the way through, and they've really not made many mistakes. Still, unfortunately, just a slight tech issue. Hopefully, only a few more moments, then we can get this one back on the road. But yeah, I think it was only a disconnect from the server, I think, from production side. So once we get back in, we can see off what is most. It kind of feels like maybe most likely the final round.
You'd think it should be at this point for Nemesis, but it's also that bit of uneasiness when you have to wait a little bit to go into that final round. It can create a little unnecessary pressure on their shoulders to maybe close this one out. So I'm hoping it doesn't hurt them too much to come back into this one after a bit of time and try and close this one out. But we'll see if they're able to get it done. I am curious your thoughts, though. Assuming Nemesis wins this, how do you feel about them in the next matchup? Do you think they're going to be a strong contender in that upper bracket finals, or are you still Team Vitality to the end?
I think the way I would probably look at it, I would probably say I'm Team Vitality forever until somebody can consistently prove a reason as to why they're not, right? We just haven't seen, think of it this way. This is the first time in, I can't remember how long it was, like a year and a half or whatever, where Vitality had lost the game in the West League, right? Like, until we get somebody who can compete with a side like that, and also realistically as well, as soon as we get another West League side that can ultimately do anything internationally, I'm always going to be Team Vitality. I just think the side so sharp. They've got such a level above every other team right now. But I will say that I feel like this Team Nemesis side are kind of the closest competitors I've seen in a while. I always thought the LCK side of previous seasons were really decent, but I thought they were ever so slightly propped up by how brilliant Spoxy was. And, even actually in previous seasons, I thought that individuals like Lion Claw and like the Zane had these like really, really great kind of regular seasons and whatnot. But I just never thought that they could properly compete. The one thing I like about Nemesis, where I feel like this is a side that could actually maybe take that series, somewhat like a distance, right? You're pushing it towards 5 maps, or even kind of really in the maps themselves looking quite good. Is I actually think they're like the mind for the game's really decent. Like it's a change up in how they approach their Crossfire, and they really seem to have a little bit more of a cerebral approach to it. And that's, I think, what is required to try and actually contend with Vitality. Do they think they can do it? Maybe not yet, but I'm liking what I see, and I'm making sure this series is a nice comfy 3-0 is exactly a perfect way to do that. Back in the game, and it's a Pillars pop, and everyone's here from Nemesis. Oh no. 3BL just going for a little bit of map control, and that'll cost them 3 people, probably the round, probably the map, probably the series.
Yeah, I mean, as quick as it starts, it may be over at this point for 3BL. Hunt, Dizzy, the last ones to maybe keep them in this part of the bracket, but Dipsy goes down a little bit too early in this 4-on-2. Opens up at least a chance. But Nemesis, they've got one big advantage in this one, and that is the C4 is also in Pillars with them, forcing Hunt to try and go through and take this fight onto Comics on the back end here. You can see Dizzy trying to fight his way through, but Hunt is going to be able to find them another. This is now down to a 2-on-2, looking a little bit dicier, but Raffin, we've seen him up close, be deadly, able to find a nice one here to narrow it down. Dizzy, the last hope here in the series. It's not going to matter, though. Nemesis, a big 3-0 and a massive statement, clears them of giving up any maps in this series. 10-5 at worst on the day for them as they clean sweep their way over 3BL into the upper bracket finals.
Yeah. Yeah, huge 3-0. And I just think for Nemesis, like it is a real statement of a series. Kind of maybe even a bit of a kind of a shout to all the other teams around them, like your unKnights, your LCKs, even maybe the Vitalities are saying, like, do not underestimate us. We're actually a side with a lot of high intentions for this season. We want international play, right? We want to be able to prove ourselves at the things like EWC and the grand finals. And honestly, showings like that is where they're going to get the points required, right? That is such a good showing. But unfortunately, the flip side for 3BL, underwhelming, I think is probably the statement we'll have off of that LCK win. I thought there might be a little bit more there. Not to be. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. We'll join you for the second series.
Thank you guys, and what a way to close this series coming out from Team Nemesis. And we have seen multiple clutches, multiple ways that we might have thought that Team 3BL got away to come back in the game, but once you see 3v1s getting lost, 4v2s, you're losing 4v2s, and multiple clutch rounds, it feels wrong. It feels like there is a lot of stuff that needs to get fixed in the game. And for 3BL Galaxy, guys, you still got the lower bracket chance, but this time you're gonna be playing versus
LCK
from LCK. It's time for revenge. Round 2 fight.
Yeah, we mentioned the lower bracket because we said that, as we mentioned, it's seeding. So 3BL Galaxy has the lowest seeding among all the other among all the 5 teams. They have the lower seeding, so they will be dropping to LCK. And unKnights, if they lose today, they will be going securing to 4, and if they win, it's gonna be them securing top 4 as well. Vitality is gonna be securing for top 4 as well. So it's just done deal for 3BL. They will have to play versus LCK. However, we need to highlight how good Nemesis played today, how good they changed their play style, their aim. We've seen the clutches. These clutches, if you remember Scrave, when he mentioned whenever it's 50-50% when 3BL was playing versus LCK, it was going one way to 3BL side. Now, whenever it's 50-50 or even 70-30 in favor of 3BL, it still goes to the 30% side, which is Nemesis side. So that's why we've seen a very strong dominant performance. Nemesis players, they look more locked in, more confident, they look more serious. They're coming here not to joke around. They're taking 3BL Galaxy as if it's finals. They could have said, okay, it's 3BL Galaxy, it's not LCK, let's just try to play casually. No, they're doing their best. They went to full series, full change in their play style. We've seen how good aggressively they played. We've seen Comics playing very aggressive, trying to push everywhere, and Tipsy on his back. So that's shaped everything in favor of Nemesis. And again, as I mentioned, this is not the same play style that we've seen from Nemesis. This is a different way to see Nemesis, and it looks very good on them.
It looks pretty good on Nemesis, and for me, I believe that Nemesis still got a lot in the bag. Like, they didn't went all in versus 3BL Galaxy. They had their rounds, their moments that they're going way pretty aggressive, a lot more than we have seen them in phase 1 and phase 2. It looked like they gave us a sneaky peek in phase 2. Like, they had their aggressive rounds that we have seen them execute, but in the playoffs it's only one side. Aggressive, and aim duels been taken way too hard on 3BL Galaxy. They can't just find a way to shift the momentum, get back into the game, and I don't know, man, like, you gotta check Comics, BC and Raph. Like, those guys been just doing magnificent work.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, 3BL, that shows how LCK lost on
look at the
2 days before, because because they kinda had a very bad day, just like 3BL today. This is not 3BL. Yeah, we mentioned that Nemesis have the edge, they can win, and they have everything to win. Yes, they do, but not in such style, because it sometimes the game goes in your favor, sometimes it's just not your day today. You're not hitting your shots, you need more time fixing mistakes. However, it's good for 3BL Galaxy that they have another chance. On Nemesis side, they will be playing versus the winner from Vitality, and they will be playing Vitality and unKnights. So they will be looking into the next game, checking their opponent. This is the good thing about playing first, because you will be checking who's going to be your opponent and how your opponent played as well. Because talking about strat-wise, analytical-wise, Nemesis was 10 on 10 today. No mistakes. The guys were not doing any mistakes. I remember the round that where Sad was on tower, another guy was on side from Team 3BL, and they're looking for anybody doing any mistake. Nobody from Nemesis is giving them the mistakes. Nobody is doing anything that makes them turn or flip the round to 3BL favors. So that's how you win games. That's how you go to finals.
They're set and clear that Nemesis are not here to play. They're here for the finals, and it looks like they're looking to be one of the top two competitors, like one of the teams that reached the grand final on CFWL, and on this path they are going on a right one, and I believe playing versus Vitality will be a quite hard challenging for them. Like I'm sorry, like I'm stepping over our second best of three today, but I'm just like assuming that Vitality will get the win. But like probably anything can happen in best of fives. But like playing versus Vitality, unKnights, one of those teams, would be pretty hard, of course, in the upper bracket final.
Well, okay, look. The next series, if you're talking about the next series, is going to be different than this series, because this series we've seen a different Nemesis. Different Nemesis means that it's kind of a good team to play together, aggressively and defensively, and they did. So, in my opinion, they need to be changing something 3BL to win, and Nemesis needs to continue doing the same.
They really do, and okay, they really do need. And at the same time, look at the stats that we're seeing here from Team Nemesis. Comics 1.33 KD, Depsy 1.55, and also guys like Beck didn't show off a lot of kills, but at the same time he made some really good clutch rounds. Speaking of that, like the final 1v4 that he took was just like something pretty important for Team Nemesis to have the edge over the game, and I believe it was the final nail in the coffin for 3BL Galaxy to just drop it out and say, guys, like we just can't go through what's happening here and stay toe to toe to Nemesis. And guys, like I'm not short-footing 3BL Galaxy. Like keep in mind those players are pretty young. They just won 3-0 versus LCK. No one, and I mean no one, thought that they might do that, and at the same time now they need to run it back on the lower bracket. Can they do it again? That's a question for another night, but we will see how it goes for those guys. They still got 1 full week of preparation.
As you mentioned, 1 full week of preparation was looking at the mistakes, fixing your mistakes. In my opinion, the mistakes today were individual mistakes. You don't need to fix this. You just need to talk with your team, just get the motivation, get the momentum up, just grind. Forget about the games, forget about Nemesis game. Now look forward. For Nemesis, all they need to do is just prepare for either Vitality or unKnights, and they're going to be starting from today because they're going to know who they're going to be facing just after a while, after Vitality's best of 5 with unKnights. So that's good for them. unKnights, as I mentioned, Team Nemesis, they usually struggle versus Vitality. So definitely they are wishing that unKnights can have the upper hand on the next series, because the only team that just Vitality have casually win on from top 5, it's Nemesis. They sometimes struggle versus LCK, and we've seen them even losing versus LCK before in regional final tournaments and even on West League tournaments in 2024 season 2. We also seen Vitality losing to unKnights in the group regular standings. So that means that the only team that from the top 4 they casually win on versus is Nemesis. So that's good signs for Vitality if they win today, and that's bad signs for unKnights if they lose today. They'll have to play the winner from LCK and 3BL Galaxy, which is gonna be a very hard and tough game for them.
It will be a pretty hard one, and keep in mind, guys, that we're still in the semifinals. Anything can happen. Of course, that's for the upper bracket, but for the whole tournament, we're still in the quarterfinal. For Penguin not to be angry at me, we've been fighting over this for a long period, but here it is, the match result. We got 10-5 in Subbase, a new compound, and for Ankara it was just one-sided 10-0. Subbase, we had turn back, or the comeback that came from Team Nemesis after a 4-1 lead for 3BL Galaxy into a full sweep from Team Nemesis. The third map, it was going back and forth But when it comes to clutches, Team Nemesis had the upper hand for this, and you can't be mad at 3BL Galaxy. They're still young.
Yeah.
We have some
Yeah,
really good
exactly.
talents, and they still got a chance in the lower bracket. I mean, they need to rewind what happened versus LCK, and I'm pretty sure that LCK won't be an easy opponent in the lower bracket, but still, you've done it once, you can do it twice. That's what the players should think about, and for LCK, they should think about revenge and dropping those new kids out of the playoffs, but like that's a story for another day. For Nemesis now, they're watching, they need to just get their popcorn and stick to our Twitch channel, Crossfire Online, and watch the second best of 5 that we're having today, since they really need to break the ice and break down Team unKnights and Team Vitality.
Yeah, for 3BL Galaxy, they need to chill. Take a break, chill, watch your games, fix your mistakes, and go just heads high in the next series. For Nemesis, oh man, that's a hell of a series. I wanted these guys continue playing the same way, because if they continue playing the same way, they actually will have a chance versus Vitality, because in my opinion, it's usually the passive gameplay that's been occurring from Nemesis that gives Vitality the edge and give them the win versus them. So now I've seen a completely different performance come out from Nemesis. I want them to continue like this, because this is gonna get them wins, gonna get them to trophies.
Yeah, of course, that's gonna give them the win. And speaking of the win, and speaking of the team that just won, I believe that we got Depsy with us for a small and quick interview. And of course, that's gonna be an interesting one, since they have just like swept 3BL Galaxy. Depsy, السلام عليكم, ازيك عامل ايه؟
عليكم السلام الحمد لله.
Yeah, all good. I just have like a few quick questions. Like, if you would like to have the interview in English, it's fine. If you want to have it in Arabic, it's totally fine. Also, we can do both. Since like all three of us are Egyptians, and we can just like
No, let's skip it
translate
English. Let's skip it English for the audience.
Oh, okay. Of course, I was just saying that I can translate, but at the same time, of course,
ليه كده يا بنجو؟
let's just say.
ماشي بعرف.
First of all, having you with Team Nemesis, that you had like a really key, like you were one of the keys that helped Team Nemesis win, and of course having you as a flex player, you have played as a sniper, you have played as a rifler. Can you bring me back or like go through what happened through the games?
Actually, it's our first match in the playoffs. We didn't do any special thing to 3PL. We know that their individual skills are really good. We just say don't give them confidence, you know. If you win our fights, we're gonna win the series easy. That's it. So we win our fights.
Of course.
Yeah, perfect.
It's really good to see you guys do that also. Go ahead, Bingo.
Well, I want to ask you a question. Seeing you guys playing totally different, because you mentioned that you didn't do anything different, but this is not a Nemesis phase 1 or phase 2, because you guys played way more aggressive, trying to play more into stopping the controls, stopping the fights from 3BL. They didn't give them a chance to do the map controls or maybe the executions that they had. So that walk me through your plan, because I wanted to talk about how good Nemesis changed from being only passive reactive team play into an action taking team play.
Yeah, as I said, we didn't do anything special, but we said let's take our fights, fight for controls. Like we need to win with our aims, you know. And actually that's it. We didn't do anything special, but we are getting better like time by time. We are a new team, as you know. You know,
Yep.
We are changing our play style time by time, and that's it.
Vitality or unKnights? Your thoughts?
Actually now, like it's 50-50. Like I think this
No,
will
you're
be
lying.
like no, I'm not lying. I think it's this series will be like 3-2 for one of them. You know.
Okay.
It's 3-0 for Vitality. I get it from the control.
It feels like Dempsey doesn't want to upset any part of the two teams. Like, guys, I believe it's gonna be 5 games. He's just trying to keep it humble, not said anything. And of course, like,
but actually, unKnights doing well. Like
yeah, sure
like
they
nowadays,
are.
you know.
They are. If it went full distance, it's of course best for you and for your teammates to have a better and closer look for the players. And Of course, it will help you a lot. And for me, I just wanted to say congratulations on your win for
Congrats, man.
today. And I really wanted to ask you, like, any last words you would love to say on the broadcast. And of course, what's your message for Nemesis fans?
Yeah, I want to say, like, I want to shout out to Kevin in the beginning, like, because he's really working hard, and I want to shout out for everyone who's supporting us. And it's only our first match in playoffs. Keep supporting us, guys. We have more, and I think we're gonna do better.
Okay,
Thank
you,
you,
man.
Dipsy, for your
And
time,
congrats.
and good luck on your
Thank you.
next
Good luck, good luck, good
matches.
luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Dipsy. He's just like a pretty nice guy, and he's just keeping it calm, like, I don't know, maybe 50-50. Yeah, tell me, Penguin, tell me.
Well, no, you're right.
Oh,
He's
that was
keeping it calm.
Dipsy on
you read
Discord.
it.
Ah, okay, my bad.
Yeah, you read it. No, you read it. He's keeping it calm. He don't want to say that the game might be one-sided for Vitality. The game might be one-sided for unKnights. It's just, in my opinion, it's 70-30. It's even way harder maybe to say that, but I'm not saying that unKnights are kind of the team is not is a weak or average team. No, I'm not saying this at all. But they have to face the Titans. I'm sorry for unKnights. If they are facing anybody else, I would say unKnights would win. If they are facing LCK, 3BL, Nemesis, or anybody else, I would say that unKnights have equal chances for most of them, or maybe 70-30 for the other side. But when it comes to Vitality, I'm sorry, that's Vitality. That's different Vitality on playoffs. You're gonna be seeing it today, guys.
We shall see. Like, hopefully we'll see a really good series on the second best of 5 that we're having on our broadcast today. But before we head to our second best of 5, we'll head to a small break and get back to you with Nemesis. Oh, actually not Nemesis, I'm sorry, with Vitality playing versus unKnights. They just won.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, Every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
And even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will, him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. The unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega, getting himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. They're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gano is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stay by Foxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the box. This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just Zane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
We had a short break and we're finally back to you guys with the final best of 5 that we have on our evening today. And of course, if you were just joining the stream, we had a best of 5 between Nemesis and 3BL Galaxy, which went only one side to Nemesis 3-0. Of course, we had a 10-1 map, and then we had double 10-5s, and it was just like, yeah, man, it just went south for 3BL Galaxy. They're down to play LCK in the lower bracket, and now we are in the main event. We have Team Vitality playing versus unKnights. The last time we have seen those teams play against each other, it went for unKnights. So, will it be the same, or playoffs Vitality are different?
Well, for the first time, finally, we're going to be seeing Vitality's playoffs. We're going to be seeing the Vitality roster on the playoffs, because what we've seen is a phase 1 Vitality that's trying the circus. We call it the Vitality circus, because we are trying to try maps. Yeah, try maps, lose maps, reverse sweep, try maps, lose maps, reverse sweep. Phase 2, it was a real circus. You watched the real show in the circus, and they lost versus unKnights. Now, there is no room for circus plays, because if you lose, you go to the loser bracket, you lose your edge, you don't get to play Nemesis on the upper bracket final. Now you will get to play from the loser bracket. On the other hand, on Knights, we've seen a real improvement. Yes, we mentioned that we are saying that unKnights Vitality have the edge. Vitality can win. It's just because it's Vitality, but we cannot just discount how good unKnights played the last phases, especially phase 2. Yes, they went into the playoffs. They showed a very good dominant performance on the first 2 maps. However, Snox himself, he stated that we were 2-0. We went, okay, let's casually close it 3-0, and they almost flipped it and lost it all. Now it's a lesson for them. I am pretty sure that they learned this lesson and they will not repeat the same issues again, and they will face the Titans themselves, and they have an edge, which is famous. They are famous on the side. You have some rounds on your pocket.
Of course, you should be waiting for famous to bob off, and some certain rounds we call it the famous rounds. We all know it. We have all seen it across the years. He's been delivering those rounds for almost a decade now, or even more. I believe, actually, even more than a decade. For famous, while being a part-time player, playing on 100+ ping, he's just famous. And on the other side here, we got Vitality. That team been rock and rolling in the CFWL, been doing everything that they can do and they will do. And the Worlds, of course, CFS, they got top 4 in CFS Summer 2024, and now they had a decent run in EWC last year. This year should be different for them. And actually, I love the headset that the boys got. Of course, I'm speaking about Horus's one.
Yeah, Horus has the Sennheiser, I guess. He is one of the best. But Horus is usually is the guy that uses in-ear headset. But then he turned it again to... He told me, by the way, he's the one who told me, hey, let's use in-ear. I used it, and then he left the in-ear, and he put the headsets on in his head, and he left me with the in-ear. However, for the Vitality, we mentioned that these guys had ups and downs. But what is good about them, that they had a very, very tough... Black Widow map. It was tough. Shaky performance on new compound map, because we've seen them losing on phase 1 to Anubis, but they quickly improved this, because we also seen them losing to Swamp Gaming on Black Widow, and then quickly they adapted and they fixed these mistakes, and they played versus LCK on Black Widow, did the miraculous comeback. If you remember, it was 9-6 in favor of LCK, and then suddenly out of nowhere it went to the overtime, and it went all the ways to Vitality sides. So that's an improvement. And when it goes to new compound, they played other teams and they had a very good performance for them, and this is also a one way for Vitality. So this shows that the guys are just not playing here to win the league on phase 1 and phase 2, because they were pretty sure that they will be here on the playoffs, and they secured already their place on round 2 since phase 1. But they showed us that they are coming here to improve their maps, improve their V2, get to learn to play more maps, and also to improve their international performance. By improving their international performance, they need more maps and they need a better V2.
Of course, they really need more maps for Team Vitality. They got quite few maps that they got in their pocket, but I believe in international stages everything is gonna be different. But for Vitality, we believe in them, and as Neo said, and as most of the boys said, like whenever we got Vitality and international, like we trust them. They're the team that brought the bright for our region, and I don't think that we had anyone closer to top 4, top 3 recently more than Vitality, so that's the team to look for. And on the other side, we have unKnights, a reformed roster with a part-timer players like famous. You have Pietro, Snox, HDZ, and LSY. They have some of the players with more than a decade of experience in CrossFire.
Yeah, talking about decade experience, it's Petron. Snox definitely as well was famous. Maybe famous quit few years, but he's back with some huge experience on his shoulders. So this roster is very good in my opinion, but it's unlucky for them that they have to face Vitality. However, if someone can be Vitality, it's this roster. Maybe it's more than Nemesis, because as I mentioned, if it's Nemesis versus Vitality, I would say okay, Vitality have way more edge than playing versus unKnights, because as we mentioned, the way that Vitality plays just counters Nemesis. It's not because Nemesis is a bad team. It's not because Nemesis are weak. We've seen a very strong Nemesis today. Their profile was so good. The guys were hitting everything and they were doing everything they have. Now, Vitality is kind of plays the way that counters Nemesis, and unKnights plays the way that counters Vitality a bit. Not that much, but sometimes it can go either ways. So if Knights want to be doing this versus Vitality today, they have to play the same way they played on phase 2. We've seen them playing aggressive, not scared to take them fights, trying to fight for controls, stopping their rounds, clutching, relying on famous on Snox on their entries and kills, and getting the job done for their teammates. If they play passive, scared, a bit behind, they let Vitality do and control everything, I don't think it's going to be an easy or good matchup for them.
I don't believe that it's gonna be an easy matchup for Vitality nor unKnights in the playoffs. Everything can happen, and we've seen the stats, the players. You have famous with almost every map on a positive KD and everything. Pietro stepping up. It's been a while since we see him shoot, but like it's really good to bring back the old days from his side. It helps a lot, like to be a really good, like the best IGL in the game, and doing some lifting also with the players with when it comes to kills. And looking at their phase 1 results, they won some, they lost some, but in phase 2 they lost versus anyone but Vitality. It's like it felt like personal, like guys come here, and they just took them apart.
Yeah, it felt personal, and maybe they lost to LCK and Nemesis, but they got the most precious win. They destroyed Vitality's winning streak. So that may be what makes Vitality now very mad and angry about it, because they'll be like, okay, you guys destroyed our winning streak, we're gonna just destroy you from the playoffs, and we're gonna put you into the loser bracket. So maybe that's a motivational speech for Vitality. However, for unKnights, it's definitely a momentum for them, because they're gonna take and build on that. Yes, we can beat Vitality. It's kind of hard to beat Vitality on a best of 5, because on a best of 5 that means that Vitality will have more maps that they can play. But when it comes to best of 3, you can just quick kidnap them and run. Like, yo, hey, we took 2 maps. See you guys later. See you guys later in the playoffs. And now it's the playoffs
Adios,
time.
amigos.
Yeah, adios. And then suddenly they vanish. And now it's best of 5. They need to be having a good map veto. On Knights, I see that they have a good map veto. They play now sub base, but finally sub base is just another devil. But they have good sub base, good Ankara, and maybe I can say that their Black Widow is not bad, but Vitality's Black Widow is insane right now after the updates and improvements.
It felt like I was just about to ask you this question, like what maps were you expecting to see getting banned from Vitality and of course from unKnights, and he just went with the sub base. It shouldn't be on the floor for a team like
Shouldn't
Vitality.
be at all.
It just kind of like you have seen light performance from Nemesis, from 3BL. When it comes to sub base, like it's like their hometown. It's the hometown for Vitality. So you just can't pick this map. And for me, I really want to see Vitality play on like the maps that we have never seen them play a lot, or like it's rarely picked on CFWL. Like I would ask for New Mexico. That's something we barely see. I won't like to see them. Actually, I would love to see them in Eagle Eye. I know that they have a really good firepower. They have really good snipers, but at the same time, we don't necessarily see them on like the maps that we call to have multiple sniper players, since we all know that they have a lot of flex players, but at the same time they're better when it comes to AR. What do you think about that from of course a Knight perspective?
Well, from our Knight perspective, let's talk from the beginning. You said that what's your opinion about the veto? Yes, you need to mention that Knights needs to ban sub base, and of course our predictions are all the same. We're 1-0. We are either
That's
all
our
going
veto.
2-0. yeah, we are all going 2-0 tonight, or we're going 1-1. So there is nobody having the edge on the other. But talking about the veto, yes, Vitality needs to be avoided on sub base. Knights needs to ban sub base. It's the question now. Will Vitality ban Black Widow, ban New Compound, or just ban Ankara? I guess it's going to be one of these 3 bans, because they definitely have to play Port. They definitely will play New Mexico, because unKnights New Mexico is not that good. of course, comparing them to Vitality. So it's just, in my opinion, also they might leave Black Widow. So it's New Compound or Ankara. And Vitality, sometimes they fall on Ankara. Sometimes they cannot match the pace on Ankara. So not always, but it's just Vitality right now, they have the luxuries of the bands. They play all the maps. So let's say, guys, let's just try to avoid one of their best maps. What is their best map? Ankara or New Compound? If it's New Compound, let's ban it. If it's Ankara, let's ban it. Unlike unKnights, hey guys, what's okay? The ban is the sub base. You don't even need to ask your teammates. We will ban sub base. We will not play sub base versus Vitality.
Of course, you just can't play sub-base versus Vitality. It needs communication and teamwork, and when it comes to those elements, of course, Vitality got it by their hand, and they're the best at it. You mentioned that it's either New Compound or Ankara that we will see getting banned from Team Vitality, since those like two maps are the best for, of course, unKnights. For me, it feels like it might go for New Compound a little bit, since they got like Famous. Remember, like when we talked about the stats the last time we had Famous, like he got like a lot of kills in New Compound, so he just want to touch that guy in this exactly.
Yeah,
it's just a lot.
It's
So
one
he
third
just
of his
wanna
kills.
dodge that guy.
I remember 1/3 of his
Yeah,
kills. Right?
almost 1/3 of his kills. Almost
That's
1/3
huge,
of his
man.
kills.
That's too much,
So
man.
you just want to dodge that bullet, like get out of here and trying to find another map to play in. Of course, versus Team unKnights, and also I would say that they have some really decent sniper players, so that might be one of the cases that we will go to. And now we got the map V2, of course. Not the map V2, the map comparison between both teams. Ankara, surprisingly, both teams played it a lot, but when it comes to the win rate, it goes to Team Vitality. Black Widow, they got the same play rate, same results. Eagle Eye, well, actually, that's only one game, so it makes sense. Eagle Eye, only one game. 4 on the other side. Subbase, 43. New Mexico, when the other side, Port, 3-0. So...
Well, looking at looking at this, telling you this is telling you that what I said is correct. That New Compound or Ankara, it can't be any other map, because New Compound is being played mostly by unKnights. Ankara, it's because we've seen Vitality struggling versus unKnights in Ankara, and Ankara is the best map that Petru loves to play, and he knows how to call in it. So the V2 says it all now, that New Compound is picked by Vitality. I mean, is banned by Vitality, and definitely sub-base. This is not something new. So it's map 1 gonna be Port, one of the best maps for Vitality, but they're gonna be starting on the Blacklist side. If they can secure much more rounds on the Blacklist side, it's gonna be a very tough one for them, because next one is the second most played maps for unKnights, which is Black Widow, because Black Widow, they know how to play it. It's the second best map for them. They beat a lot of teams in it. They had a lot of good upsets versus them, and they had a very good run versus Anubis, although they almost slipped it, but still the clutches were insane coming out from them. And then you ask it for a New Mexico, here you are second.
To be honest, like for New Mexico, we didn't see it a lot, but I'd love to see it in the playoffs. On the third map,
Yep.
and it's picked by Vitality. It's like, guys, we need to play New Mexico. Why? Because we have internationals around the block, so we have to be prepared. Ankara, they need to work in their Ankara a little bit. Of course, they had some decent wins over the course of this season, and their overall stats, you would see that Team Vitality, they love to play more in the maps that need extra firepower. They always get it, and they love to play on this part of the
exactly.
CrossFire world. It's a lot easier for them, and it's how they love to cook their opponent, I would say.
Well, exactly. You're correct to say here that when it comes to large maps, when it comes to wide maps, when it comes to the maps that have a lot of aims, we would bet on Vitality's aims and reactions, because those maps rely on both.
Of course, that's for Vitality, and for unKnights we've spoken a lot about those teams, but it's now time to get in some action. So for extra sauce for the game to start, we'll head to Neo and Kyle. So back to you guys.
Well, it's time for the rematch, right? The side that broke that streak and, changed things up, right? We always kind of thought that Vitality would coast through these regular seasons, right? And essentially coast through the West League, which has kind of been the case for a while now. I feel like as long as I've been doing it, it's the core of this team that I've made light work. But a loss to unKnights was a bit of a shock to the system. No one expected it. And the question now kind of resides, Carl, can they do it again?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Looking at the veto especially, I think there is some good potential on the table for unKnights. You've got maps in the mix that they're very confident on, like Black Widow is a great one for them. I actually think New Mexico is a bit of a 50-50 as well, where I think either team could pull it off. So I think it really just comes down to how ready they are to play Vitality today. We've seen them be strong on the season, but you've got to be consistent when we talk about hopping in to kick off a best-of-5 against arguably the best team in the West for the last 2 or 3 years in best-of-5 situations. They don't often lose here, and I believe LCK is the only team to beat them in a best-of-5 in the last couple of years. So for unKnights, it's still going to be an uphill battle, but they've got the firepower to do it here.
Yeah. And that's the thing. And I think it's a valid point, kind of what the sort of desk, I think Sekio was talking about with bringing up Famous. But from, I've been on most days in the last couple of weeks, if not kind of actually every day. And I kind of hate to say it, Famous has actually been quite underwhelming. Obviously, there's always going to be that argument about kind of ping, which I think is actually super, super valid. But he's always seemed to have done okay with the considerably higher ping than his opponents. But I will say recently for this unKnights side, I felt that he's not been living up to the standard that we've all set for him and that we all expect out of him, which is obviously just testament to how good he is. But they need to find firepower from other ways. They can't just rely on Famous.
Oh yeah, 100% agree here. When you think about this team online, I actually look more to players like HDZ and Snox.
Yes.
Those are the two for me that are the deal
agree.
breakers here for this team to win. And I'm hoping they bring their A game today because we have seen some inconsistencies from these two players throughout the season as well. But if they're on point, they do have a pretty good chance here. But the GR side of Port is the more comfortable side, I would say, to start the series off on. The BL side has a lot more they have to poke and prod around to do to be able to work across this map. And it seems like Vitality is slowly setting their eyes towards this B-bomb site to kick off their execution side here. LSY just playing the counter flash on Pit, kind of ready to go with Snox nearby. But here comes the counter flash. They're going to explode on the bomb site. LSY eats the flash, still gets the flick. Anyways, Snox there for a second. Pietro there for kill number 3, and only one to answer back. So far, unKnights just completely dismantles the push to get the opener.
Lovely, lovely way to start off as well. And it's, for the most part, a pretty confident one. Only a couple of casualties, so you're very happy with how that started. I think, something that Penguin was talking about a little bit on the desk too with Vitality is they kind of like try and test a few maps and test a few things here and there to get themselves ready for international play. But I really hope that they come in towards this one with that mindset of kind of we're better and we actually need to make sure this is a clean win, because I really want more than anything is for them to get a good win and all the rest and to get good seeding in towards the international events. We've seen a couple of times how much of a difference seeding can make and not being drawn into a group of death, which is very common when we get to international play. And a strong win and top place, of course, in this playoffs would absolutely help with that.
Absolutely. Definitely.
Basically, avoid AG as long as possible.
Yeah. Well, when you think about international play, though, on the other side, you've got Snox and Famous who are well decorated on that end, which at least gives them the reps, I think, to be comfortable in that environment. And I think why this match is so competitive in my mind. You've got two veteran players of the game here in Famous and Snox, and that's a lot they bring to the table. They've also been to a lot of these events where they've seen Vitality's strat book over and over again on that stage versus unKnights. I think the advantage they have in this season is they're a new lineup. A lot of people still don't really fully know what to expect from this team, and if you come out with a lot of strength and you're unpredictable, it can be hard for teams like Vitality to figure out how to adapt to your playstyle.
Yeah, no, I agree. I actually really do want to see this this unKnights side make it to LAN, though. It just feels like, obviously, we kind of talk about this team and there's the people to like on the online circuit, but it's any opportunity to watch Famous on LAN. It's always a joy, but it's actually more so the likes of getting to watch Famous on LAN with a team around him that I feel like he deserves. You know what I mean? Like, so it's been the thing for a while when we've seen him at these sort of CFS Grand Finals for a good while now. It's been Famous and then 4 others who aren't really offering up a lot. I kind of no offense to them, but that's kind of how it's felt with when he's been playing for Swamp or whatnot. I want to see this guy apply on LAN with a team around him that are kind of as good as he can be.
Yeah, Vitality, round number 2 of them going into the meat grinder, hasn't been working out too well for them so far, but the GR side of Port tends to be that way. If you can't find a clean opening, you generally just don't get in smoothly on this map unless you have amazing counter flashes to work your way across the board with. But the way unKnights plays this map is also the way I like to see teams play. They have a lot of cross-checking going on that mid-bridge and from that GR spawn, and you can see Famous here opening up the round with a nice shot there to take down Snake. HDZ, quick repeat, takes down Tots, and Famous looks for a second, can't find it, but it may not matter. HDZ is good for 2, giving time for Pietro to rotate in and find the kill onto Horus. Now Snare left alone in a difficult position, and he's going to be taken down as well. unKnights, they are not messing around here. It's only been 2 minutes, and they're already up 3-0.
Yeah, they're actually flying at the moment. This is, not only is it really, really solid, really consistent, but it's the pace behind it. It's so punchy, the way that unKnights are kind of take a lot of space and making sure that whatever Vitality throw at them, nothing's really sticking. Like, this is a bit of a statement of a start here, and a lot to like. So, let's see if it continues. HDZ will open up proceedings. You highlighted him, and I think rightfully so. He's been doing some really great work from when I've caught this side recently.
Yeah, I feel like HDZ, he's one of those just underrated players that doesn't get enough praise, but he's one of the best snipers in the league here, and he's shown it pretty consistently in the last couple of seasons he's been on the main stage, so we'll see if he can keep it up here. 5-2 start, though. Not bad at all. Famous, though, unfortunately going to go down in this one. Thankfully, HDZ finds his second from A-top already, picking up another one. Horus and Snare down and out, and he's looking for this third kill potentially towards Snare if he can find it. C4 just sitting in the back of the BL spawn, but unKnights, it's a lot of planning they've got to do to figure this one out, because at this point it's Vitality in a bit of a tight spot here. They scoop up the C4 to head towards B, but they're already going to be at a disadvantage on the execution. You can see Snox playing that pit position pretty perfectly here, stalling with utility, does a little bit of chip damage onto Totson in the process, and Vitality, they go in anyways, but Snox, he's ready all day long for that one, good for 1, maybe even all 3 here if he plays his cards right. He's gonna find them all, mows him down, and it's 4-0 Vitality. I can sense a need for attack pause maybe soon in this one.
Yes, we might even be getting it here, to be honest, because it feels like an absolute necessity. unKnights have got their number. They are really doing super well. So a very, very early kind of attack timeout comparatively to maybe what we expected. We thought there might be a little bit of back and forth, a bit of competition, but maybe potentially that narrative that we were sort of building up about unKnights being giant killers and potentially even being the kryptonite to this Vitality side might ring true here, because they are struggling. They're really not looking competitive at the moment. And this is just testament to how solid unKnights are looking. And they've got so many different individuals who are stepping up. HCs have a nice moment. Famous, Snox, they're all getting in towards positions where they're given such nice advantages for unKnights to work with.
Yeah, honestly, just textbook GR side play so far from unKnights. Everybody hitting their stride the way they need to. And they're definitely in it to win it today. But I can kind of sense the fire this team had coming into the season, because you think about all the rosters they've been on the last couple of seasons with some of these players. You had all of the individual talent coming into this team hungry from being on teams where they felt like they had to do the heavy lifting, and you've kind of united those players now under one banner, and that can make a really deadly team. And as much as we talk about Vitality's run internationally, on the side of unKnights, you've got Snox, who's been in 2 grand finals at CFS, Famous, who's got a top 4 finish and a second place at CFGI on top of that as well. So they've shown they can go even further than Vitality has ever done on the international stage before. It's just been a while since they've been able to make that kind of push, but the more I see unKnights develop, the more I'm believing this could be the roster to do it again.
Yeah, no, exactly that. This is really, really nice what we've been seeing so far. And I wonder, is the kind of question behind it is, can we keep this up for the series? Like, at the moment, this is looking pretty solid. And I we're in a spot with Vitality. I think they're also a side who definitely would say haven't come in towards this game playing to the level that we expect of them, and can very easily turn the Jets on. I think that's probably what Trey's sort of hoping that he can do off the back of this attack timeout, is bring him back in and say, right, as you wind your necks back in, we've got a game to be played here, and we actually need to do something in this first half. Did sound like we were back in for a brief moment, but I think we're at attack pause. Okay, we are. Yeah,
it looks like we are going to be back into the break, but The coaches are definitely strategizing here. MKZ, though, on the other side, another veteran against Stray. So kind of the masterminds of the game head-to-head. I think I remember the first time I ever saw MKZ was maybe WCG, I want to say 2013 on the international stage. So this guy's been around, actually, I think even longer than Stray. So he's got the experience to bring to the table. He knows how to play against the best of the best. For a while, he was on the original unKnights lineup when they returned to CFWL as well, kind of leading them. And he did a lot of work to make this team what it was. And I think now they're almost in their final form with what he's been able to build here.
Back underway though. There we go. Second shoot concluded, and we can continue and see whether that tack timeout has any effect, because yeah, it was a rough run of things in the opening 4 for Vitality, and they're hoping they can try and flip this script a little bit. But I mean, unKnights, they just look so confident to start. I really hope that they keep bringing this same level. They keep taking this map control and essentially kind of suffocating Vitality.
Yeah, it's been clean up until this point, but a pause can definitely change things drastically if they're able to pick up on something they hadn't noticed so far. And we are seeing a different approach here. This time it's going to be 3 players of Vitality grouping up towards that A connector position. Meanwhile, they kind of leave Totson to go for the picks over towards B, but I do like the play calling here from unKnights as well. They've changed themselves. They've gone for the little boost strategy here over towards the B bomb site. So if it is a late B hit, which is kind of a standard for Vitality on this map, they could actually catch them off guard here, especially because they have the secondary player who's really going to be key in stalling off this push, because LSY, his goal here is to play the bait and switch off of this player jump spotting on the top. It creates this almost bizarre high-low situation that Vitality is going to have to deal with here. And I don't know if they're going to be ready for it if they go in.
Well, an opener found Pietro. Now that's the call from the grave. 45 seconds, and Vitality are using this entire clock to their benefit here, really, as they get another kill off the back of Slayer. And with that being said, now I feel like for unKnights in a 5 versus 3, you sort of have to go searching for information.
Yeah, you can see LSY going for the wrap in the lower B tunnels. He's going to find one, but unfortunately, they're going to quickly lose the A bomb side. HDZ goes down. Snox on the rotation, good for a first, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here to actually hold on to the round. Horus, though, goes down as well. Snox good for 2, but that's going to be it. LSY now stuck in a 1v2 clutch situation. A lot of ground to cover. Gets the first kill right away, though, and now he's got a chance. Snake go for the drop-down play. Wide swing, gets the job done, and thankfully, Vitality, after the pause, able to pick up their first round, but still a lot more work to do to get back into this one.
Yeah, and still a lot more to be desired in terms of the rounds themselves, because I think the confidence booster really comes for Vitality when you can win, not only winning a round, but it's winning it cleanly, comfortably, right? That's what we're really looking towards. Really messy opening fight that somehow favors Vitality, but kind of only just.
Yeah, it felt like Snox got a little overzealous in that one to try and take down Snare. Rightfully so. He knew he got that initial little shot onto the side of the head, but unfortunately just not able to follow through with the kill. Horus just doing a good job of blocking and making sure Snake and him could get that trade off, and now they're going to put their eyes towards A once again. This time, though, LSY gets a bit too aggressive in mid. He's going to be punished for it. Pietro, though, on the opposite side, able to get Snare taken out of the picture. So still a 3-on-4 favoring Vitality on the round. The HP, though, starting to get a little bit low for the majority of the players here on Vitality outside of Slayer. But the big thing here against Vitality that you've got to be careful of is they play so slow intentionally on the BL side. They're wanting you to push against them, and you've got to be very patient if you're unKnights on this map.
Okay, well, a bit to work with. No decision yet, but it feels like a finish towards B. Nice shot, though, from HDZ. A bit more behind that could be nice. At the same time, they're diving out, and there's this B hit that was slightly foreseen. Famous needs something a little special. They're both quite low, so it's both very doable. He'll get caught, Slayer. Will reposition. Gun picked up. He will get that C4 punched in as he looks for HDZ. He can't get over in time. It's all down to Slayer, who jumps up and finds such an important kill to put a second on the board for Vitality.
Yeah, that is a big one to keep the momentum on their side. 2-0 since the pause for Vitality. If they could somehow make this a 5-4 half, it would be an extreme turnaround that benefits them to potentially win it going into the second half, but they still got to keep that moving forward. All of these rounds, though, that they're winning, I will say, weren't as heavy-handed as what we've seen from unKnights in the rounds they've won. A lot of it comes down to the 1v1 and 1v2 situations for them, but thankfully they're starting to clean it up.
And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, they don't really feel like confidence booster rounds. Like, there's 2 in a row where we just squeaked them over the line. Like, it's not really making me feel like, oh, this is this is Vitality that are back after their attack timeout. I'm still slightly and ahhing about the actual level that they're at. But I guess ultimately, if you keep chipping away, in the end, the round is a round.
Yeah, for unKnights, you can kind of tell they're just poking and prodding here, trying to get that information as to where that push is going to come through. There's 4 players currently positioned towards A for Vitality, but now they're going to go ahead and group up a little bit more in mid, pretty much sending their whole team towards the A connector. Meanwhile, Snare roaming alone, going to hold for that bridge peak. Famous, though, he's in the key position to stall this push. He's going to see the drop down onto A connector. He's going to spot the first player. Knows Horus is there. Now he tucks in, waiting to try and hold this down. It's going to be 4 players quickly bursting in his direction. Famous, good for 1, good for 2. Might be good enough to stall for the moment. Now HDZ just has to hang on as long as possible. He's not going to be good for any kills, though. Thankfully, Pietro comes through for the trade to make it a 3-on-2, and now they've got a fighting chance to still win it.
Yeah, exactly that. 30 seconds. Nice find from Pietro. All on 1 man, and Ceres just bailed them out. It feels absolutely impossible. He swings into 2, so he had no chance in hell. With that being said, unKnights bite back and guarantee a lead now at the turn of the half, which is a huge thing to have. Massive sigh of relief.
Ooh, HDZ as well. Icing on the cake, able to find himself a nice pick to get it started. Famous, going to be good for 1 on to Slayer. Snake, a little bit of a late reply in mid, able to take down 1, but might not be enough just yet. Famous, though, very low after the opening engage, goes for the wide swing on A long, punished very quickly for doing so. HDZ as well runs into trouble, and just like that, Vitality are back on top in this round. 3-on-2, Snox and LSY already rotating in for this retake. The bomb yet to be planted. Totson a little bit late to getting it onto site, so it does offer up a bit more time for them to play a bit cheeky on this retake, but instead, they're not going to split up. They actually stick together, grouping up towards the bridge here for the retake.
Well, Snox LSY playing together is the right way to go about it, but it could be a mode down. Nice trade that comes through from Snox. And a 1 versus 2, and he's also not given the space to even get towards the site. He gets stuck on towards the bridge, and with that being said, the response that comes through from Vitality. Fan around to the half now, making a 5-4, and it's not the end of the world. It's not all doom and gloom for Vitality off the back of a slower start, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, still 3-1 for them since the pause, so they've definitely been able to regroup here, and a 5-4 half is basically a 50-50 on this map since it is slightly GR-sided, so if they can find their way to this one, it would be a huge way to keep that momentum in their corner going into the second half. But for unKnights, it'd be a bit of a slip up at this point. They need that lead they created for themselves to carry through to the second half. If you start off round 1 of the second 5-5, it's not going to feel like you did much in the first half here. So Vitality going full force to try and grab this last round. Burst into the B bomb site. Only going to be a 1-for-1 so far, but Snox not able to hang on to that pick control position. Pietro as well going to fall victim to the TRG of Slayer, and there's just no way to get through here for unKnights. Completely getting mowed down. HDZ just stuck in a corner behind the smoke. 4v1 now, and this should be the round going for Vitality.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. A couple of pop shots being taken. They're just trying to find where is this last man? Where is HDZ? He'll be dead to rights in all but a mere moment, and there it is in the end. So, soft recovery and a little bit to like, but I still think for unKnights they can be very happy with what they achieved, especially at the start, the real run of form that they had, and the out the gates as well, just the initial control that they were showing for unKnights. It's proof to themselves that they can compete with Vitality right now, but just a little bit more to be fully convinced about where we're at.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need a solid second half here to really push forward and win this map, but Vitality on the GR side is deadly on port, and this is where I feel like they needed a better cushion going into the second half to really be able to win it here, because Vitality, after the pause, a very successful half from them, all things considered. I mean, this could have gone a lot of different ways from that 4-0 scoreline, and the fact they bring it to just a 5-4 shows what this team is able to do under pressure. And now I think the pressure is going to be on to unKnights to prove themselves in the second half, because the BL side of this map is not easy to execute on it. It's so favorable for GR on a lot of these angles that I'm very curious to see how they approach the first round.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, let's see. Start well in towards this second half and kind of put that immediate pressure on, and so maybe we can feel okay, and it does start well. That's why first to hit the deck.
Yeah, Snake here as well, just cleaning things up nicely with Totson on the B-bomb side. C4 instant dropped, and this was my worry going into the second half, is you may have been able to take down Vitality on the more comfort side of this map, but when it comes to the GR, you've got to bring your full force to take out Vitality on a hold.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. And there's also a world in which for Vitality, they can do a really good job of piling pressure on in towards this second half. We know as well they're a side that, even despite wanting to kind of be a little bit more on the defense and a little bit more kind of standoffish, like they are happy to take super, super aggressive peaks and really try and fight up front. Nice move. Snake, 1. Oh, and 2 as well. That's huge. It's just a complete oversight on that position.
Okay, Famous. Just spamming away on the doors. Gets himself a nice double. And more importantly, unKnights. Actually, a third kill for Famous in mid as well. Just cleaning house there. Makes it a 3-on-2. Slayer might get caught off guard as well. And just like that, unKnights, they're back in control after all. What started as a 3-on-5 quickly turned back in their advantage now. 3-on-1. Totson left alone outside of A long. He's going to spot one pretty quickly here. A little bit late. Doesn't matter. Hits the shot anyways. Totson narrows it down to the 1-on-2. C4 now working its way into the B-bomb side very safely here for the plant. Totson only 29 HP to work with in this clutch as well, and it'd be hard-pressed to see him find his way through in this situation.
Yeah, that's it. So, Totson, he's just so low. That's the one thing that really feels like it kills him in this one. And he just gets caught moving his way forward. It's such an immaculate crossfire anyway that I just don't really see a way for him to break that down with how low he was. And also with the pressure of the plant above his head too. So 6-5 unKnights will bite back and take back that lead.
Yeah, really good response there. I mean, Famous putting up 4 on the round. That's the individual performance we were looking for from him to make sure his team could stay on top in the second half. But it's only going to get harder as we continue forward. They're going to be looking for more ways to shut him down, because right now it seems like he's kind of that tucked away player they're using for those last minute chances to win back the round. But if they find him early, it's going to be a lot more different of a situation to deal with. But this time, it could be Horus who actually starts to set the pace. You can tell he wants to take this fight outside of A long, just holding on to that corner peak, might even go for it if he gets a nice flash setup for it. But at the moment, it's actually full control in mid for unKnights, sending that early pressure through. Nice counter utility thrown over the top. Totson doing a ton of damage onto Snox and LSY with that one.
Dropping back down. In control. Reclaimed. Where to from here? You've got Horus playing up close. Snare to hold at range. It's the little bits of chip damage on towards unKnights which feel good so far, but now a minute to work with. Now we're getting in towards the tail end of the round, so we really do have to make a decision. And C4's not committed. It's still just outside of spawn.
Yeah, unKnights just kind of taking their time in this one, but slowly easing their way into potentially a late B split here. You can see them picking up here, but Slayer gets proactive, finds the first. Doesn't spot the second just yet. HDZ just not able to secure a trade in that one, but that's all the advantage they need to potentially hang on here. You can see HDZ now reverts to the lower B tunnels to try and find his way out of it, but with only 30 seconds, they know they've got to go quickly out onto the A bomb site, but they've got to deal with Snare already in the anchor position, and they've got Horus nearby, but Snake, he's not going to waste any time here. Gets proactive himself to find him another kill. LSY actually able to get one on the entry, but it may not matter at this point. The rotation's already there. Snare and Totson shut it down. Snake right behind him for the cleanup, and Vitality right back to a tie.
Yeah, nice work. Really, really nice work. With that being said, now is there a chance to start kind of adding on that real pressure? You can see for unKnights, they've already got it with a timeout called. And I do wonder, is there going to be this ever so slight feeling of, okay, now we've got to try and find this extra edge. Like, we're looking at with where we're at the moment as well for Vitality. They obviously look a lot sharper in towards the second half than especially the start of the first. I think unKnights realize that as much as we do.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to slip away from unKnights in the second half, but a good tack pause here. If they can acknowledge what they need to change here, they might have a chance to get back in, but I think the problem here just comes down to that team synergy advantage. I feel like if you have a team that has very good synergy and rotations on the GR side of port, it just feels impossible to break through and get past them. And when you have to play a little bit more scrappy, as unKnights tends to, it doesn't feel like they have that kind of execution that can really break through a wall like Vitality on the GR side of port. And that's where I definitely worry for them as we continue forward in the second half, because it feels like if they don't have just a stellar set of entry frags coming from one individual, there's just no way they're getting through on the executes.
Yeah, I think you're right. All time I'll conclude. I don't think, for Vitality, a lot needs to change for them, like utilizing this kind of conversation. I think they're pretty happy just to be like, all right, this is kind of ticking over quite nicely. Our slightly more defaulty setup is working kind of nice for us. We're in a decent little spot. Let's not overthink this too much. I think we're okay. But it's definitely one of those of that question mark to a degree of, unKnights, is there anything left for them? Really unconvinced by moments of these previous couple of rounds, and that's the thing that really does worry us.
Yeah, now with the pressure on, we'll see if unKnights can continue this map how it started, but it almost feels like the Vitality way. I mean, we talk about it even when they're playing other teams. It feels like they almost always start on the back foot somehow, but yet they're winning more than any other team in this league, which is always interesting to see. So for Vitality, I think they're just one of those teams that they've got to figure you out first in that match before they can find a way to fight back, because initially they're just kind of foot off the gas, getting that information. And as we continue forward, I think that's going to be their advantage in a best-of-5 series. They've got the time to learn. They've got the time to adapt here, and I think that's why they're not so worried so far with how this one's played out. But we'll see what unKnights can do as they return on the Blacklist side. They're going to have to show us a little bit more to continue forward strong.
Yeah, exactly. Well, on Tide Square. This is kind of what we expected out of this game as well, and I think it probably might be how this one's set, really, to be honest, kind of for this entirety of the series. Very back and forth between these two, very close as well. It just feels like this is actually such an evenly matched game on paper.
Slayer, though, Ooh, just rips the head off of Pietro. You've got HDZ right there looking for it, but he couldn't actually find a quick enough response, and now you're going to have Slayer in a position where he can just hold off the C4 and be a bit of a nuisance in the round here. He's going to find a second. Now Snox, he's going to be desperate to grab the C4, but nobody can find it. Slayer good for 3. He's still not out yet. Finally, he's taken down on the repeat from LSY, but the damage has been done. Horus swoops in, and this C4 is still untouched.
This is the thing, unfortunately, it's such an awful place of where that C4 spills forward that it does arguably just feel unrecoverable. Like, obviously does so well there with kind of the 3 kills that come through from Slayer, but it's just by virtue of, like, it's such a horrible place to recover a C4. It's such a big choke point, an awful place to try and dive in through, because you essentially have to be isolated every time. And yeah, a bit of unfortune really makes life super uncomfortable for them.
For now, though, Vitality, their first lead really of this one, and starting to feel more and more comfortable for them as it's continued forward. You can see Famous going down as mid as well, and the TRGs are doing work across the map. Slayer takes down Pietro outside of B, and he's looking for more again. He's already done it once. Why not set up another for himself? Gets 2, almost another triple kill, and now it is all on to Snox. No way out alive, and Vitality, they're going to go ahead and move to 8.
They're setting a bit of a tempo now, and it's actually a really dangerous one. unKnights, the really uncomfortable thing is that nothing's changed since that tag timeout. If anything, like the argument, Carl, that maybe things have got worse, right? You know, it really feels like Vitality. You know, partly you can even say we were sort of saying going into the timeout, unKnights, you know, feeling a little bit nervy now. I think they can see that this is slipping away. I think also it's the flip side. I think Vitality, with that timeout call and the little run they've had at the start of this half, they smell blood in the water and they're looking to try and pounce. But a pacey round comes back in. Pietro will dive through, and Slayer, unfortunately, nothing he could do in that one. But look who's here quickly. Snare, one of his own.
Looking for more too. Able to find a second before going down. May not be enough though. Just Horus and Snake have to find a way through in this 2-on-3, but Snake, the quick flank, catches the planter. Looking for the second here. Might be able to find it on the Pietro, but he's going to have to do it all by himself with Horus going down. The bomb though is still yet to be planted. Now he can just toy with them and maybe run down the clock a little bit more. I like this call from him, just playing the fence line to get the information. Knows at least one's going to go in for the peak. Can't connect on the shots, though, and now he's going to go for the full reset. This gives them the opportunity to know they're safe on the plant, but he's going to go ahead and double back anyways. Pietro seems to know something's up here on the edge of that re-peak into the tunnels. He's going to spot him out, and unKnights thankfully able to close it out.
Yeah, right idea as well. But honestly, I love that move, right? It's just such a pacey one. And considering the rounds that have been put on the board by Vitality in these last few, I love the way you approach that. It's such a show of confidence. And that was maybe part of the worry, was that they were losing a lot of that confidence. How do I maybe reignite the flame ever so slightly? It's only a one-round game. It's far from being done in this one.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we could push the distance here. Vitality, as much as they've been a little bit more comfortable on the second half, they're also a team notorious for letting things slip into OT, so they can't afford to make any major mistakes because unKnights, they're still ready to capitalize the second they see an opportunity to do so, and this time they are going to try and send it in Snare's direction, who has been pretty solid so far in the second half. He's going to be locking down this A-top position. Here comes the counter flash for the corner peak. Snare, unconditional miss, but on the re-peak, able to take down Famous. That's the C4 again down on the first player, and now they've got to go in and scoop it up with Snare right in their crosshairs.
Oh, well. Pietro, HDZ. Combine quite well. Numbers taken by unKnights here. 4 versus 3. Minute to work with, too. Decent spot. They don't really need to panic. They've just got to, as we've said time and time again, stick together as a bit of a unit.
I like the play call as well from Horus. Takes the forward position on the mid doors to try and disrupt things, but does peak a little bit too early on that one, and he's going to be punished for doing so. So already a 4-on-2 situation now. Slayer and Totson the last two alive, and unKnights, they're not taking any chances either. I like this approach. Even though they've got the advantage, they're not trying to just run in with it.
Yeah, they're not panicking. But also at the same time, not overextending. It's that fine line between the two of don't let the clock really affect us, but know that we've got the advantage. If they clear Totson, it should be an absolute done affair, and they'll do exactly that. And now, with just that pure numbers game, there should be absolutely no way for Slayer. And to make matters worse, he's now a known quantity, so no chance in here. I get a little consolation, but they're a trading of frags there at the same time. And oh, we've got a tie game here, and might have a bit more life left in this map number 1 of Port. This has that feeling of overtime a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely does. Vitality, they've definitely let it slip a little bit in these last couple of rounds. They were on a momentum streak, and it's been taken away from them at this point. unKnights doing a really good job on their responses, but this is where the pressure's on. It's essentially a full reset with 2 rounds for each team to prove it in regulation, and it's going to be up to whoever can perform under that type of pressure. But right now, unKnights, they're the team that's in the more uncomfortable position. Being on the BL, you've got to make that first move a lot of the time here, and they're a team that's been a little bit uncomfortable in doing so far in the second half, but hopefully they'll find a way to make some impact.
Well, couple of pop shots, but nice move. Nice to see just catching. Maybe there was a slight overextension, but an answer back that'll come through from Slayer, and he doesn't stick around. He doesn't overextend there. He's still just playing a somewhat safe enough position that worst case scenario, they start to reclaim space. Like now, he can call for rotations.
Yeah, really good choice there. You are going to have to deal with this push coming through now. unKnights going for that fight onto the back of Pit. They don't seem to know that the sneak attack might be coming in at any moment, though. Snake's already snuck his way into the bomb side as well to play the distractionary role, but Slayer, he's the one you've got to look out for, just holding that back line on the box here, waiting for the right time to swoop in. He's going to find himself a second kill, make it a third kill, but it's not going to matter. unKnights, they're ready for that counter aggression, and they're going to shut it down perfectly. 9-8. They've still got a chance to take this in regulation after all.
Yeah, they do. They've recovered somehow from what felt like an impossible position only a mere few moments ago. Now it's Vitality looking to try and survive on their map of Port, trying take this one into not overtime. unKnights, this second wind seemingly feels like it's come out of nowhere, but they've looked really good these last few. They've had such a good read.
Here comes the push, though. LSY leading the charge. Horus goes down right away. LSY, though, a bit of an overextension. He's going to get traded down, and as much as they have that forward control, Totson needs to be taken down early. Famous. He has to win this exchange, but he will. Barely at the last second. Slayer, full HP to work with against a very low HP unKnights, but he's stuck behind this box.
That's just the issue. Yes, they got low HP, but there's just 3 of them, right? That's the thing that makes us all the more better. And as the time starts to tick, angles start to be cleared, and he starts to get spotted. There's one. To get a second behind it, and he will. 1 versus 3 turn 1 versus 1, but he just can't see it over the line. Famous denies, and right at that final hurdle with a strong start, it's a strong finish for unKnights as they take map number 1 at the fastest margins 10-8.
Honestly, impressive to say the least. I was getting worried for them when we were sitting at an 8-6 scoreline, but 4 in a row to close it out just shows what this team can do under pressure. There were so many moments where it felt like it was Vitality's map to bring back and close out, but then all of a sudden you just saw that new life in unKnights at the end of this map. And this was on Vitality's pick as well. So a really bold statement from these guys to kick off this series. And Vitality, they've got to be worried now. They're coming off a 2-1 series loss against unKnights. That's a 3rd map now given up in recent history over to unKnights. And I'm starting to become more of a believer of what this team can do.
Yeah, is it a case that they are just a kryptonite, right? Like, that's kind of how it feels at the moment. It's absolutely ridiculous. Regardless, we're going to throw it back to the boys in the panel. We'll see you for map 2.
I really agree with you guys. It feels like there is something wrong with Vitality today, or like when they're playing versus unKnights, they just like that. They know how to counter, they know how to stop them. And speaking of countering them and stopping them, I was just like following the mini map, of course, at the final few rounds. It felt like they had their strat on A that Vitality can't be matching, and it felt so weird that you can't see Snare hitting the sniper shots from A long.
Well, yeah, if Snare is not hitting his shots, if they're not getting an early information, if they're not doing their A game, Vitality will definitely fall. And talking about Vitality, we mentioned that, yeah, this is the map picked by Vitality, but unKnights showed us a different unKnights on the Blacklist side. They looked stronger, Vitality looked more shaky, and they didn't only look shaky, they looked so scared to take the fights. They're not taking angles, they're not going into the EC. We've seen Horus just going to EC 1 or 2 times, and he dropped mid, which is kind of weird in my opinion. If you have EC and you drop him mid, definitely you'll get picked off. So the scenario where unKnights used to spam his side, maybe we've seen no reply coming up from Vitality, because every time I believe that when they push his side, Snare don't get his first shot. See, he's like, okay guys, it was my bad, I didn't hit the first shot, I didn't get the first entry. Next time they push, I will get the first entry. That's okay, so they don't change anything. They push again, Snare misses again. And then that continues into 3 or 4 rounds. Yeah, and then that continues in 3 or 4 rounds, because you can change, you don't need to change anything on his side if your sniper is not hitting the shots, because it's unlikely for him. You're not saying that you need to change your defense system, because no, it's Snare in good position, Dodge in good position. It's just Snare who needs to hit his first shot. So if he's missing it 1, 2, 3 times, it's just unlucky for him, and very, very good by unKnights to obtain this lead. So the way that unKnights played the map, they just played on the weaknesses coming out from Vitality, and they're looking pretty strong. This is not unKnight that we expected to see. This is a way stronger unKnights.
It felt like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the way it is. And for unKnights, they found the key to open Vitality's gates, and it just looked like that. Like on A, especially, like we've seen it more than one time, like I believe 3 or 4 times. They attack in multiple, like and like it felt like they attack with multiple members, 3 or 4 members at the same point, and it was just like that. Snare doesn't hit, and even though that Vitality changed their defense mechanism on A side, they sent more men to stop unKnights' aggression. It felt like, yeah, it's worthless. You just couldn't stop their playstyle, and on the way they entered the A side, and just like that, they won 1, 2, 3, but only more 4 rounds to stop your game and send you to game number 2. And to be honest, for a second I thought that we might just go to overtime, and they're same. Nah, it's not gonna happen. They're just gonna shut you down. They're gonna make Snare whiff again, or like not make Snare whiffs multiple shots was a pretty bad thing to play versus or like play with if you're Vitality. And on the other side, you got Famous just shooting heads, and I can just exclude everyone and say Famous Knights. It's not the Uncle Famous classic. We're seeing unKnights play as one unit more than a one-man show in the playoffs.
It's not only about Famous, it's how unKnights played this map. They usually played as a unit. The executions on B side were also perfect. We've seen Vitality trying to counter the utility and just trying to push on side, but everybody was on position. Even though when Snox was flashed, Famous was covering, and when Famous was flashed, Snox was covering and Petro was covering. So they denied also the retakes that's coming out from Vitality, and this is a good teamwork. You go on side, you're not only trying to play, you're also trying to take some positions, trying to take your spots in order when they flash, you need to be ready, and this is what happened. This shows a very good chemistry between the players. Also, they started spamming B side for a while, then they switched it to A side. They found that A side is working. They continued on A side until they closed the map. Very much well played by them. Now they will have to go into the unKnights map pick, which is going to be Black Widow. However, we've seen that Vitality, they are also doing very good job on Black Widow. In my opinion, Vitality's individual skills was only the problem now, but when it comes to teamwork, I guess both teams are matching down.
You were just saying that Blackwood is one of the worst maps for Vitality back before we started the map. So now...
No. I said it used to be
Okay.
there was, and they fixed it, and they won versus LCK, and they told you that it was 9 to 5, and they did a miraculous comeback from 9 to 5
Alright,
to 9
alright.
9. So no, and they also won it versus other teams. So it used to be one of the worst. Now they fixed it. So maybe this fix can help them win it. Maybe, I'm not sure.
We'll see. Like, you never know what's gonna happen from
Exactly.
Vitality or from unKnights. They're proving again that it's not gonna be like, as Neo said, like Uncle Famous playing with 4 players trying to carry them to get to playoffs or just get to CFS. It's more of you have a stable team with 5, I would say 4 experienced players, and of course the 5th is gonna be a great one. So 5 players and combine, making a really good unit, the best IGL and the league, the best rifler, I would say, in CF and Crossfire. You have Famous with
Yeah.
3 really good players. So to have this in mix, to have all of this in one package, is something you can be just missing on. Like you have mentioned, like we have mentioned a lot, they don't have a lot when it comes to communication, scrims, yada yada, but it looks like they proved us wrong. But the question is, will it be another game for unKnights, or Vitality will find a way to break the unKnights streak? We'll know, but of course, to get to see the action, to see who's doing what, we'll hit to our caster Kyle and Neo. Back to you guys.
Yeah, it's the big question, and really looking now in towards this Black Widow of actually, can we start to build upon this, right? Can we actually go into our map pick with a lot of strength? You've just taken a kind of an upset, quote unquote, or obviously to open up proceedings here. You now go into one of your strongest in the pool. Like, this is a fantastic spot to really pile the pressure on towards Vitality and essentially put yourself in for the chance of going 2-0 up in this best of 5.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel like unKnights, their path to a 3-0 is pretty strong right now. I mean, the third map being New Mexico as well. Vitality rarely plays it compared to the rest of the pool, so they're in a really good position to maybe push themselves forward here, but they also can't afford to underestimate Vitality at any point in this one, because they're a team where, even though they looked a little bit shaky in map 1, the more you play against a team like this, the better they're going to get against you. So I'm really hoping they can keep their composure and continue forward strong here. But they are going to be starting on the BL side, which I know for unKnights is their favorite here on this map, and one they usually perform pretty well on.
Yes, and they're looking to try and give themselves a mammoth lead as well in this first half for that breathing room. We kind of saw it was quite close in that port, and it was that real back and forth that made things a little bit uncomfortable, hence why kind of Vitality were given an opportunity, even themselves, to really take that port over the line. Off the back of their timeout too, they streaked so well, and it was looking a little dicey with how well the second half started. I think we want to make sure that, you know, you're on your favorite side, as you can talk about with this BL, right? For unKnights, let's really give ourselves as much breathing room as humanly possible. We're going in and it's not started well. Oh my, it is all down to LSY so quickly. That was not to plan.
Yeah, Vitality just making a quick statement in this opening round here. 4 kills pretty fast in their favor. LSY, a 1v4, but an opportunity at it now. Snare's already really low on HP as well. Gets spotted out. And LSY is going to go here and maybe take this re-engage, but it doesn't seem like Snare wants anything to do with it now. Tries to get the bait set up for Totson to get him on the re-peak, but the big difficulty here for LSY is going to be that C4 being down on Catwalk. He's going to have to find a way to recover and scoop it up, and you can see both remaining players of Vitality just playing really passive to try and get that bait and switch from the connector set up. But Snare, he has to be careful. He only has 10 HP to work with on this off angle. If he gets caught at the wrong moment, it's going to be insanely hard for Totson to trade on to him, but you can see he still wants to take the fight regardless, even though LSY actually crosses the full corner here to get the C4, but here comes the push. Snare just barely sees the shoulder, but that's enough info to secure the round.
Yeah, so a nice start. I mean, yes, the end of the round was still a little dicey, but the start was fantastic. Super, super pacey from Vitality, and a bit of a statement round as well. Yes, we've let things slip on our map pick and more, but of Port, may I say, but we're far from done in this game. There's still a lot more from us, and that's the way you want to go about it. And Snare will open a proceeding tier as well. Fantastic. This is Vitality, who are really trying to get an immediate response.
Yeah, for Vitality here, all they've got to do is hang on. They've got the advantage positionally. They've kind of already boxed unKnights into this B long as well. You can see Snare trying to get the early wrap behind. He's already going to be holding on to the spawn stairs here. He should be able to catch the rotation. A bit of a missed timing, though, on LSY. He knows he's late now and has to find a way to safely exit back onto A long, but at least he's going to be able to hold that information and rotate accordingly for unKnights to just kind of get stuck here in this back of BL spawn. I'm curious what they're going to do from here now that they've been exposed.
Okay. Goes it quiet, right? As we creep towards a minute on the clock. Onus on unKnights to make the move, and from a Nemesis advantage, of course, it's easier said than done.
Man, tough one out here for Vitality, trying to find something, but finally they're going to get it. The push comes up the catwalk. Snare able to find the first, knocks down low, but what a drop-down shot from HDZ to try and hang on to it. Still a 2v4, heavily favoring Vitality on this one as the C4 goes down. It's going to be about all they're able to do in this situation. I don't think there's any chance HDZ gets back in time, and Vitality, a little bit of a cleaner round on their hands this time to take the 2-0.
And now, there's a look to see whether we can really put ourselves into a position to continue scaling forward. I mean, for how things have been going so far, they're so aggressive and it's working. Love that second find as well, and already HEC should be dead to rights, and is. This is a Vitality side, and the kind of Vitality side we expected coming in towards this series that we didn't actually properly get in towards Port. This is more like it. Famous and Pietro left in surely an impossible 2 versus 4.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something crazy here, but Snare has the position to shut it down, gets the first kill. Looking for the second, he might just find it here. Pietro able to get one, but that'll be it. The quick trade from Slayer keeps this one uncontested on rounds, but for Vitality, you've got to hand it to them. Maybe it just took a first map to ignite them at this point, but so far they haven't been slowed down in map 2.
No, that's it. That was really good. Impressed with what Vitality are bringing to the table. Again, unKnights will slow things right down. To right as well off that. What happening towards that previous?
It is a bit interesting to see how passive unKnights is playing. Historically, they're a team that's just full sending for some sort of control in the early round, but yeah, this is the second round in a row they've just sat in the BL spawn.
I guess for unKnights, finally something feels like it's starting to tick, as Vitality have overextended quite massively here. Look at the spot they're in. Still, questions to be had, though, of is there any chance of recovering this round? It feels like in a 5 versus 3, the answer should be no.
Yeah, it definitely would be hard from this position. The one advantage I would give Vitality here is they still have a decent control across the map. There's no forward pressure just yet from unKnights, and this is where they're going to have to find a way to sneak past Totson here. But Totson Starts it off with a nice kill. If he can stay alive for more, it could be devastating.
No.
Gets a second here, and here comes the rotation. Totson, good for a third from underneath the bridge. Drops the C4. HDZ now left alone in a 1-on-3, and what should have been around for unKnights is quickly turned to disaster unless HDZ can recover, but he's got no time to work with here. At least gets the first kill on to Totson, but now he has to just rush into the B bomb site. There's no time to even cross back over to A, and they know exactly what to do here. It's a split setup on the door and the double stack, and there is just no safe path across this bomb site. Vitality sniping themselves a fourth round.
How has that round possibly fallen flat? Like, for unKnights, that is a really, really dire one to let slip. No shocker that we see a timeout called here. That is an awful one to let fall. 5 versus 3. All you have to do is play together. And Totson, I mean, credit to him. He does absolutely incredibly, but it never should happen. It never should be the case.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what they're going to be talking about during the pause timer here. A lot of mistakes being made from unKnights that unfortunately put themselves in a position where it could be a 1-1 pretty quickly in this series if it keeps up. And for how much work they put in on Port, it'd be a shame to see them then turn around and have a pretty brutal loss on their own map choice, especially knowing if we get to the 4th and 5th map of this series, I feel like those start to lean back in favor of Vitality even more. And I thought maybe sending this to a 2-0 with a 3 on New Mexico could have been the saving grace for unKnights. But if you drop here, it starts to feel like Vitality has a lot more control over how the series might end.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, this is pretty dire, despite being early enough in towards the map where normally we wouldn't be overly concerned. We very much are. Vitality have just looked head and shoulders above right now, and the damning thing is it's all the things that should be going right for unKnights. Obviously, you've taken map number 1 and you've done it. You've pipped them right at the post. Then you come in towards your map pick, a map in which you love and you have a good record on a side that you like as well, and still things aren't clicking. Feels like the prep work by Vitality has been excellent.
Yeah, they've definitely come prepared for this one, and hopefully they can continue forward strong for them, especially after the shakiness we saw on map number 1. It's definitely due for Vitality to bounce back at some point in this series, and it seems like they're already there. So we'll see if they can continue it forward as we hop back in, though. 4-0. The advantage heavily in Vitality's hands so far in this one, but the tack pause could be something different in store from unKnights. But so far, it feels like a little bit more of the same. They think about going for the A-long control, but then again quickly revert back into this BL setup, which they've been playing pretty consistently. I don't necessarily blame them after the aggression we saw from Vitality, just taking mid right away in the first round, but it almost gives them not enough time to go for the rest of the map when they need it.
Yeah. Still playing up towards the doors. Nothing really on offer at the moment. It's a slight waiting game. A bit of util to try and give them some space. But again, this is where you can kind of see when unKnights pump the brakes and don't do a lot, with Vitality get a little on edge. They want to go looking for information. This time it works out though. Slayer will swing Pietro 4, and now they've got a bit of a read. The only space left untouched is out towards long, where that flash will come through, and that completely forces unKnights away. That was their idea, right? Have a little bit of a split coming through towards the A side, but just that one flash alone, in their minds, that's them saying, oh, they figured us out. We've got to cancel this.
Yeah, the problem they've got now is Slayer has all the information needed in this round. He's pushed up underneath the drop down in mid, and he's going to know that it has to be a B push. The second they spot a player box room, he's just going to tell everybody else to rotate as fast as they can onto that B bomb side. It's really going to be on to just Force to make sure he can stall with Potson from this position. Unfortunately, though, only one kill between the two of them. Snox getting out of there with 1 HP somehow in that situation, and he's going to be able to get the plant off as well, but they still have the fast flank of Slayer they're going to have to deal with sooner or later here. He's only got about 10 HP, but could be on the rest of Vitality to really pick up the pieces here. Slayer Going to need to get something going as Snare goes down on the retake. Snake, good for one from the double doors, though, but Slayer knows he has to move in quickly here. Him and HDZ, this is the key duel of the round, but Slayer, with 10 HP, secures it and ensures the victory goes to Vitality. 5-0 already on the board.
This is becoming that real issue, because just unKnights, they're getting kind of close. They just can't buy around at the moment. 5-0, guaranteed lead. No matter what they throw at Vitality, it's just not causing an issue. Snare, he opens up proceeding, stocks will fall. He was waiting for that fight and ends up paying off for him. A swing in, Famous should be dead and is. Totson, little labor, but he gets the kill and somehow gets away alive, only just. And then he repeats.
Oof. Bit of a tough repeat from both ends there for Vitality, giving up the 5-on-3, but Horus, thankfully, on the late trade, keeps the advantage slightly in favor of Vitality in this round. Now you can see Snake as well, pushing up, already actually on the back of the BL spawn. This could be a really good backstab coming in from him as he starts to wrap behind the C4 carrier. LSY knows there could potentially be someone lurking in the shadows, but instead, Snake makes the smart decision to just clear out mid first, just to make sure there's nobody waiting for him on the back line. LSY, though, a huge tap opens up the A bomb site. Horus as well, going to be facing that pressure on the A staircase. Pietro good for another one over the top, but look at the backstab here. The 2K is lined up, but LSY somehow keeps himself alive for a moment longer. Snake, he's going to be a little bit frustrated after that one, and now LSY has a chance.
Has a chance, sure, but again, he's still so low. So low. C4 will get planted. LSY needs to connect that first shot, and he just can't. It was really a battle of can LSY be the first to connect, and if so, there may be a chance, but that lack of HP will cost them. And another round coming through. They just keep trucking along here, Vitality. 6-0 now, and it's maybe a question of can unKnights even stop them?
Yeah, it's definitely starting to feel like this map may be close to over for unKnights. They really need anything they've got left here these last couple of rounds to get something on the board. If they go down 7-2 or worse in the half, feels basically over at that point. So for unKnights, this is a must-win round here, and you can already see Vitality taking advantage of their position. They've got 3 pushed up in mid. unKnights, they're wasting no time taking control of B. Pietro as well takes down the early flank, and unKnights, the aggression finally pays off for them, make it a 3-on-5, but we've already seen them lose from this position before.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, Totson. Fine from him on towards Pietro. He's going to re-aggress. Oh, and he catches Famous just completely unawares to the re-aggression in the side. Totson goes up on high. Horus will get caught, but Totson can't really immediately trade because his attention's drawn elsewhere, drawn towards the site as Slayer tries to get in. He's just got to pull HDZ off the angle, stick on towards the defuse, and finally, unKnights get around on the board. Finally.
It's going to be a first for them, but needs a lot more to be done than just that to have any hope for unKnights in this map. We'll see if they can get it going again, though, in this 8th round. It's going to be a little bit of a split setup early on. LSY looking for the pick outside of the B box room. The rest of the team just going for that A long control, but not really finding anything from it. Vitality setting up a passive A stack, only leaving Snare and mid, and I don't blame them. He's been really successful in solo holding from the mid-ramp position, so he can definitely get a lot done from here. But again, unKnights, we see them kind of falling victim to their own strategy here, playing pretty slow and back on the BL side of things, and it just allows for so much proactive information gathering from Vitality that they can start to stack towards B a little bit more now.
So, what's the idea after finally getting one on the board? What have you got for us? If anything, that is, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely fair. I mean, at this point on Knights, they've continuously ran down the clock, but it feels like they haven't really been able to do what they've wanted to with it. We've only seen one clean push onto the B-bomb side, but it does seem like they're prepping another here, but this time it's a little bit more stacked in favor of Vitality.
Yeah, they've got bodies here, man. This is actually potentially going to be a bit of a bloodbath. Let's see, Snare, he's still just keeping an eye trained whether they're going for a late move through mid, but from this position, he should have an absolute field day. And Totson can take that spacing towards mid so the sniper can stay kind of trained on that angle. And they are rotating away, and that's something he knows about. He's heard this. Looking for more as well. That's where Snare can come back with the sniper. This is too easy. I love that. That's the ebb and flow of how to kind of play there a little bit on that GR, of where you kind of just move around, and if you see an initial X, you come through a couple of numbers, someone takes your space as you rotate in for support, you move as a unit, flow like water, and Vitality found a 7th.
Yeah, this time it's a bit of a change-up, though. unKnights going to be pushing up the catwalk, leaving it on to Horus, who's really the only contact there, but they do have to have somebody watching this flank as well, because Snare, already in their spawn, sneaks behind, and now it forces them to back off of this forward position they had a pretty good foothold on to deal with Snare, and that's going to be a perfect stall, and a lot of information now gathered for Vitality to be able to send the rotations in.
Horus taking space towards long. He can just stay parked here, to be honest. In this 4 versus 4, it's a very strong angle for him to play from, but keep it on his toes. He will double back to support the bridge control. There's obviously so many people in below, and that's where he can be a real nuisance. Snake needs to be careful, though. Horus is falling, but Snake's still here. 2 versus 2. Famous is very, very low. The C4's being planted. Snake's coming in through the window. Nice timing on the nade by Snox here as well, but it won't do anything. Just a little bit off on the timing. The shot on Snake will fall, and it's all on Slayer. He needs some good timing in his favor, and Famous has other ideas. A second for unKnights at that tail end, but Carl, let's be honest, a completely different looking unKnights required for this to go 2-0 up.
Yeah, 2-7 on the more favorable side of this map is not going to cut it at all. And unKnights, I mean, they're going to need nothing short of a miracle in the second half to win the second map of the series. But at this point, seems very likely we're going to see a 1-1 on the table as we go into New Mexico for map number 3. But we'll see if unKnights at least have a little bit more fight in them. I feel like at the very least, even if they can't win this map, they need to show a stronger fight against Vitality, because if you give Vitality the kind of momentum they might get off of a 10-2, 10-3 win on a map like this, it's going to be hard to come back into this match.
I think you're right. Feels like with how dire it was, potentially it's just sort of like now or never. Don't find that first round of the second half, I don't think you have a chance. There we go. Second half on the way. Let's see what they've got for us.
So tried to kick it off from Totson. Good way to keep things in favor of Vitality so far. unKnights as well, taking a lot of chip damage onto LSY, who's trying to get something done in mid, just couldn't find the right angle to take anyone out of the picture. And if you're unKnights, you really needed to start this off on the right foot, and it's been almost the opposite effect, unfortunately, thanks to Vitality's aggression, and now they've got to find a way out of this one 4v5.
Okay. HTC at range, spot of LSY, and Slayer. Oh, disgusting shot. Not only that, he was like waiting a little bit, hands off the mouse, as he just scratches his nose, back on, instant one tap. But will it'll be North for North. 2 versus 3. Pietro trying to dive through. He'll get caught by Horus. Really, really sharp shot from him. His second of the round. Just get legged. They know where the last is, and the spam that comes through. That's way too easy for Vitality.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate reality of it, is Vitality, once they're awake and firing on all cylinders, I mean, it's a much different team to try and conquer, and unKnights, they're going to have to show us something incredibly different here to try and keep up with the pace that Vitality is setting here in map number 2. Otherwise, this series could turn out to be a bit of a rude awakening for unKnights as it continues forward. But for unKnights in the current round, we're going to see how they adapt to the pressure they've been faced with. This time it is just going to be a passive 2-1-2 setup. You've got Pietro there forward on the catwalk, and Snox hoping he can get some good information on the mid doors early on. But unKnights, you can tell they're definitely a lot more turtled up in this second map than the first.
Still being set up. Maybe flash smoke going to come through in towards box room as they dive in towards B. They're committing all the numbers here, but the first of 4. Down goes Horus, but Famous will drop, and so will Snock. He does find one before he hits the deck, but a 3 versus 3, which is still a little dicey, but there's a nice flank brewing. Pietro, the question is, how's his timing? This is being accounted for. It's being checked. Snare. He's made a lot of noise, and with the lack of noise now, Pietro, his move here is absolutely fantastic. It's just how quickly can Snare react. Will even clear this close corner. Uh-oh, whiffed opportunity. But give him 2 for free. Oh, Pietro done so well, but Snare should have got him there.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a missed shot there, but Pietro doing a good job of not revealing his position too early and just playing extra patient to make sure the retake went smoothly. This time, though, it's going to be a collision on A-Long right away, but unKnights, thanks to Snox, might be able to win it, gets himself a nice double kill, and they're able to hang on Snake. He's just going to get out of there with the C4, and now they've got a full reset on this round. Disadvantage to face as well. Horus goes swinging, though, and just like that, the numbers are right back into control for Vitality. Famous and Snox now left alone as the A-bomb site gets compromised, but Snox not done in this round just yet. Gets himself a 3rd kill, and now it's on to Totson and Snake to pick up the pieces.
There's one of them. And now, where is Snox, and can he do anything to bail them out? Vitality are going to go play isolated. I think this is a pretty bold call to not play together in this spot. Ooh, Totson, right idea. Nice double check from him. As Vitality find their 9th. And this map looks all but concluded here. unKnights never really have got competitive in this one.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for unKnights, but seems like it's all but over now. Vitality, just complete dominance on map number 2, and I don't blame them. The first map looked like it should have been theirs towards the end of it, and they let it slip with a 0-4 finish in the last 4 rounds, with unKnights just steamrolling their way through to the finish line, and now they've got a chance for redemption and to fully reset the series here if they can close it out with 6 opportunities to make that happen here in regulation, and it seems like they may be able to do just that. A lot of early pressure over towards the B bomb site, but you can tell Vitality in a round like this, they're just kind of toying with unKnights to see if someone's going to make a mistake.
Yeah, they're hoping really that the pressure of the situation forces an overextension from unKnights. So far, not the case. Horus leading the charge. Dive round, flash it. Fantastic. Looking for that first fight. Little labored here, in fact. Snox, Horus, trade kills a piece, but LSY and that pistol will deliver well. Totson then finds one of his own, so the numbers stay the same. And LSY will force this all on the shoulders of one man, and game's not done just yet. unKnights stay alive. Just a couple of labored fights there, honestly, more than anything cost them that one.
Yeah, a bit dicey when it came to the setup there, unfortunately, for Vitality. Having a lot of trouble killing those rotators underneath the catwalk, and they definitely paid the price for it this time around, though. We are going to see a little bit more pressure towards B early on. 3 players grouped up outside of it. And you've got Snare here looking for that solo pick, sneaking up the catwalk. He needs to be cautious, though. LSY and HDZ both on the opposite side of it. waiting to see if they can catch him off guard. And on top of that, you've got Snox already pushed up for A-line control, so getting caught out on the A-bomb site might be a bit of a disaster for Vitality if they take the bait.
Yeah, Vitality slowing things down, but this does have the feeling of a mid-split, or mid-split to B, that is. Maybe send one out there, potentially Snake, and the rest of the pack diving through box room. There we go, the flash out, and Snake can have a little look. There's a smoke down there as he's trying to draw attention away. Famous back turn at the same time they can start making their move in, but Famous will deliver. Nice shot from him. Pietro, 2 huge ones. And unfortunately, Snake couldn't do enough to properly draw Famous away. So he's able to double back and he does very, very well. Last man off there, seeing off. And unKnights find a 5th. So slowly but surely a little bit being offered up here.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed. Even if they end up going down here, they're not going down without a fight, which you love to see here. But Vitality, they've decided this time to take the fight right to them. Pietro goes down to Horus. They're looking for more through the edge of the smoke, but unKnights, they don't want to do anything else on this contest. A long Famous instead resets on the ramp position. This is a really good angle, though. Unfortunate, it takes him too long to get the first kill, but thankfully HDZ on the back line, good for 2. LSY gets a 3rd on the push, and the C4 along with it. Now it's going to be all up to Snare in a 1-on-3 situation. He's already been spotted by Snox, gets the kill onto him, though. Now has to scoop up the C4. HDZ going to be jump spotting in the window, but Snare still has the opportunity to win this if he can find another shot. Whiffs the shot, though, onto HDZ, but gets the repeat actually onto LSY, who was there for the support. Now in the 1v1, map on the line. Not over yet, though. HDZ keeps the dream alive.
Nice move from him as well. I mean, for HTZ, he easily could have, especially when his teammate falls, pick a corner, sit there, and just shell up and hide, right? But he decides to really take a forward stance. Do not give him a chance to breathe or a chance to properly set up, and it works really, really well. Pietro takes a little bit of damage, but deals quite a bit on towards Horus through those mid doors. And unKnights, it feels like with their backs up against the wall, they've really rekindled the flame here, finally.
Yeah, a lot of pressure now for Vitality. Each round that goes up on the board against them is one step closer to overtime for unKnights, and if this goes all the way to OT, I might start to favor them in that position, considering how much of a lead Vitality would have had to squander to get to that point. But for them, they still have a few more chances to win this one in regulation. You can see them going for a bit of a split here. Totson just playing the distraction game over towards the B box room, but does he know Famous is going to be holding that corner pocket angle? It's really hard to see without going for the full commit. I like the play call to rotate in that extra support of Snox to maybe get the bait in as well.
Okay. Famous. Like the aggressive move, and it will net him some success. One fine. Looks for more. And he does get a second just before he falls there. But now they can start making a move. Pietro's so low is the other thing that's worth keeping an eye out. But they've got a clear box on site, which is always so difficult.
Yeah, that corner box, brutal, but Snox, why does he peek out? Gives them the freedom to take the fight more comfortably, and Slayer will take that fight all day long. Now the B-bomb side is exposed. The smoke's going to go down on the cross for the double doors, and now they can toy with them. This is actually a full-on fake, though. I like the play call here from Vitality to use this as a chance to pull someone off the A-bomb site. They leave Slayer to play that role of the lurk and fully sell this fake. And look at the A-bomb site now, completely open for the taking.
Yeah, this gets really interesting. Numbers punched in. And a nice move as well. HTC, Pietro, got to bail them out. Brought it up a little bit early as well. Just about that low HP for Pietro that makes it so hard. And Slayer just trying to keep eyes trained here. He will get found, and 2 kills in quick succession because HTC delivered on one himself. Where is this last man as they go looking? Snare going to get caught in the back line again. It's HTC who does so well. And with that pistol getting aggressive, unKnights find another. Vitality, that's a round choke there.
Yeah, this is a bit of a tough situation now. It's one thing to lose a couple rounds right before you get that last one, but now I believe we're up to 4 in a row for unKnights, and it's starting to look a little bit scarier here for their odds of maybe avoiding overtime in this situation. For Vitality, it would be a massive slip to let it go this late in the map, but it just goes to show you that anything can happen under the pressure of the playoffs. But for Vitality, there is still 2 more chances to win this one in regulation, and they're looking to try and make it happen this time around. But Pietro, that could be the pick they were needing here. Slayer single-handedly opens it up with 2. He's looking for a third, but not able to find it. But that could be the start of the round they were looking for. Here comes the collapse onto A 1-for-1. It may not be enough, though, for unKnights to hang on. LSY, good for a first, needs a second to hold on to the stairs position. But look at this from Horus. He's going to be caught with the C4 down. It's down to the 1v1 here. Famous versus Totson for a very crucial moment, but Vitality, they pull it off just in time, and it's a 10-7 win.
Again, though, they're not going to be confident with how they saw that off. They had so many chances to close out that map, and so many of them they let slip. That is not exactly one that they're going to fall back on and say, oh, that was brilliant. The start was absolutely, but a Vitality side that we are really wanting to see here in the West League, if they're going to be able to do it internationally, we want to see them actually not only win those sort of maps quite dominantly, but generally, if you're in an advantage like that and with so many map points, close it out comfortably. Like, they squandered so many chances, and credit to unKnights. Like, they continue to prove to us you cannot give this side any space. You give them an inch, they take it a yard, right? And this is what we're getting from them, which is why they still sort of feel like the kryptonite for Vitality. But in the end, they tie up the series, Vitality 1 apiece, heading in towards New Mexico, which we've already been talking about could be an absolute coin flip of a map. So who knows? We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. We'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah, of course, they had a lot of chances to close the game, but it looked like whenever they slip, unKnights just catch the momentum and got more than, 3 rounds or more in a row to just stop the Vitality train. And now we're back toe-to-toe, 1 each for the teams, of course. And now it feels like we're starting a whole new best of 3 between those teams. Let's just put the first 2 maps aside, and now let's kick off our real challenge for those teams. And for you, Penguin, how did it feel once Vitality started to drop a lot of rounds?
Well, Vitality started very strong. They had a very good lead on the first half and extending to the second half until it was 9-2. Then we've seen unKnights taking 5 in a row. Definitely, there were some throw rounds. I don't want to say throw rounds. Maybe they were careless rounds coming out from Vitality. They just wanted to end the game, but it didn't go out for them. But look at how Vitality ended this game. Vitality didn't just go and put one strategy into a piece and push into a side and execute perfectly to take a side. No, they ended the game because Slayer just randomly pushed mid, killed 2 players. This monster just closed the game for Vitality, and that's how good Vitality is when they have such splendid players. But however, like Kyle said, it's good for unKnights that, yeah, they lost, but at least they didn't lose without a single fight. They fought hard for it, and they bring it back to 9-7, which is great, because in my opinion, if it was 10-2, they would be going into New Mexico just a very, very low momentum, and maybe the confidence is not there. But now it's 9-7, 10-7. It's only 3 rounds different, and you closed also the first round with two rounds gap, so you're very close to Vitality. That means that the game is just going forward, and you can handle this. So this is very good by unKnights. How Vitality played the map, it's just perfectly executed. They just played aggressively everywhere. They took every single control until they started dying for the controls on the Blacklist side. So the weak point of Vitality, and we've seen it also in Phase 1 and Phase 2, was not the global side. It was more into the Blacklist side.
I would say that finishing the first half at 7-2 scoreboard, it felt like, yeah, guys, we're just around the corner from finishing the second map and going to New Mexico, but it felt like, nah, it's not gonna be the story of this game. They're gonna find a way to turn it around. LSY with some clutch rounds, Famous doing some really good work individually for unKnights, and it felt like the team itself, unKnights, they're finding a way, they're making some maneuvers to get back in the track, and they really did, like getting 5 rounds in a one half, it's pretty threatening to Vitality. Like, if you got into the second half, just like the first half, put it aside, you have 5 rounds to unKnights and only 3 rounds to Vitality. So they need to work on that, of course. And for Team Vitality, that's just like another win in their pocket. We still have 3 more games to discuss. Like, I don't think that it's gonna be one-sided, and I believe that we had an early interview today. It was not Beck. Remind me again.
Dipsy.
It was
Dipsy.
the guy. Of course, Dips. Like, funny enough, like I get confused sometimes from Beck and Dipsy, but Dipsy said he felt like it's going full distant between those teams, and quite frankly, it looks like that. One piece to each team, and now we are going to New Mexico. I got a lot of stuff to discuss about this game, but at the same time, I can't wait to see New Mexico. This map, we rarely see it in CFWL, but at the same time, we have seen how Vitality got it on their waist. So let's just like cut through to a small break and get back to you with game number 3. So grab your popcorn, stay hydrated, and stick to your chairs.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight down through that smoke just mentioned. Zane has spotted out Chris here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
And we're back again. One Vitality versus unKnights. Of course, our second best of three to best of five. I'm sorry, like we're heading into a best of three, but that's our second best of five tonight. I just wanna break down what happened to you earlier on today. We had, of course, Team 3BL play versus Nemesis, and it was 3-0 to Nemesis. And now we're head to head with Vitality versus unKnights. One each got when it comes to map picks, and funny enough, like each one of them is taking the other team's picks. So we'll see how it goes on New Mexico Penguin. We rarely see unKnights on New Mexico. So what's your take on this?
Well, New Mexico's for Vitality. I guess we can go to the game now because I didn't have time to talk.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, not loads to time to discuss there. You hate to see it, but no, we're looking forward to getting this New Mexico on the way. It's a map that sometimes it's one of the more fun ones in the pool to watch. It can be really, really puggy and really quite exciting, and other times it can be really slow and really drawn out affair. I'm not 100% sure what to expect with coming in towards this, but the way you put it, Carl, this is a real coin flip.
Yeah, it really is. I feel like Vitality's only advantage is they've gotten a few more reps on it compared to unKnights. I feel like unKnights has kind of avoided it a little bit more, and also they've got the momentum coming off of that Black Widow. Though I will say a little bit of a shaky finish line there for Vitality gives a little bit more hope to unKnights going into this one, but when it came down to it on Black Widow, it felt like the rounds Vitality was fully swinging. They just couldn't be stopped. And if they have that kind of momentum coming into the start of Mexico, I feel like it's going to be a lot harder of a map for unKnights, especially as we've seen Vitality kind of grow and get stronger throughout this series so far. So I'm interested to see what unKnights will do, though, because this is probably, in my mind, one of the scrappiest maps in the West League. So a lot can happen on Mexico.
Yeah, and it's just generally the fact that it is a bit of a rarity that we kind of get to see it. I've only caught it once this season. And that was, like 2 days ago. So let's see. I'm excited nonetheless. But I always kind of have ever so slight bits of anticipation, just in the sense of I've seen some really quite fun maps here and there on New Mexico. And then I've seen some really boring ones. Did see the other day, though, on this map, the shotgun coming out quite a lot, which is always quite fun to watch.
Yeah, Mexico is always an interesting one because I feel like it's one of the few maps where you consistently see snipers on the lower end of value, which is very uncommon for a CrossFire map. So it's really where the riflers have to be the stars here. So I'm curious to see who's going to step up. But Horus, definitely leading this push into mid, is someone I'm looking to be a key for Vitality in this matchup. You can see them sneaking across for mid control. But the problem you run into the map on Mexico is a lot of smoke control is the name of the game here, and pretty much all the GR teams are going to stall out as long as possible to just give that full mid smoke any sort of possibility of pushing through. But HTZ still able to find one, and unKnights actually getting a bit more proactive than I would have thought, able to find themselves two, but Slayer and Horus right there to answer back, equalizing, and now putting the pressure onto the A bomb site. Totson over the top of the window, able to find himself another one in LSY. He's just stuck on that forklift, looking for an answer and a way out, but Pietro might actually be that answer from the top of the ramp, but it's a little bit too late to the party, and it's going to be Vitality opening it.
And the question for this as well is, do we now see this Vitality side with kind of the tail end of that second map and actually obviously a much better showing for them? Do we see them now just keep scaling forward, right, and really kind of putting the pressure on? And we would maybe look back at this series and chalk up that port as maybe a hiccup along the way, or them warming up, right? That's kind of the thing I'm looking at. Is this them, losing port maybe just being essentially a bit of a kick up the arse? And sometimes that's what Vitality need, let's be honest, right? This is a side that I feel like aren't always playing at 100% domestically, because most of the time they don't have to. And unKnights proving that they once again can bring something to the table here, hence where it's woken them up.
Yeah, I think so. On top of that, if you look at the map pool at the top of your screen as well, I'm sure they're a bit nervous about Eagle Eye. I think of all of the times I've been scared of Famous as a player, almost all of them are on Eagle Eye. So if they get to that, I feel like unKnights might actually have a good fighting chance. The 3-1, I think, is the best opportunity for Vitality here. They've got the momentum, and they're historically a pretty decent team in the West on Mexico. It's really going to come down to how they respond to these positions from unKnights, because they are playing a little bit different than how I've seen them play this in the past, almost playing a little bit more reserved than what I would expect from this team. But I think they're just trying to get that info early on from Vitality as to how they're actually going to approach this on the BL side, but also stacking that pressure this time onto B might be the right call. Pietro, good for the opener, almost a second there, but thankfully the rest of the team able to help clean this one up. Now it's all on to Slayer in a 1-on-2 situation. It looked like unKnights should have cleanly won this one by now, but Slayer able to poke and keep it alive, but that nade almost finishes the job. 1 HP, Slayer barely getting out of town.
What do we do from here, really, for poor Slayer? That HP bar so low, you can barely even see it. He's dead to rights anyway. He might get a bit of timing here. No, he won't. Okay. Snox gave it a double check and dipped away. I was worried. But, yeah, tied game. So, 1 apiece. Where do you lean here? Do you think that this map is quite a stark advantage for Vitality? I know we kind of spoke about it being a bit of a 50-50, but just more so off the back of the reps.
I'd probably give it a 60-40 to Vitality. I think the one advantage for unKnights they do have, though, is this is historically a pretty GR-sided map, and a lot of teams prefer the comfort of the GR and the way this map plays out. It has become a little bit more balanced in the shift from Mexico to New Mexico, just given the slight advantages for the BL side they started to create in this version. Most notably, the newest addition in this version of that connector from the sewers to the back of B really changes the old dynamic of how these teams used to play this map for years. So it's been interesting to see how teams take on the nuances of New Mexico. But yeah, I would give Vitality just a slight edge here, just because they seem to have a lot more reps on the newer version of the map, and unKnights plays it closer to the old Mexico format, which doesn't work in some ways on this.
Okay, well, Famous, always a threat, and a couple coming forward from him. Snake will deliver one of his own. 1 minute to work with here. You can really see that this map so far, it's so pick-based more than anything. It's being played quite significantly different to how the previous two were. We kind of spoke about these pack mentalities, a little bit more of these kind of grouped approaches. This is really off the back of just 50-50 fights.
Yeah, this map is, honestly, it's a bit uncomfortable on the BL side, and you'll see it in the way they have to push. It's all just really narrow, awkward corridors you have to fight your way through. And the problem with the way the map format is kind of laid out, it's really hard to perfect flash your way through certain corners. So you've got to be really good with the utility usage on this to break through. And even then, you're still taking a lot of these initial fights by yourself with a very low trade potential, because they're so narrow that if you go too close, you end up lining up and giving over 3Ks too easily.
Okay, well, I'm unconvinced by Vitality at the moment, I will say. I'm not sold on what we've seen thus far from them. Oh, Snox up close. This could be a bloodbath. I don't see this gun very often. Basically bar this map, but nice work for a double to kickstart things. And Numbers advantage, trying to keep that pressure on as they're diving in towards A, but now with Horror, Snare, Snake all fallen, and Totson will join them. Slayer surely too big an ask.
Yeah, I mean, for Slayer, it's all but over at this point. He's going to be hunted down by Pietro. 3-1 on the scoreboard, but like I said, it's a very GR-sided map, so I wouldn't think too much of it yet. Vitality, though, still going to call the early pause. I respect the pause here just to make sure they can keep this half as close as possible, because they know even 3 or 4 rounds on this side of the map gives them a pretty firm chance of closing it out on the GR. I mean, we saw it when we flipped sides in the previous map. It felt like the momentum was more on their side as well. They're definitely a second half team on most maps, I would say. So for them, it's just a matter of making sure they keep this one close.
Yeah, I think you're right. If you can trade rounds a little bit of a back and forth in this first half affair, it actually should give you a bit more comfort to work with. But I think Vitality just not really as sharp as we're wanting out from them at the moment. It just feels like kind of in the spot that we're in right now, it's been a little bit too comfortable for unKnights to multi-frag. And when we're in these 50-50s, they're sort of just sitting back on the sides, inviting in a lot of this pressure. They don't have to play too aggressive. So overall, I'm giving unKnights a bit of an edge. If they can actually go anywhere, like obviously we were kind of expecting them to take a lead from this point here, even with this timeout, but if they can push for 6 rounds in this first half, Vitality might start to get into a position of a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's going to really come down to how they approach these executes, particularly towards the A bomb site. They've experienced a lot of difficulty so far in how they've approached these fights. I mean, Snox especially being a really strong alley player is so tough to deal with. We saw it even in the last round, him getting a comfortable 2.5 before going down. And that's the kind of impact that makes the difference on this map. Having those key entries in the right place on the GR side is really all you need, because they don't have to worry about multiple angles. You've just got to put them somewhere where they know how to fight. And that's where I think unKnights thrives on the GR side of this map.
So timeout done, and we should be getting back underway in a second. There we go. We give them the all clear. That we are getting them back underway. 3-1 unKnights. A couple of rounds as breathing room is fantastic, but can we add to it now?
It's a different approach here from Vitality, just trying to get that early information over the top of mid, slowly taking that control, but kind of the standard of mid if you're the GR side is just keep it smoked for as long as possible and try and stall the clock down as much as you can. Generally, the smoke screen can usually get it till about 30 seconds left on the clock before they can push through, but Vitality making the call of knowing they haven't been contesting mid, they push through the smokes anyways and just establish that early control onto the quad boxes and potentially to push through over towards this B bomb side. LSY, though, a very difficult angle he's playing to deal with here. If it is going to be Snare trying to clear, he's not going to have any shot at it, though. LSY just takes him down right away. Horus, he wanted that repeak, unfortunately not able to secure those shots for the trade. Now the counter utility is going to be thrown, and it's going to force Horus to just try and make a move. He's going to get it, though. Pietro goes down. Famous now hanging on for dear life in the back of this bomb site, but Slayer doesn't clear the corner, and now Famous is going to capitalize, gets himself a nice double, make it a triple kill, just tapping heads. It's a 4K and the round. Famous going big time.
I love his reaction on the camera as well. He's hypes himself up, and the team as well, as they extend that lead to 3 rounds now over Vitality. They're looking really good. Like I was saying, if you can push for 6 in this first half, you put yourself in such a fantastic spot. Yeah, I mean, man, it's been a really fun display from unKnights, who want to take back the advantage in this series, go 2-1 up.
Yeah, for unKnights, it's really just about keeping that foot on the gas. It worries me because we saw a similar lead in the first map, and they almost let it slip on port, barely closed it out. But this time around, I feel like Vitality, if you give them that chance, they might push it all the way back in their favor. So I want to see them have an even stronger opening half here. But Vitality doing what they do best, creeping their way up in through the sewers, looking for that opportunity. But Famous, he's again the player on the other side of it, spots the shoulder of one. He knows the peak's going to be coming soon, and he's got the angle to deal with it. Spots the first, gets the headshot onto Horus, goes for the repeak. This time, not going to be able to find anything more from it, but does a lot of damage in the process. LSY and Snox coming in for the collapse. HDZ as well, takes down Snake. Now it's a 2v1 for Tots, and C4 down towards the B alley.
What does he do here as well? It's the fact that he's really got no information, or more adequately, it's actually sort of old information for kind of Totson. So has to sort of completely reset this round. The best thing he can do is just getting this C4 planted. As you pick it up, dive back towards A as quick as you can, and then with that, hope that you give yourself a chance to isolate duels. unKnights given the respect to pick up the C4 and actually get it over towards the A site to plant, but I don't know. This is still really difficult. He's got to isolate these fights, and they're playing it well because they're just playing together.
Yeah, he's got the angle to do it here. He had the counter smoke to stall ramp as well. Only 20 seconds now for the retake, but they're going to go through the window together. I like the call from unKnights, forcing the tap right away to find his position. Totson spotted out, but he's still stalling the clock here. They've got to move a little bit quicker. Finally, the push comes through, and the defuse is there for unKnights. Really good positioning on that 2v1 to ensure they got the info quick enough. And now they're halfway to a victory already on this map.
(5-1) with that guaranteed lead. It's such a weight off the shoulders for unKnights. Snox again playing up close. It's a common position, but simultaneously so difficult to clear.
Yeah, honestly, kind of a unique setup. It's not often you see 3 TRGs on Mexico as well. It's such a small map in a lot of ways that it's a bit of a high-risk play, but for unKnights, it seems to consistently work in their favor to have these TRGs on the field. So we'll see if it pays off once again. Famous, the only one going to be holding on to that HK, but he's been able to make it work really well for him from these anchor positions over towards the B bomb site. This time, though, he has changed his spot, now playing the support role on this A take, and it's a good time to be there. Vitality going to go ahead and send it down the A ramp. Famous, good for one. Another player sneaks through. Not for long, though. Famous, good for a second. Now looking for a third, and he'll find it. Slayer going to go down. Finally, Famous gets traded by Totson, but he's held just enough here to hold on for unKnights. Now Pietro on the rotation, almost catches Snare in the crossfire there. LSY going to back off and play for the full retake alongside Pietro.
Well, Snake and Totson. Not an impossible spot for them, but it looks like that's why Pietro want to play together here. I just feel like at the moment it's hard not to back on Knights. They don't really make a lot of mistakes in these 1v1, 2v2, these clutch situations. They feel like they play it quite solidly, and that was an opportunity for Totson. He just can't capitalize upon it. They're diving in, but he's lost track of him. He pulls the pistol out and Totson wins it. Oh my, that is so close. And I can't believe he gets away with it.
Yeah, it felt like the trade should have been there for unKnights. Unfortunate for them, but for Vitality, it gives them a big opportunity here. If this could still somehow be a 4-5 half, they're going to feel really good about taking that into their GR side here. But for unKnights, they've got to answer back quickly and keep that momentum in their corner. LSY has a chance to line them up. Unfortunately, not an early enough connection, but he does have the rest of his team right there for the support. Snox good for 2. HDZ on cleanup duty gets the lurk, and that is a quick response from unKnights to keep this one firmly in their grasp.
There it is. I said I was asking for 6 rounds as well in this first half, and now we've got it. You lock in a 7th at this, and we're probably actually starting to discuss maybe the map itself being partially under wraps. Like, it's such a long road to recovery for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's really anyone's to take. 3rd round for Vitality, very crucial at this point, and could be their road back into it, but it's going to have to be here and now where they start to make it happen. 7-2 seems really unlikely for them to bounce back. I think their one saving grace is how good they are on the GR side, but for unKnights, you've got to hand it to them. It hasn't just been one player in this half also, just everybody stepping up in these key moments.
Just over a minute. And really no movement from Vitality here. They want to see the half out on a positive light. But with them being so unconvincing, I don't really have the faith, and it's not a good start. Snare will fall. That's why nice find from him. It's an easy numbers advantage again for unKnights, which has become such a consistency for them. They are so often putting themselves at these massively stark advantages, where Vitality just never trade well.
Yeah, right now for Vitality, it's definitely a high-pressure situation as they go into the A bomb site. It's going to be a lot of missed shots from HDZ. Finally, the reconnect, though, good for one. That's not going to be enough, though. Vitality may have a chance to shatter it, but LSY, he's disrupting on the back line. Both remaining Vitality players could eat this nade and go down as well. Somehow, it only does 1 HP worth of damage, but it may not matter if LSY can stay alive. Pietro on the rotation, trying to get in for the support, and Horus, he's got no HP to work with here. He's going to be down and out, and that is a 7-2 half for unKnights. A huge way to bounce back in map number 3.
Yeah, genuinely, that is massive. That is such a brilliant way to start off, and also so concerning, because first and foremost, where are Vitality? And secondly, we're kind of in a spot of kind of saying they're on track now for both of their map picks not go their way. That is pretty damning. And also, maybe even in hindsight, with things panning out the way they are right now, of why have we gone here?
Yeah, definitely a lot of questions
conversation
here.
They need.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has me curious, too, that it doesn't seem like there's a lot of talking going on, and it almost seems like Stray's a little bit frustrated right now as well during this pause at the half. And for unKnights, they've actually seemed pretty cool, calm, and collected throughout this series so far, I have to say. Even when they were losing, there were still smiles on the team. It didn't feel like they were imploding in any fashion. If anything, it was just brushing it off the shoulder. Let's continue forward, and that's been the name of the game for them.
Well, second half begins, and I don't even really know what to expect out from Vitality, who are just so off their game, so lackluster. Is there anything in the locker? It doesn't start well. Sock slow from proceedings, but Horus will find one back in. Tots and Snare Slayer all combined. Okay, so maybe there is life. Oh, famous 2 with the shotgun. This gun had a lot of favor the last time we saw this map. Famous. Beautiful work from him. How have Vitality lost that? How?
Just famous things, you know, pull out the shotgun, put up a quad kill on the round. Why not? You're up 8-2. Keep abusing the momentum you have, and he's the type of player that really shows his confidence in the server, and honestly, it's a good way to maybe put Vitality on the back foot for the remainder of this one, because now they're going to be pretty shattered after that. LSY gets the opener as well. Midair taps onto the head of Snake to keep this one in their hands, and now Vitality have to answer from behind. They're looking for some sort of entry on their end to respond with, but they're just not going to find it yet. They've played a little bit too safe here. Slayer, the only forward player in the round, pushing up in mid, not going to be met with any resistance, while the rest of unKnights is just moving and collapsing slowly back towards this A alleyway.
A 6-round buffer, though. I just don't know if Vitality have it in them. Famous again. Trying to do what he does best. He does miss an opportunity there. He'll dive in for seconds, but... Oh, it looked like Lag was getting the better of him with the shotgun. Does well. Famous is having an absolute field day with it. Continues to be such a menace. I love where, you know, when you get the rarity of a clips from a shotgun, they're fun to watch, man. But Famous is making it look really good.
Oh yeah, he's just fancy footwork, shotgun in hand, taking them all out. That's 3 already on the round for him. Why not make it a 4th to finish it off? And that's going to put him at 8-0 in the second half so far. A 9-2 scoreline might be the most commanding finish we've seen in this series so far if unKnights can pull this off, because Vitality, they've been nowhere to be seen on this map.
Yeah. absolutely non-existent. Horus and Snare will find kills a piece. Slayer adds to it as well. So Vitality aren't dead just yet, but so not forgetting how this half started where they squandered an opportunity like this. Thankfully, Snox traded down at just one, but it's still Famous alive. They should know where he is. Wielding that shotgun. There's only really one place you go with it. But he's got maybe a bit of a gap. Oh, leg spotted. How about close left? Yes. Don't count him out. Do not count him out. But Snare will find the trade. There was a moment, a brief moment that I started to believe.
I wouldn't doubt him at this point. I mean, 10 kills in one half already with a shotgun is a lot to say for himself, but not enough to get the 1v3, unfortunately, but still a 9-3 lead. A lot of chances to put this one to a close in their favor, and they don't seem too worried about it just yet. Still playing a pretty comfy game, not overthinking it here. It almost feels like they're playing a lot more loose than what we've seen on the last couple of maps, but that's what I've wanted from unKnights all day long. They felt a little bit too scared of what to do on Black Widow, but now they've just gone full force, and they're feeling at ease almost.
One more round to see it off. Just need that hiccup from Vitality. Toss and Horus will move back across. Got Snare there as well, all playing in through mid. Horus getting aggro, and it will work out well as he'll find HTZ to open up proceedings. And that's that lower control taken, which is a really nice spot to have.
Yeah, nice positional advantage here. Famous trying to carve some sort of a path through that A alleyway, but this time around it's going to be the retake into mid that could pay off for them. Snake going to go for the lurk here. Gets that forward alley control. Has to be careful of running into Famous on the other side of it, though. It's going to be a late alley push. Pietro leading the charge. Doesn't check the close corner, though. Nice early pick is going to go their way. Snox, though, knows he needs to follow up with a quick trade here. He's going to find it on a Snake. Now they've got a chance to work their way into the A-bomb side. Famous going to be spotted out. Not taken down just yet, though. Able to sneak his way through. But the repeat from Totson, it's good for 2. Now LSY, he's going to be stuck. Has no idea Snare is on the back line. The barrel going to be spotted. Snare keeps this one rolling a little bit longer for Vitality, but it's still 5 needed to tie.
Yeah. Not dead just yet, but again, it's just the fact that you have to go flawless. That's what really feels like it kills us here. It's just, do Vitality have the consistency within them? I don't have the faith.
Yeah, I'm not so sure either at this point.
I like the passive approach here from Vitality because you can see it kind of makes it nice a little bit uneasy. They've had 2 back-to-back quite aggressive rounds. They're trying to step up the tempo, and Vitality just soaked up that pressure really nicely.
Yeah, I mean, shot after shot, looking good here for Vitality. HTZ able to find himself one, but that's going to be it in the round. It's 3 in a row quickly going the way of Vitality, but at the same time, they've got a pause to work with here. They're going to take it. It's 9-5. No need to panic just yet for unKnights. They've got 4 more rounds. They only need 1 to answer back. But this is a challenging side when you start to lose that momentum. And this is where I think it's good to reset it before it gets too comfortable for Vitality. Because once they get that train going, it's hard to slow down.
Yeah, I think for MKZ, a lot to talk about. If he's even there. Oh, there he is. There he is. slight bit of light on the monitor. We see him briefly. Pietro, no, I have no idea. I don't know if he's there. I feel like oh, no. Never mind. There he is. As he appears ever so slightly. When you play games, are you in the dark or do you have lights on? We were having this discussion with Scriv yesterday. What do you do?
Usually I have the lights on. I feel like if the lights are off, my eyes would be so strained, especially in a series like this, 5 maps in a row, lights off, the only light is your screen right at you. I feel like I would definitely need a nap or something after that. My eyes would be hurting.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I was saying. I think, you know, it's bad for your long-term eye quality. It gives you eye strain, like headaches and all the rest. I always play. I don't have like the full lights on, but I always have. I've got like spotlights kind of thing, like on my wall in my room. So not like the main room lights. And I feel like playing in the dark. It always makes me so tired as well. But then I can't play properly.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Still probably better than the players who are, 2 inches from their monitor. I've seen a lot of that, but
yes. Yeah. I don't understand how they see anything, to be honest. Like, it feels like you're missing out on so much of the FOV of like the actual, like, the sides of your screen. You're like so zoomed in.
Maybe their strategy is they don't want to see the real life FOV. They want only the game as their entire peripheral. But for me, that might just give me a headache. But for these guys, we'll see what they do coming out of the pause here. Looks like we're ready to hop back into it. unKnights looking to put a 2-1 on this series. 4 chances to do that, but Vitality trying to gamble their way into some overtime here with how they've been playing. They've got a pretty good chance with those odds. I feel like they've been getting stronger and stronger, but they're also going to change up the guns a little bit in this round as well. They've got double TRGs and change in the secondary on Snake as well.
That's white. How good is the pre-fire, to be honest? Or actually, is he going to be swung upon here? Yeah, he is. And actually, that works against Snake. Famous. There's 2 on offer there, potentially. Snox gets 1. HDZ, that's why they've all fallen at the same time. Same for Pietro. Still Famous and Snox in a 2 versus 2 against Slayer and Aurus. Just to see this map over the line, but Famous will fall. Snox has to now bail them out. It's Slayer on the other side, and he will get a safe plant.
1v1 for the map, though. Ooh, both players actually missed the shots right away. The nade, though, to force out of position. Is it going to work? Slayer just tanks the damage, but now he stalled the clock a little bit longer. Snox, though, he's going to take it all the way home for unKnights. That is a 2-1 overall now on the series as they take the map. One of the best we've seen from unKnights in the league so far, I'd say, and firmly showing they can not once but twice put a 2-1 on the score against Vitality.
Yeah, to be honest, a bit of a horrible showing from Vitality. They just never really got going. Like, we never really got to see anything that felt like it was the level required. And I think probably a big kind of conversation to be had is kind of like the choice around the map. Like, you're going to it, right? Unless maybe if it gets floated because it is a best of 5, we're going to have to play a lot of maps. But floated for a 5th map rather than picked in the 3rd. Different story. So yeah, really, really baffling for me for Vitality. A lot of question marks still to be had for them, and they're still not playing to the level that we're expecting of the #1 team, the side that are meant to be so dominant here in the West League. unKnights continue to be an issue, and they're lucky it's a best of 5, right? This is the 3-map series. It's a wild time where it's another upset, and unKnights continuing to prove that they are this kryptonite. So a real big conversation needs to be had in this sort of 10-minute break in between maps here, and I think we kind of saw it in the timeouts as well. Stray pretty frustrated with what his team are bringing to the table because the ultimate thing of what they're bringing is nothing.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation here for Vitality. I feel like this was the map they really needed to win to solidify their chances at taking the series. Now you open up that potential 5th map of Eagle Eye if it goes to 5. But now for Vitality, that's the only way you win it is in 5. But we'll go ahead and throw it to the panel to break this one down because I'm very curious to see how Penguin's feeling after this one.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad, and actually I really want to ask you, Penguin, like, this game, it felt pretty weird, and yeah, Famous just brought the shotgun and started taking rounds by his hand. Like, I believe we had 3 rounds, like, we got Famous stamp on it.
Bro, this game finished 7-2 in favor of unKnights on first half, and I said that 100% Vitality is gonna come back with at least 2-3 rounds in a row on the global side. That's how Mexico's been played. Unless Famous is just on the servers with the bolt shotgun pushing everywhere. This is something out of the analytical view. You cannot analyze this gameplay. You cannot just expect this gameplay from Famous. He's going with the scoop, moving with the scoop, and just killing everybody. Getting 1v4 with this shotgun is just destroying Vitality. Vitality is just some kind of scared team. The guys seeing Famous, they run. You're just running from every single fight. This is not Vitality. We are seeing the completely different team. I just, in my opinion, I felt that they're so rookies in front of Famous.
I can totally agree with you, and also it feels like Vitality are getting lazy. Like, yeah, they're the regional champions, they got a lot of titles under their belt, but at the same time, like, just reform a team with 3 players that got, I don't know, like almost 30 plus? Like, I believe that Famous 31, we have Pietro getting closer to 30, and like we have also another player that's getting closer to 30 to just push you up like this. It feels illegal, and you're playing versus a part-timers. You're a full-time Vitality roster. It feels wrong. Everything here feels wrong.
It's not about this. Honestly, there is a lot of mistakes and a lot of weaknesses on the side of Vitality. Forget about Famous and his coaches and maybe these shotgun bolts. Yeah, this is one on a time.
No, I'm speaking about the old team.
I'm explaining in general that it's the Vitality is not doing their thing. They look so basic in the maps. We've not seen anything. I don't know if they're just going into this series trying to maybe not to show anything, maybe trying to casually win the map. No, this is not the case, because Vitality, they're gonna be playing Ankara, and I said when it comes to Ankara, I feel that unKnights is better on Ankara. They just play more as a team, and I asked Vitality if they're gonna be banning Ankara or New Compound, because this is the 2 maps that they can't play versus unKnights, and one of them was gone, which is New Compound. The other is they're gonna be playing it while the league is on the line, because if unKnights win this, that means that Vitality will have to play on the lower bracket. Yes, of course, in the lower bracket, maybe it's kind of the competition is lower for them, but there is an LCK on the lower bracket, and with this performance by LCK and by Vitality, we can see a new maybe champion finally for this year. But I don't know, Vitality is just not showing the best performance that we expected them to see. However, let's just talk about unKnights. These guys are just insane. I never expected them. I thought it's going to be 3-1 in favor of Vitality, in my opinion. I didn't say that it's going to go, and when I said 3-0 Dipsy, I was just mocking him because he knows that he don't want to play maybe versus Vitality. But I expected maybe 3-1 in favor of Vitality, but no, this is not the case. Maybe 3-1, but in favor of unKnights, not Vitality.
You never know when it comes to you. And it looks like unKnights, they came prepared, and they showed that the phase 2 win wasn't just like a walk in the park or just Vitality not giving 100% since we're in playoffs. Like, if you're saving strats, you need to start to show some of them, since there is no second chance. Like, yeah, you got the lower bracket, but there is no second chance to redeem yourself, and if there is a time to redeem yourself, it should be now. Like on the second map, it felt that Vitality have woken up. They got the 7-2 first half and felt like, okay, they're taking this one by a mile and finishing it pretty quick, and then boom, unKnights taking 5 rounds off their tooth, and it felt like, so there's a way for unKnights to fight this back. They made
big way.
They lost the map, of course. Of course they did. And after that, we got into the third map, which was Vitality's pick. And guess what? unKnights, or would say Famous, just did some incredible rounds, and the remaining players, like full team, full squad, they just swiped Vitality out. First half, boom, it felt like one-sided game. Second half, they fought back, but there is no actual result that came out of it. So like, to have Vitality on this situation, it's pretty scary. I wouldn't say in CFWL it's pretty scary if we're gonna see Vitality compete internationally.
I don't know, man. It's too tough, honestly, because they show a lot of weaknesses. It's not about Famous, it's not about the team. They show a lot of weaknesses. I still say, because on the first half, Famous did not pop off every single round. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 rounds, and that's normal. If you're playing on international stage, you're going to be playing versus players very strong like Famous. So it was not the case from first half. It was, I want to say that the strategic-wise misplays coming out from them, maybe 30-40%, and 60% their individual skills is question marks there, because it's so questionable. Where is the individual skills coming out from Snare? Where is the everything coming out from the guys of Vitality? They usually show us better performance when it comes to clutches. They usually show us good performance when it comes to strategic-wise. Now, I can't see this, not even, by the way, on the first map, second map, or the third map. The second map, they barely closed it. The first map, they almost got crushed. They made a comeback. And this one, they got crushed, really got crushed on Mexico.
They really did. And for the V2 itself, we are going to unKara. And as you've mentioned, their unKara record is not that big, or like not that good. You're playing versus unKnights, which it's one of their favorite maps that we have seen across, of course, the entire season, like phase 1, phase 2, and now they're heading to play it versus Vitality. Like, we might ask a lot of questions. How would they execute, like the A execution, the B execution, of course the covers, the spots, but for me, I just want to get into the game and see how Vitality can recover from what happened in New Mexico.
Recovering from New Mexico, going into unKara is so hard, man, because they need to recover and they need to overcome the strengths that team unKnights have on unKara, because I said that strategic-wise, based on the past performance, we've seen a very good Mexico from the guys from Vitality. What about the map that they usually struggle on? What about the map that lately, when they played versus unKnights were winning? It's famous for doing a lot of damage in mid. He's just pushing mid, killing everybody in CT, cutting all the rotations out. So that's very tough for them. I would love to see how they're going to be adapting or fixing their mistakes.
Yeah, they're cutting the rotations, and speaking of cutting rotation, it looks like unKnights are cutting the way on Vitality to get to the upper bracket semi-final or final, whatever it is you can call it. But I mean, we're all waiting for the game, so let's just cut through it and get to our casters to see, will unKnights defeat Vitality for the second time, or will we see fifth map?
Whilst Vitality have been shaky, I'm still not convinced about this being settled in 4. It's a map in which is played just a hell of a lot by obviously by unKnights, but even I've seen a fair decent amount of showings from Vitality on this internationally as well, right? It gets picked in a lot against them, right? But I don't really think that they're super off their game on it. And I think unKara for me feels really like a map which can be down to your stars shining, right? Can we get these individuals really flying? You look into somebody like can we get Snare online, right? Can we get kind of a Snake and Slayer starting to find a bit of form? Horus hitting some shots, especially on those entries as well, and looking to try and find gaps here and there. But the biggest talking point still remains the same, Carl, of like where is Vitality? Like, we haven't seen those stars. We haven't seen really these players step up that should generally be comfortable here. unKnights look great.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I feel like one of the brutal battles we've seen throughout the day is HDZ versus Snare. I would say HDZ has looked significantly better on the day, and this is a map where you need your snipers to kind of be the star of finding those entry frags. So I'm hoping we see a bit more from Snare in this one. On top of that, we haven't really seen the entry fragging maximum potential from Horus. I'm used to seeing it's been kind of Slayer trying to lead a lot of this day for his team, and hasn't always worked out for them. So we'll see what they can do on the BL side of this map. They've actually got a wide open B bomb site to kick off this first round. No mid defense, and unKnights going to be playing a full retake here.
Okay, swing out, Pietro. I'll open up proceedings, but Snake and Slayer kills a piece. A diving round. LSY will get one, but him and HTZ both fall very quickly. It's all on the shoulders of Snox in this retake. He does bring it down into a 1 versus 1. Hang on a second. Totson's tucked in towards stairs. But it's just the fact that Snox is so low and the angle is so strong by Totson. Vitality open up proceedings.
Yeah, no surprises here. Vitality, they're going to come out swinging in this first half. They know they've got to make a statement after what went down on that third map of the series. So this is the side where they've got to show their confidence. It's a BL-sided map as well, so I think they're just going to try and put their foot on the gas as long as they can, and the nades going to make it that much harder on unKnights to hold this A-bomb site. HTZ going down right away. He's 0 for 2 so far on these early fights, and now that Vitality have the opportunity, they might just swoop in and attack this A bomb site. Snox, though, has the rotation already called for Famous to be there, so they've got a chance to maybe lock this one down on the push.
Oh, into a bloodbath, the meat grinder there for Snox. He just rounds the corner. There's 4 people in front of him. Poor guy. Nothing he can do. And in a matter of seconds, well, it's all Pietro. Seems safe to call this one over, and Vitality taking a second round here. They look a little bit more comfortable here, Carl, I will say, compared to what we saw on towards New Mexico and even just kind of times throughout this series. This feels a little bit more like the Vitality. Maybe not as, clean in the way it's approached still, even despite obviously no one falling here. But, it's still a little bit puggy. It's still a little bit kind of like we're hoping we trade well here rather than pure kind of domination. But 2-0, it just feels a little bit more like them.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a chance to at least breathe. You could see Pietro just pulling up to the GR spawn there and just kind of waiting and getting some tack pause time basically for their team to talk through how they might want to adjust here, because so far Vitality in full control of map number 4 of this series, and their eyes set on taking this to Eagle Eye for a 5th one to maybe bring this one back in their favor. But for unKnights, it's not too early to shut it down just yet here. They're going to be going for a little bit of a change of pace. They're still going to be giving up mid control, though. Playing 3 stacked on A might be the right call, though. Vitality loves to go for A executes early in the round.
You got Snox playing contact, Famous playing anti-flash. Speaking of, there it is. There's the contact and the anti-flash, but what can Famous do? He'll deliver for 1. He looks for a second as well to try and catch Slayer. Moving his way through main, but he just can't quite deliver. Slayer will double down. Back into a 2 versus 2. They take space towards the A site. There's a smoke on towards the fence and a chance at a safe plant.
Yeah, now it's going to be counter flash from Pietro. Try and stall the planter. Get the early retake going on the plant. They're going to see Snare, but actually Snare gets out of there. Not going to matter too much if Pietro can come in over the top like that. Spots Snare as well. The pressure's on, and Pietro is going to stand up and deliver in this one. unKnights getting a much-needed round to answer back, and it's exactly what we want to see from them here.
All right, heading towards hotel. No one there for now. It's a lot of early presence towards bridge for unKnights. It's good. First on the board as well. Yes, the couple of rounds to start off are pretty decent for Vitality, but you getting 1 now for unKnights. It gives you, you're hoping, a bit of a springboard to tie this game back up, keep the pressure on as well. We know this is a Vitality side that have succumbed to the pressure in this series already.
Yeah, for now it's going to be unKnights just continuing to play their same approach. They've consistently given up mid, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it is a tough map to go for the retake on, so don't necessarily blame them either, given Vitality does have heavy lean for just going into fast executes on their BL side. It looks like they're going to be targeting A again here, and it's going to be their 3rd time hitting it in the first 4 rounds, so it's going to be Snox and Famous once again playing for the spots here early on. You can see Famous here. A really good position to maybe stall off the flash. Has to wait a couple extra seconds here, but has a chance to capitalize. Gets the first pick, but look at that angle from Snare. Takes down Snox as the trade comes through, and that's the bomb side in their hands.
Such a disgusting little kind of peak to work with, isn't he? Right? He's got such a small window, but he knows that somebody's going to swing in towards that to try and deny them diving in towards A, and nets him a lovely, lovely kill, which in doing so, numbers advantage. And now the post plan, they're all rotating in from that flank. And there's the first HTC. Lovely shot from him, but Snare will find one of his own as well. And it's HTT and LSY fall. Vitality, you bite back, take a 3rd.
Yeah, really good effort there from unKnights. Just nothing they could find to break through comfortably. But Vitality, this is a much better team than what we saw on New Mexico. Now They're starting to play more cohesive. They're making sure they get the trades, and more importantly, securing these rounds early on for themselves. It's going to give them that chance to fight back into the series. LSY gets a bit too eager on that one. He's going to be taken down by Totson and Horus on the wide swing. He sets it up, though, nicely for them not to necessarily expect Famous on the secondary vent peak. The nade, though, will do a nice bit of damage.
Famous tries to go for a swing to level it, right? It's a 5v4. He wants to try and bring it back into an even state, but that swing will cost him his life. Pietro at the very least will get one of his own, and Snox reclaims some space. Now, that's two simultaneous nice moves in different parts of the map that actually make Vitality a little bit uneasy. Oh, that's a nice shot from HTC. He continues to be so impressive.
Honestly, some great shots to get things back in their favor, and the only downside is Snox and HTZ both under 10 HP, but having the TRG might change that. Oh my goodness, HTZ once again, another incredible shot from him, leaving Snake alone. It's still a very winnable 1-on-3 considering the HP on Snox and HTZ. Pietro, the only full HP player left for unKnights to work with. The C4 still yet to be planted as well, and Snox, he's going to be holding for the flank. Gets the early spot onto Snake, who's just kind of stuck here over towards the B bomb site. Nobody directly contesting it, but he's still looking for these isolated 1v1s to try and find the opening. But Pietro, the timing should be picture perfect here to get the backstab, and that'll be a nice round for unKnights.
Still keeping competitive. While it feels like that Vitality are, I would say, even obviously with the scoreline, but just generally from the way in which they've won rounds, it feels a little bit more like Vitality are that slightly stronger side. Like unKnights, as long as they keep this first half competitive, they're still going to put yourself in a really, really nice spot. But HTC is their first to fall, and that's a really important guy to drop in this early portion. We've already sung his praises a couple of times throughout the series, and even in this map. So that is an untraded opener. Huge for Vitality.
Yeah, definitely a lot to recover now in the round for unKnights. They're going to go ahead and gamble on the stack of A. 3 players over here. Only one on the B side of the map going to be LSY, who really doesn't have a good angle to work with either. Just going to be playing underneath. Has to try and catch somebody on this mid pick. The timing, though, unfortunately, going to be pretty much as bad as it could be in this situation. Just after he peeks mid, 3 players group in behind them. He actually responds quite well to get one, but it's not going to be quite enough to hold on here. The B-bomb site now fully controlled by the remaining players of Vitality and unKnights. It's going to be a 3-on-4 full retake.
Famous. Needs to start joining up with the rest of the group moving through now. That C4's gone down. Vitality have a chance to extend and double this lead. With the numbers advantage, you'd favour them in this spot. And that C4 planted in the time of the essence. Snox looking to try and find something, but Snare aware to that possibility. But Pietro will deliver. 2 versus 3, but that twist there can pop up. 1 and 2 for him. Slayer finds one to break up the kill feed. But it is Vitality of a 4th.
Yeah, really good response there on the post-plant setup. The counterflash was really good from unKnights to try and reestablish control, but thankfully Snare able to be that anchor on the post-plant they've needed, and he's really stepped up quite a bit in this 4th map so far, and if he continues that forward, it's going to be tough for unKnights, but HTZ going to find the first. Pietro quickly finds the second on the mid-stairs. A great counterflash to fall off with as well as he looks for the repeak. It's not going to matter, though. Horus able to force his way through to make this one a 3-on-4 situation, and more importantly, a free bomb side for themselves out of it. It's going to be a 3-on-4 post-plant, still favoring unKnights, who are quickly rotating underneath, and there's just nobody on Vitality ready for this rotation. Now Horus left alone, 1 versus 4, has to do pretty much everything, but hey, why not? Grab 2, looking for more. Could he do this? Grabs the 3rd, surely not the 4th. Snox thankfully there to put a stop to the madness.
Worryingly close, but still 1-round game. So despite kind of feeling like they're always a step and a half behind here, at the very least, unKnights are still trying to stay competitive. LSY, that swing out is absolutely sumptuous.
not much more you could ask for in the start of the round there from him. He's been a little bit quiet, but it's a good time to come to life here, looking for the tie now, and they may just find it on the 5-on-3. You can see Vitality a little bit unsure of what they want to do after that one, though. Pietro as well, he's snuck into the mid-pit position. They don't seem to know they have this kind of control, and it forces Vitality to pretty much go back to the only site that's left open for them consistently, which is the B-bomb side. But I don't really blame unKnights. Their retakes look a lot cleaner on this side of the map.
I agree. Well, minute 20. How did Vitality make this work for them? That's a nice move as the C4 gets planted. A very aggressive move by Snake. It's actually just going to make life feel a little bit uncomfortable. Sox has got to clear this close left, which he does. So he gets a freebie back in response. For Snake, I was sort of hoping that he actually falls back into Hotel and shells up there with Slayer, but instead, he'll leave just Slayer here, who is going to get one back in return. 3 versus 2. There's life in this. They're blind running into each other, though. Got to be careful. Quick pop shot, though. Snare does what he does best as he gets 2, and it's all on Famous. That is a rough round to let slip.
Yeah, that definitely should have been a round for unKnights. Unfortunately, just not ready for the positions that Vitality was going to peak from on the post plant. But for Vitality, that is a massive one to steal away in the 2-on-4 clutch, and gives them a much better fighting chance to take into the second half. A guaranteed half win, maybe even a 6-3 to run along with. But for unKnights, if they can make this 5-4, it is still a BL-sided map at the end of the day, so it wouldn't feel too bad if they can make this a one-round game to close it out. But this round's going to be all on to Snox here. About to be collapsed on 1v5. He needs to find at least 2 if he can, but there's a whole lot of nothing from that one. And now it's going to be a full site in control for Vitality. But look at this instant retake. All 4 players coming through the A connector, but Snare, he already knows what's up here. It's going to be shut down immediately. No chance back in.
Great round. Really, really great round. That's a little bit more like it. Now, what feels like a nice lead to build upon. 6-3. And I feel like for unKnights, if you even lose this first round of the half here, you're in quite a bit of trouble. This is where things can so quickly slip away. I don't want to say now or never for unKnights to have a chance here in Ankara, but it does feel like it. Their map pick and not playing out like it at the moment.
Yeah, definitely a tough start on the first half for unKnights, but let's see what they can do on the attack now. Unfortunately for unKnights, though, Snake has kind of gotten past them here. He's in the mid position, all the way pushed up in the pit. I don't know if they're going to actually check and clear out his position. He's got the support there as well. Snare, nice little headshot onto HDZ to get the round going. And then on top of that, they're still able to hold on to this position and keep Snake safe. And I do like this little cross setup they've got going in mid, but may not pan out to anything more. But the damage has already been done. They've got the 5-on-4, and they've got the rotations already coming towards A.
$115 as they wait outside the A side, but you're right. You're right. They have that rotation over already. They're so set for this, Vitality. They're so ready. Swing. Close corner. Cleared. Trades are actually positive. Trades are very, very positive. Favorable for unKnights. Now I'll take the numbers advantage. The nade is great. Plays perfectly. At the same time, Snake made a move of his own, leaving it all on the captain. Pietro, he's stuck in 2 minds, doesn't even know what to do here, but he goes chasing. Oh, and with himself going chasing, hang on a second, he's got a free run towards the B side. He should get a plant out of this.
Yeah, Vitality, they had a chance to win that and just aggressively take the final 2v1, but instead they let Pietro reset, takes the 1v1 and wins it, and now he may have a chance to win this after all. Has a nice little smoke to stall the push. Spots Snake on the other side of it, does a decent amount of damage as well. He's got the HP advantage to work with, but Snake, he's going to go for the full wraparound, and I don't necessarily know if Pietro is going to be checking Hotel at this point. Snake, really good intuition there to win this one, and Vitality securing a very close round.
Yeah, and that potentially might start to be the beginning of the end, right? I think this is kind of where we're at now, where it's such a wealth of a lead already. And unKnights, they're losing a lot of these close encounters. Oh, let's see. I mean, is there anything left in the tank? I really feel like for unKnights, they're just not showing up to play here. I wasn't convinced this was going to be settled in 4. I did have a feeling a 5 mapper. Snap. 4-1. And that's why I quick on that trade.
unKnights, though, still eyeballing this A bomb side, but Slayer looking to maybe get a little bit of a push going through the smoke. Spots one on the edge of it. Can't fully connect, though, on the shots. It's going to force a bit of a reset, though, for unKnights, pushing back to the BL spawn. They're going to have to deal with Horus if they decide to go towards B, though. Horus already pushed up in the B hotel, just trying to get that early vision if the rotation comes through. Has a nice little off angle on the B archway, which could actually net him a good amount of kills here. If they're not ready for this position, Pietro could go down without much of a fight, but it's actually going to be the early spot there. Pietro able to potentially find him. Horus, he knows he's just going to have to get out of here and reset this one while the rotation comes through.
Yeah, nice for Horus just to fall back. I think this is kind of the smarter call. Even this close angle, it's hoping that something on the side draws the attention away, and that's exactly what happens. They tunnel vision to the side, and that's where he can step up. The pistol diving around does really well. As Vitality net their 8th 5-round lead now. unKnights take a timeout. I was actually so surprised they didn't take a timeout after losing the previous round, but here we are. And there's a real question here, Carl. Like, is it too little too late?
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I honestly expected a lot more from unKnights on this map. It's normally one of their best maps in the pool, but it almost feels like they came in with a little bit too much confidence after the win on New Mexico and just haven't been playing as smart as they need to in some of these situations, just kind of hoping for those entry frags to maybe get them across the finish line hasn't been enough. And for Vitality, they've just perfectly capitalized on the opportunity they've been giving in this map. And you look ahead to Eagle Eye, if they can get a good momentum swing here on this map and close out with a strong scoreline, they could be sitting in a really good position to maybe win this in map 5.
Vitality, not really loads they need to talk about. They know they're doing more than enough. And it kind of still feels as well like for them that they haven't really been forced to essentially do anything special, right? It's very defaulty. It's very trade heavy. It's very just playing off the back of each other, and they're not being, forced to call these like really, really, detailed rounds that pull themselves back into. They know they can just play off the back of trades because right now, unKnights just not hitting their shots.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to see what they'll do after this pause timer, but it's not over just yet for them on this 4th one of the series, but does seem pretty likely we'll be seeing a map 5 Eagle Eye finish here for this one. But at the very least, this has been a series that's delivered all day long. It's been a bit of a back and forth, no clear front runner, and it just makes me think back to the Dipsy interview we had earlier in the day where he said it was going to go the full distance, and hey, he was right.
Yeah, he was. He was. Down to the decider, this one's going to be needed for my money, but vibes seem okay to unKnights. A little bit of a laugh there from Famous, so maybe an LSY as well. Maybe pressure not fully got to them just yet. Now, whenever though, on-field timeout, 5 in a row required just to tie it up 8 apiece. I don't know, it just feels too big of an ask for me.
Ooh, bit of a collision there. Thought Snake was actually going to get the double out of it, but not quite enough to find that impact. Just a 1-for-1. Famous and Snake going down early in the round, but for unKnights, it's going to leave them wondering what to do next here. They wanted that early mid control, and they kind of half find it in this one, but for Vitality, they're also taking a big risk in this round as well. They don't really have anyone defending the A-bomb side directly. It's just Slayer playing aggressive in the A connector.
Pietro dives in for a move, but doesn't get anything with it. LSY. Oh, he's holding for the reaggress. Flash over, but Slayer looking to swing in. Does get one. Should get traded. Will get traded. Pietro lucky to still be alive. Second time of asking, though. Snare will eventually see it off. 2 remain. It looks like, unfortunately, this time I might not have netted anything.
Yeah, it's a bit tough now for Snox and HDZ. They have to take down Snare pretty much instantly to win this side, but it's not going to matter. Vitality right there and ready to react. Get themselves onto map point here. 6 in a row. unKnights needing to tie this one up. Otherwise, it's quickly going to be going forward to our 5th map of the series, which would be Eagle Eye 2.0 here. Snare ready to put the nail in the coffin on this one. Takes down HDZ to start the round.
It's the non-starter, really, isn't it, for unKnights this map? Pietro will get one. Nearly a second. Horus should be dead to rights, and is. On he falls. Totson needs to be careful. He's also going to get caught as well, so maybe still a bit of life left in this unKnights side. 2 versus 3, though. We've seen these lost before. Snox will get that plant in, unless Y has been spotted. Snare holds. Smoke down in his face. He gets one. Uh-oh. Slayer's starting to get him behind as well. He really needs his support because Snare is stuck alone on the site, and down he falls. 1 versus 2. The only really angle they need to care about is coming through Hotel. They know that's where he is. But Slayer brings it into 1 versus 1. It's famous now. He waits for the jump up. He spotted him now, has, and delivers. Close. unKnights aren't there just yet.
Yeah, it's coming down to the wire here, but unKnights still too close for comfort on these rounds. All it takes is one mistake, and the map will be Vitality's to win. So for unKnights, it's going to be back to the drawing board here to see what else they can do to keep this one moving towards overtime. As you can see right now, they're just going for some early mid presence here. Snox kind of leading the charge, putting some pre-fire through the boxes, along with Famous here, just looking for that A connector peek over the top, but not much going to be given just yet from Vitality. They know the pressure is on unKnights to make the first move.
Okay. Pietro, he opens the proceedings. With hotel control taken, and they can keep eyes trained on Bridge as well. Good space to hold. Snox's insurance policy for the rotations. He might get gifted one in a second. He does. Nice work. 5 versus 3. It's tough to lose from this spot, surely, if you just play together.
Yeah, they've got the right idea here. Vitality, unfortunately, not really making the right call on their contest over towards B, losing that early momentum and then losing another in mid thanks to Snox. And now Vitality have to win it out on a 3-on-5. Totson just tucked away on the back of the B bomb site. It is going to be Snake trying to bait them in, but the check is going to be there. Pietro just knows, grabs both kills. And that should be the round going the way of unKnights, getting themselves a 5th here, unless Slayer somehow can pull off a 1v5.
Yeah, that's not happening. No chance. No chance. Maybe a constellation kill might be as good as it gets, but as long as this is played properly, more than one should never be the case. Still, he waits. He might just be saving the KD here more than anything. Which, I don't really blame him. This is a complete write-off of a round.
Yeah, it's a good value, too. They still have the tack pause, and they basically get a free one right here. So if they end up getting another tack pause later, could be a little bit of value to just talk through things now, because it's starting to feel like what we saw on a previous map already in this series, where Vitality were close to the finish line, and they struggled a bit to close out that second map. It was very close. It ended up being from a 9-3 down to a 10-7.
It's true, actually, yeah. Ultimately, a cosmetic comeback, but you still never want that to happen. Pietro opens up proceedings. So they've hit that 5th, and it feels like a bit of a reignited side. I mean, diving towards the A side, they should be able to get a plant here. Just off virtue of having so many more numbers to work with. They've gone upstairs and completely catching Totson unawares. Snare and Snake gotta bail them out, and now it's only just Snare.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one now. No chance to bring it back this time for Vitality, but they still have the luxury of being on top by 3, but this is quickly moving against them now. Pietro really stepping it up since the last reset.
Yeah, he's looking sharp individually, and also he's just taking a lot of space, which I can respect. Like, he's being quite selfless in the way that he's approaching it. It's sort of, it feels like a bit of like dying for the cause kind of mentality, but it's actually what you need at times. You need somebody to just take a bit of space, be a bit of a controlling force in this. We are getting it. Vitality. They're overextending a little bit, I think.
They are. You can tell Horace, he's kind of hungry to try and get this one across the finish line, but I think that's what unKnights is banking on here, just trying to sell a bit of a fake in the hands of Pietro, who's just throwing a lot of utility early towards B, and seems like the rest of unKnights is going to collapse, maybe even into a mid play here. They do have Snake on the other side of it for Vitality, just holding the mid windows in the GR spawn, but for unKnights, they've been really good at drawing out the picks the last couple of rounds here, that they've got to be careful, and I do like the call from Vitality, even though there could be a mid push, to just play together in this circumstance.
Famous for a double. Might be more rounds required. Every single round, I'm just feeling, is this the one that they see over the line? But they still are staying alive. Snap finds HDZ. 4 versus 3. Snare, no way, not like this. They've given him the chance to multi-frag.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one now. Vitality have everything in the cards to close out the map. Thanks to Snare. Here comes the repeat, though. LSY, good for the first. Snare has to hold on. LSY, good for 2, though. Narrows it down to the one-on-one. Able to scoop up the C4, but there's a huge HP advantage in the hands of Snake to potentially win this 1v1 with. There's not a whole lot of utility left on the field either, so LSY just has to hope he can go for a play where it catches Snake off guard, and I do like the play call here, sneaking through mid, probably to take the bomb over to A. Gives him the best chance of taking a safer fight in the one-on-one. There's just so many barriers you can use on that A bomb site to create an advantage that you may still have a fighting chance here.
Yeah, he was just hoping he would sort of walk into him as he stayed tucked, but doesn't happen. And now a long rotate over as LSY dipping between the two angles. Trying to get that favorable fight, and it's seen over finally. 10-6 for Vitality. It's maybe not the most comfortable of closes in towards the map, but it's still the map all the same. And now pushing us towards that decider, that 5th map. I did always have a feeling with Ankara that it would go the way of Vitality. We kind of made a bit of a guess between ourselves. I went 10-5 Vitality. That was pretty close. But I always backed Vitality in taking that one. And sure, that close at the end is a little bit uncomfortable, but all they care about is that they get the map and they push us towards that Eagle Eye.
Yeah, and that's where we're headed now. It's going to be a 5th map, Eagle Eye, and with what we've seen so far, just a severe back and forth. I have absolutely no idea who's going to be the favored team going into that final one, but I'm curious to see how the desk will break it down, so we'll throw it over to them.
This series is just a roller coaster from each angle. You see Vitality, okay, so we're picking New Mexico. Boom, you're just gonna lose it. And on the other side, unKnights. So we're picking X. Yeah, you're gonna lose it. Anyone who picks a map, he just lose it. That's how it is for this series. And it feels pretty weird, to be honest, to see Vitality at this level. They're having like some difficulties finishing the maps and finding some really good rounds. You always need someone to step up, and for this game, Snare stepped up with a quad kill, so
Yeah,
we can
with
finish
Amazon.
this game.
Well, that's exactly what I wanted to mention. The struggle of closing the map. This was a problem that Vitality didn't have on the past days. Right now, I feel that they're having struggles closing the map. Even though if they are doing a very good job, or maybe if they are trying to push sides or try to play aggressive and do a very good executions, because we've seen from them a very good executions. However, in the end, still. Closing the map is an issue for Vitality, which is something weird for me. On the other side, when Famous played a normal game, quite normal game by the way, it's just Vitality's way. So we're talking about Famous. If he's just chills, takes normal peaks and not doing crazy things, then we're saying that Vitality is winning. But if Famous is having a good game, which is gonna be scaring me if you're talking about Vitality going into Eagle Eye. If Famous is feeling himself, that means that Vitality will struggle onto this map.
They definitely will, since he is one of the key players for unKnights to have some wins, some rounds, and of course here you will see that it's not only Famous, it's the whole unit itself. And for this game I want to break out something. We have always seen Vitality when they were playing on GR with some way, like somehow they're trying to take extra an extended territory for themselves, like they're playing pretty aggressive at some point. Sometimes they're always forcing connectors, forcing fights, and forcing some hotel. That's hotel, right? Like the one on the right
the
side?
hotel,
The hotel, of course,
yeah, they usually go for a fight for it. And by the way, this is the change that Vitality did. They need to do this because if they leave the map for unKnights, unKnights is a team that they can execute. So if they let them execute, it's gonna be so helpful for them, and that's what we've seen. And actually, Petro had a very good game. Yeah, honestly, just leading and getting all these kills is just insane from him.
Of course it is, and even though that Famous is 0.6 KD, but he still got some famous rounds in his pocket that we have seen in this map. 26 is the scoreline, and the bottom line here is, yeah, unKnights are here to shake Vitality's crown and just trying to take it, snatch it away from them. It looks like the unKnights might be one of those teams that gets to the final round from the upper bracket, from the lower bracket. unKnights versus Vitality is a series that you would love to watch.
And the Knights are doing a very good job. Honestly, they exceeded our expectations. Of course, we are not saying they are weak, but you mentioned that Vitality is very strong. We usually mention that Vitality is strong. We're not mentioning that the enemy team is weak. But now Vitality is not strong as we expected when it comes to such matchups. It's very close matchups usually. However, when you need someone to close it, it was Snare, and he did a very good job on the last round, getting a quad kill or maybe triple kill, just securing this round. Because in my opinion, if it went 9-7, they might just have some struggles closing this map.
Yeah, if it went 9-7, like you have only 2 rounds buffer after having almost, actually not almost,
5?
You had
Five.
six rounds,
Six.
6 rounds buffer, and you drop it to 2. That's something crazy to be expecting to see from Vitality. But unKnights, they're having their night, they're making it count, and for us now, we'll just hit to a small break, man. Like, the viewers really need to take a break. The casters really need to take a break. Everyone needs to take a break to get ready for the final boss. And for the final boss, we'll hit to a small break and get back to you.
exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Menacing, not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight down through that smoke just Tate has spotted out Chris here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that twig.
And we're back to you guys after a small break, and now we're at the final game, final boss between unKnights versus Team Vitality. So, two big teams, big names. We went to full distance between those teams. So, I want to ask you this question. Which team are you going for in Eagle Eye?
Eagle Eye is good map for unKnights, honestly, so we can't say that they might fall. However, we used to see a very good and dominant performance coming out from Vitality, but in today's matchups, I feel they are a bit shaky. So it's so hard to guess. But when there is a pressure, I believe that unKnights maybe they can close it. Maybe they can upset Vitality and just bring them back to the loser bracket.
It's getting closer. The upset, the best of 5, the full is going versus Vitality, and now they're just on the final map. We're just like playing ping pong. Like, you get a map, I get another, and we're going through this on the entire series. So Eagle Eye, will it be the upset the second time the unKnights win versus Vitality, or Vitality will grab this win from the skin of the tooth of unKnights? We'll see how it goes, and for that, we'll head to our casters.
Well, one last run here as well is essentially a best of one brawl to see who stays in the upper bracket as we head towards that Eagle Eye 2.0. And anyone's game, you know, we've had plenty of unconvincing moments from both sides, and now it becomes a really interesting kind of like narrative within this series, because every time, you know, the devs will bring it up, every time a side has picked in towards a map, they've lost it. No one's picked this. This is the cider, right? So who actually, in the great litmus test of a best of one, who actually is going to come out on top here in this one? Honestly, kind of impossible to call, I can't lie.
Yeah, I think it's all going to be settled in the first couple of rounds. Who gets that early momentum? Who's able to set the pace? That's been kind of the name of the game on all of these maps. You've seen 3 out of the 4, the team that started in front ended in front. So I feel like that's where this one's leaning here, especially with the last 2 maps we've seen in the series being very momentum heavy. So we'll see who has the better of it, I guess, as we hop into it. But yeah, I agree. This is an impossible to predict one, especially with the amount of pressure that's on the line here. The winner of this going into the upper bracket finals to face off against Nemesis. So not an easy opponent on the horizon either way, but right now it's going to be duking it out here on arguably the smallest map in the West League as well. So I'm expecting a bit of a scrap here.
Yeah, I feel like this is the potential to be really, really puggy. So let's see. But the util over. You got Totson playing anti-flash, which I kind of love. Snake, of course, on an elevated angle. He'll spot the feet first before they can spot him. But unKnights are making a move. They were expecting some aggression to come forward. I thought I would give them anything. Yeah, I love it. So patient.
It's a good change of pace here, especially in a map 5 situation. I like when teams just put all the pressure on the other team at the start here just to see what they're going to do as a first move. It creates that little bit of discomfort in unKnights that could be the difference maker in Vitality winning this opening round. But unKnights, they still have a lot of utility to work with at the very least for the execute here. Too over eager to take these fights, kind of just waiting to see if they can get any information. But Vitality, they're happy to let the clock run down here and bank it on a 30-second execution.
Nice find. Really nice find. Slayer. To open up proceedings. That'll help. And there we go. Snake was waiting patiently for that. Horus lets one on by. He drops down for a second. How about the third? It's potentially there because he pulls out the pistol. Horus, fantastic way to close it. And a flawless round for Vitality to open up proceedings.
Yeah, a really rough way to start it here for unKnights, but we'll see if they can bounce back here in the second. Vitality, though, they've definitely come to play here in this final map of the series. You can tell they're feeling really good about how their shots are landing as well. This time, though, Totson gonna face some trouble in mid. Can he hold on? He does so much damage. Look at the collateral cleanup, though. Very nicely done. Famous just getting out of there with 1 HP. Snare should be able to finish him off here from the side of the boxes, making it a 4-on-2. Pietro still trying to hang on, though. Able to find himself a first, almost actually a second there. The nade finishes the job, and just like that, the 2v4 quickly becomes a 2-on-2 situation.
HCC. Jumping for information. They've just got to buy time here. Don't need to over-aggress. Pietro a 4. HTC tried to sneak on in behind, but Snake does so well as he gets both. Brilliant.
Tough one to lose there on Knights. They look like they had it. They just got a little bit antsy on the post plan and the 2-on-2 there. And Vitality got to capitalize on that all day long. 2-0. Great way to get things started here on this final map. And the series and Slayer continues to make this a force to be reckoned with on the side of Vitality. Famous going to go down in mid, and things are just not going to work out at all here for unKnights. Pietro, no idea Horus is going to push that smoke. Gets taken down. Snox able to find one as a consolation, but it's surely not enough at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, sure, in a spot like this, like 2 versus 4, you've also got really no information to go off. Like, what do you actually do? They need somebody to overextend, and I just can't see Vitality losing the patience and doing that. You got Snake playing up close here, Snox getting close angles, Totson, may I say, gets absolutely deleted. Lovely shot there from Snox, and they will actually allow a plant out.
Unfortunately, not much more than that. Horus quickly finds Snox on the back of the stairs, and it's going to leave LSY in a position where he has to move and activate. He's able to find one, though, stalls one side of the map, but I believe that's going to be it here. Horus just sticks the defuse on top of it, the confidence to just go for it with the other player right in front of you. I wouldn't do that myself, but you know what? Just Horus things, making it happen.
Very early time out as well being taken here. So unKnights rapidly see blood in the water. And they want to do everything they can to sort of cut the bleeding as soon as. It's safe to say it's been an unconvincing start.
Yeah, definitely has been. Hopefully they can find a way to recover here. It does tend to be, I would say, a slightly GR-sided map, but definitely not as much as it's looked to be so far. So for unKnights, they're going to have to find a way to rebound. I almost want them to revert to some of the stuff we saw earlier on in the day where they just started off instantly aggressive at the kickoff of a round. I think that's the kind of play you're going to need here to maybe shock Vitality, because the longer you wait in the round, the more comfortable they seem to get.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So how do you change things, really, for unKnights? You know, if it's in, you know, let's say you're the one making the call here, you go more aggressive or less if you're unKnights?
If I'm unKnights coming out of this pause, I rush A instantly. If you can find a way to get a quick 1v1 out of long, that's their best chance at holding on to a site. We've seen them on the B side of the map. Horus is just kind of shutting them down along with Slayer. They haven't found a clean way into that lane pretty consistently, whereas on A, I feel like if they've got the right utility, they go in aggressive, they've got a pretty good chance to hold that side of the map.
Yeah, I like it. Well, following this, the question resides of, can we really get to back on track as soon as. I mean, that's like the main kind of question when you're looking at unKnights off the back of this pause, because we've seen a couple of times where they've called for this pause and nothing's changed following it up. So that's where I get a little bit worried.
Yeah, it's going to be a really telling round as we return here. It is going to be a 3-0 lead for Vitality. If they make it 4, it starts to make you wonder if they could just run away with this final map of the series. But unKnights, they've had a good chance to pause here and hopefully rethink what they want to do in this situation. It looks like we may have had a potential disconnection there. We'll see if we get back into it, though. But going to be a bit of a critical one here ahead for unKnights to try and hang on to once we get back in.
Yeah. Hopefully only a quick one, and then we can kind of get things back on the road here. There we go. Ooh, we've lost Famous, so slightly raw 4v5. A very quiet one at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like unKnights almost too expecting of a pick in the way they've been playing on some of these maps. It's kind of the trap they fell into on Black Widow, it feels like, as well, where they were just constantly looking for picks and not really able to find them as much as they were hoping for. Instead, is Vitality finding the better of them, but this time, LSY on the repeat, able to take down Slayer, equalizing for the moment, but they still have to find a way to get some sort of forward control on this map. They do clear out Hotel at the very least towards B and could be able to double back there, but at this point they still have to recoup the C4 and decide where they want to run with it. And unKnights, they're happy to run down the clock here. I'm not sure why, because on the last minute executes, they haven't been the cleaner of the two teams.
Yeah, it's very true. So, flashing. Look at the fight towards the fight, and Totson will get caught by HDZ, who does continue to have a fair, decent run of form himself. Slayer finds one, but they should be able to get a plant out of this, and that quick trade that comes through is really important.
Yeah, Horus on the flank here, though. Has to be careful. Snox has a really good off angle on this box, and he's just going to hold on to it as long as he can here, just stalling for this retake. He lets the first player peek wide, goes for the double, at least good for one before going down. Now Snake in a 1v2, looking to try and hold on to the uncontested lead Vitality's made for themselves. He's going to be spotted out, though, and that should be a round win for unKnights. Pietro just going to stall the clock. HDZ goes down, but thankfully, Pietro able to hang on.
So, finally one on the board, and it does, at the very least, look positive following that timeout and a moment to kind of talk, and there's also that question mark of saying, like, is this the right call in a way to be going for one as early as this? But position, but they're walking towards Horus, who does get two before Famous drops him. So to start things off, you go positive in the trade game, and you sort of shut down one key part of the map that unKnights were pretty desperate to take.
Yeah, you can see here they're trying to go for these picks over towards B long. The problem is there's 3 players and so many angles getting peeked on that unKnights, they're going to have to hold their own nicely, but Pietro able to do just that, holds on for a little bit of a moment here. Unfortunately, Snake on the wraparound, going to find him early enough to hold on to the 2-on-1. Now the C4 is down, back towards the BL spawn. Snake seems to have an idea of it, spots out HDZ as well, but HDZ wants to take this fight right to him. Little does he know, though, he's already got another player, Slayer, on the other side of the wall, but HDZ good for the first. Slayer unable to trade from that positioning as well, so now HDZ has a really good opportunity to maybe catch this round after all.
Honestly, a really big overextension here from Vitality. Numbers in your favor. I felt like you didn't actually need to make a move. And that dive on towards Bridge to give Pietro a double feels kind of unnecessary. Maybe I don't mind sending one in that direction, but it's too simple. And not clinical. 1 versus 1, 45 seconds. Slayer's just not moving. He's just waiting for that plant. He's going to play a retake.
Yeah, it's the right call here. I mean, he doesn't need to move too far from this position, either side it goes to, and he's just going to kind of funnel back and forth. HDZ, though, goes for the plant. It's going to be on the B-bomb side here. He has a chance to set up. He has a full kit of utility as well to work with, which could prove to be fairly valuable, but instead, he's actually going to play this one as quiet as he can, just sneaking onto the back of the B staircase here, waiting for that retake position to maybe play out in his favor, and this is going to keep Slayer second-guessing. HDZ, though, goes for the wide swing. Unable to connect on those first shots, though. Now it's going to come down with the quick peaks. They're running out of time, though, but it's not going to matter. With just enough time to get it done, it's going to be Slayer who finds the headshot and a 4-1 lead for Vitality.
Yeah, it's a really patient way to kind of approach that, because you could very easily just decide, okay, I'm actually going to start moving around the map and see if I can be the one to catch him in a flank. But he sits, he waits, he backs himself in the retake, and it's, yeah, absolutely the right call. So, fantastically done. 4-1, though. I mean, already quite quickly at a somewhat damning position, I think it's safe to say, which is really concerning for us.
Yeah, unKnights, not sure how they're going to respond in this one. Still waiting for that A execution, you know. I feel like we haven't seen one yet out of these guys. Would love to see them contest over here, because it seems to be where they have a little bit more strength in their fight. Unfortunately, this might not be the round to do it with a 4-player stack now on the A bomb site.
True.
Could be a brick wall you're running into. Slayer able to find the first. Slayer able to find the second. Slayer good for 3. There's just no way through this path. Pietro going to find one out of it, but it's not going to matter with Slayer still alive and kicking. Why not find a 4th here? Looking for that ace. It's going to be Pietro just turning around and running out of sight here, because there is no way through to this A bomb side.
Incredible work. Really so sharp. What a round coming through from him. They try and make that move, and you sort of foreshadowed it. There was just numbers there ready to meet them on that entry through. 5-1. Lead guaranteed now already, and the way things are panning out, this could really get considerably messy. unKnights have just not offered up anything so far on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, it's definitely an unfortunate first half for them so far. They're normally a team that's pretty good on this side of the map as well. I'm surprised they've had a lot of issues getting these early entries. You've got 3 players with only a single kill here since the last pause. Slayer going to make it even harder as well by taking down Snox to kick it off. And, you know, Slayer's been one of the key factors in this one. 7-1 since the tack pause from unKnights, really stepping up. HDZ, though, able to take him off the map for this round. Snare right back to fire back. Good for 1. He wants the second one badly, though, to take out Pietro. He's not going to find it, but he's got Totson now in a position to be comfortable to support him. But Famous, I like this play. Sneaks underneath to the double box here on the side to see if he can catch Totson off guard.
Down goes Famous. So, he doesn't. Totson catches him. Now 2 versus 4, another round, which even still with a minute on the clock feels impossible for unKnights to get over the board. Pietro and LSY have to do a lot. Spotted. Tagged as well. Nice shot from Totson. Pietro may get one of his own, but he's getting flanked here, and he's going to get seen off by Snake. So, 6 for Vitality. Best you can get at the half for unKnights is 3. I feel like if they don't get 3 and have just some foundation to fall back on from this first half, I can't see them having a chance at all.
Horse as well, wasting no time on this one. Going to go ahead and push out for 1. Not going to find anything more. Almost a triple kill, though. Pietro taking a lot of damage alongside Snox there, and now Snake, he's well set up. If he wants to go for this repeak, there is no full HP player left on the side of unKnights after that collision, and it's going to be up to them to try and find a way to rebound here. But Snake knows he's got the angle, doesn't need to be too aggressive here, just calls for that support from Slayer, who is going to be spotted out, but Snake says, why not? Let's go swinging anyways. He's going to find himself a first, but the trade's still going to favor as he goes down. Famous goes down as well. Now it's a 1-on-2 situation as Pietro is the last alive once again for his team. Not going to matter. Slayer continues to deliver in this first half, and it's a 7-1 lead.
Wow. It's just an absolute runaway train of Vitality, looking so good. And unKnights looking so off their game. I don't know about you, Carl, but I sort of feel like this might already be the beginning of the end. We'll have to see. A drop down from Horus. He's got the right idea, as he doesn't want to be too aggressive towards Hotel. He'll get a smoke out as well, just to deny them as they were at pace starting to build towards Hotel and B.
Yeah, unKnights, this is a bit of a necessity at this point, but Vitality wouldn't surprise me if they can bounce back and grab another for themselves. The way they've been playing on this map is just consistently on point. And look at this from Horus! 3K mows it down. And that is the way you want to close the half if you're Vitality. 8-1, a massive statement here in the final map in this series. It's been close all day long, but that felt like the most distance we've seen between these two teams.
Yeah, this is such a statement of a showing. What a performance from Vitality. They've locked in that, well, the perfect time, deep in towards the map number 5 and bouncing off the back of the successes of the previous, and unKnights, they're checked out. Maybe you could make the argument of like fatigue getting to them, deep in towards a 5-mapper. Obviously, that's where you do start to get tired in a series, but they've just run out of any energy in this Eagle Eye. And it's been so comfy. I don't know, even with what you can talk about in this halftime break, I just can't see a world that you pull this back in your favor. It's just been too damn simple for Vitality.
Well, we'll see what happens. Second half on the way. Here we go. We're looking for the comeback of the century from unKnights. Otherwise, Vitality could be the ones moving on here. But unKnights, they started off with the opening pick at the very least. It's going to be LSY taking down Totson over towards the B side of the map. And C4 actually left and spawn by Vitality, so they're going to have to go back and scoop it up at some point. But for unKnights, it's the best start you could really ask for in this position. They're able to play a little bit safer now and set up these trades when the push does come to life. It is going to be Horus picking up the bomb now as well and heading over for that B push. But LSY, he still has the angle here, and also now Pietro on the other side of it.
All right. Nice shot. Snare delivers. LSY found one of his own as well, but a quick trade that brings it back into a 3 versus 3. And so ACZ's got other things to say about it. They're doubling back towards this B site, and C4 still yet to go down. It's a bit of an unsafe place to plant as well, but they're going to stick it from Horus. And he's stuck on the site himself and also reloading. Surely dead to rights, and it is. It's all on Snake to start this half. Well, he's gone for the big flank, which actually could work kind of nicely. He just can't get him off the defuse. He's spamming, hopefully, through that smoke, but it just doesn't quite connect.
And this is where I start to get a little scared for Vitality. We've seen so many maps throughout the day where it looks like they have this massive lead to go into a second half with, and they start to let it slip. But when you're talking map 5 of a series, you let unKnights get close. It could be your downfall here. So for Vitality, gotta show that strength continuing forward. But Totson, that's exactly what they were looking for. Snox getting a bit overzealous on the push, gets taken down outside of the B Hotel. Now they've got the numbers to work with this time.
All right. Is this going to be the 9th to lock things in place and put, I mean, you'd argue sort of insurmountable pressure onto unKnights. They do quiet down a little bit. They found that opener and they ever so slightly freeze. Maybe just to see what the reaction's like from unKnights. I mean, kind of, in a way, the onus is on them to try and level the playing field. Which they do. Okay. Off the back of Famous. Nice shot.
Ooh. Yeah, really good ones. I mean, HTZ follows it up nicely. It's definitely not over just yet for unKnights in the second half. They're kicking it off nicely to potentially grab a second in a row. But Snake is going to try and play spoiler to that. Gets into the position on the upper B bomb site. Good for 1, but now he's left alone. Has to get 4 kills and the round to hang on here. He may have a chance at it, though, in the 1v2, but HTZ puts a stop to that right away. And unKnights able to pick up a 3rd here.
So, back-to-back rounds. Nice to see that. Finally can say as well, despite it coming in the second half. We would have liked to have been able to say that much, much earlier. in this map. The road to recovery still incredibly long, but these are the right steps. And I think when you've got a deficit as large as what unKnights have got, essentially the only way you can really approach it is just one round at a time. You can only really look at a more micro scale. You can't talk about the long-term side of things, because that's when the task looks too tall. Horus, Snake. Nice couple of shots from them. Already down to 2 for unKnights, so maybe this is the night for Vitality. C4 planted as well. And for Snox and LSY, like, what do you actually do in a spot like this? Find Horus, sure, but still is a lot more to be wanting. Snox is just 1 foot in the grave. He's so low. Should be no chance, and is. Couple of Constellation kills, that's about as good as it gets. Vitality, map and series point for them.
Yeah, if you're Vitality, this is when you just go for an aggressive play here. If I'm them, I just go in rushing and try and get this one across the line, and it's exactly what they're going to do here. It's an A push, and this is the pedal to the metal they were looking for. Totson able to find 1. Pietro trying to hold his feet to the fire. Good for 2, but the answer is there in store from unKnights. They're able to find themselves a nice set of kills, and more importantly, a full hold along with it. So they're going to shove that one right back into Vitality's face. But at the end of the day, you got to do that 5 more times in a row after that round to come back into it, so it's still an uphill battle.
Yo, for sure. Still a lot to be desired before we start to believe. That is for damn sure. 1-for-1 trades early. HCC still continuing to be a bit of a problem, and LSY also combined with one of his own as well. So numbers taken here by unKnights. 4 versus 3 in the first 30 seconds of play in this round. And nothing spotted up on high by LSY as he'll rotate over to kind of join in this mid-hold. And he's got the right idea about it.
Yeah, LSY, he's going to be holding the off angle here, gets the pick, and that should be enough for the round here for unKnights. You can see Pietro just trying to push his way through the smoke on A long. It's actually going to be Totson, who tried to sneak pass, not able to find anything though. It's going to be on to Snake in a 1-on-4 situation. Gets caught, doesn't matter. It's still down to the 1-on-2 now. He's quickly making this a potential winnable round for himself, but HDZ, he knows exactly what to do here. Might have a chance to catch him on the mid-staircase. Gets a little dicey for a moment there, but unKnights able to find another one.
Yeah, not dead. Just, yeah, continues to be the slight moniker of this side, who somehow stay afloat. And do you know what? Like, respect to Vitality for calling a timeout. I'm actually surprised they do. I think a lot of teams would just let things ride here. They've got so many map points that you kind of feel like it's inevitable it will happen. It's a matter of kind of when it happens, not if. But they are going to show that respect towards unKnights, knowing this is a side that, of course, have pushed them towards a 5th map here and have already beaten them once this season. They don't want to take any chances. They want to bring Stray into the fray to just try and level this off and close out this map sort of finally.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to be a pretty critical pause for them just to, if anything, more stall the momentum than figure out what they need to do. I feel like they've got an idea of how to piece this together already, but you don't want that momentum to go into the hands of unKnights. So a good stall here could potentially be what they need to reset and get this one across the line. But we've seen a bit of a struggle all day from Vitality in crossing off that final round. And if you're unKnights, this is the chance where you've got to take full advantage of that and try and push this all the way into overtime.
That's it. And unKnights are very happy to get a chance for them to properly speak again. Another timeout, which they'll absolutely utilize. But how are we feeling now? Do they have the belief? I think is kind of the key thing. Snake, pretty vocal from him. Same for Straight.
Yeah, it looks like we are just about ready to hop back in here. So we'll see if they've got what it takes to get across this final hurdle. And it's been a bit of a day for both teams, but Vitality seemed like the team closer to that finish line and more ready in the final hours of this match to bring their A game. So I'm hopeful for them that they can pull this one off, because it'd be a brutal way to go down if, after how good they looked in the first half, an 8-1 half, to potentially think overtime is even a possibility is scary.
Yeah, the fact that it's even actually like a conversation in itself, I think also kind of testament to this unKnights side, who continue to prove a real problem and continue to be a real thorn in the side, but also maybe a bit of a concern for Vitality, who worry us at times. It's not always the cleanest Crossfire from them. Well, I said this a little bit early in the series. Maybe it doesn't always have to be clean. You know, a win's a win at the end of the day. So what changes for Vitality off the back of their timeout, and can they finally get to double digits?
Yeah, a bit of an interesting setup from unKnights as well. They're going to be playing 3 on the back wall of A. Meanwhile, you've got LSY here just activating, getting the kill onto Toxin, and now Pietro looking for this one in mid. Horus just playing the off angle, waiting to see if someone gets a little bit too aggressive. But for unKnights, they've been really good at locking things down here so far, but Horus has a chance to catch one. It's going to be Pietro going down early, and there's no trade potential on the table.
That's big. The fact that there isn't one actually really will help things out. With that being said, still a bit of a question mark in this. You've got 55 seconds. They're grouped up as they're about to dive in towards B. The smoke and the flash come over, and they're going to fly in towards this fight here. The priority is taking that space and then getting that C4 down as soon as possible. LSY will fall, and same for Famous. Is this the final nails in the coffin? I think it might be Snox, the last man, dead to right. And it's a great way to close it for Vitality. The fact that we go 5 maps is maybe a talking point in itself, but in that decider, it's Vitality coming on top with a ultimately pretty clean display. 10-5 here on Eagle Eye 2.0, and they take the series 3-2.
Yeah, honestly, you couldn't ask for more out of a series, but for Vitality, it always seems to be the resilience that gets them across the finish line here, even when it looks like there was so many opportunities you could look back on this best of 5 and say, unKnights could have won it in that moment. Vitality, that's the team that always bounces back and finds a way to fight themselves to the top, and they've done it again here today.
Yeah, I think for unKnights, I think generally they'll probably look at that kind of kicking themselves a little bit, right? I feel like there was so many times where things could have gone their way. All it took is one of their own maps going their way. Would have been a different story, and once again, that sort of kryptonite, but not this time. Vitality proving why they are the best here in the West as they move on forward. We're going to throw it back on towards the boys on the desk. We'll see you soon.
They did move forward and they won versus unKnight, but for some fans it wouldn't be convenient to watch a team like Vitality win this way, 3-2 on the scoreboard. But to be honest, we're still, I can't say we're still in phase 1, phase 2, we're in playoffs. We can't be seeing Vitality this way.
I wish I can reply, man, but I believe that you said the wise words. Anyway,
I was saying that we have just like seen Vitality. Anyways, we have just seen Vitality play, of course, but like for some fans, it wouldn't be convenient to see Vitality win this way. That's not what fans are waiting and looking forward from Vitality.
It's Vitality Circus is back again and hitting on the playoffs still. The guys are they are doing their best. They are doing 100%. However, there is a lot of weaknesses, and we mentioned a lot of mistakes that they are doing. Maybe the cleanest map that they played is Eagle Eye, although they struggled a bit to close also again, which is something very weird for me. That Vitality on all the maps they won, they struggled to close it. Yes, they closed it, but they barely closed it. We've seen it on Black Widow, we've seen it on Port, we've seen it in Black Widow, we've seen it in Eagle Eye, and now we are seeing it right now on Ankara. Okay, it was convincing win. However, still they throw 3 or 4 rounds before closing it until Snare finally came with the 4K at the last round. So there is a lot of problems in the Vitality roster. Maybe this is because of lacking of the gameplays that the matches that they didn't play. Maybe the competition that they didn't have, because LCK's performance was not the best. Nemesis' performance on phase 1 and phase 2 also was not the best. But right now, unKnights is improving so hard, and maybe they are going with the rocket improvement, and maybe they exceed a bit LCK, or maybe they are in the same level of LCK. Maybe they'll exceed Nemesis. unKnights is just a very strong team, and they play very good. But when it came to the teamwork, and I mentioned this, by the way, thank you. When it comes to the teamwork, you usually see Vitality beating everybody, because yes, you were right when you said that Famous is always the guy that pops up for him, and also the teamwork as well. In my opinion, it's 60-70% Famous and 30% going for the teamwork from from unKnights team, because when Famous is having a casual game, Vitality is not having any issues, and we've seen it in Eagle Eye. It's all Eagle Eye is the hardest map to play as a team, because you need to group as 5, you need to push, and we saw the perfect executions coming out from Vitality, although it was only 2-3 rounds, and we've seen a very good defense hold and rotation side coming out from the Vitality roster on the globalist side. So that's a teamwork play, and that's a perfection.
Of course, it looked almost close to perfection when it comes to the first half, but after that, they were struggling. It felt like they're losing their balance. They can just find the correct way or the right way to close the game. They dropped, I believe, 3 rounds again. That's something we've seen
before closing,
for a long time. Yeah, of course, yeah, before closing, we're around the corner from closing the game. Well, let's just
circus.
Have
that's the circus,
some fun with the game.
Yeah, let's just entertain the audience. Let's just give them heart attacks, because that's an easy win. 8-1, no man. 7-2, no man. That's not our win. Let's just go until 6-7, and maybe we hope for Slayer to close the Black Widow map, or Snare to close the Ankara map, and this map maybe to be closed by Tots. And so it's just the circus. That's the Vitality circus that we're talking about.
Yeah, the fans called for Vitality Circus, and they got it. For us here, we're like, you open your not your calculator, you check the map, so they're having a really good rotation when it comes to executing in A, but at the same time, they're making a small fake and rotating through mid, while one holding the B cat and
B side.
moving toward, of course, going to the B side. And then, okay, that looks fine. And then on the other side, Famous, good try, guys. Boom, boom, boom. 3 guys dead. Okay, so now let's rethink on what should we do. That happened multiple times from Famous, from LSY, and I believe that Pietro did it once. And then we had that boost.
He clutched 2 times. Not a clutch, but there is 2 rounds that he was the main player for them to win the round.
And after the boost, it felt like Stray was just about to, guys, I'm booking a ticket and I'm coming to your gaming house. I'm not gonna leave.
He's that kind of guy.
He's just come on, guys, let's finish this game.
He's that kind of guy that gets mad when you're just throwing the game, or maybe not trying to close the map, and he knows that these players, they can close the map easily and just win. I'm not talking about the series, I'm talking about especially when it's 8-1 or 7-2 score line. We're talking about Black Widow as well. So he knows that these guys,
game 3 and game 5,
110%, you guys can close it. But why are we throwing it? So that's what we've seen from Ankara as well. And by the way, the Ankara closure was individual skill by Snare. The Black Widow's closure was individual skill by Slayer. You would not always count on that, because if you play on international tournaments, they will not give you this kind of openings. Or maybe if you play on the next level of the playoffs, because you're going to be playing Nemesis, which is, in my opinion, the second best team in the West League right now, they might not give you such openings, because last time we interviewed Slayer, when they beat Nemesis, they said we knew they're going to go for fights. We went for fights and we won it. Right now I see Nemesis winning the fights versus 3BL very good. So they might have a chance of shooting harder this time versus Vitality in the semi-final or the upper bracket final.
Yeah, the upper bracket final. Finally, you got it. Finally, you're saying.
Just for you, man.
Man, I love you. And as always, watching those players and seeing the plays that they have made between both sides, I can't just sleep on an eye for the part that we have seen Famous just grabbing the shotgun and going, okay guys, we're in 4v1 situation, punk,
no worries
around.
Right.
It's
no worries.
Just like that, walk in the park. It's just a walk in the park.
Yeah.
He got his dog out and he's just trying to run with it, trying to have some fun, not stressed out, not having something to worry about. It went so smooth on his side multiple times. So for unKnights in the lower bracket, I can't wait to watch those games.
Well, talking about Famous shotgun, the guy's 33 years old. He can't even see. He's just scooping and he's going close to the monitor, and boom, kill. Bro is just boomer and boomer, and he's still doing the real job for them. He's moving with scoop and still killing everybody. The scoop just gives you less vision control, and he still kills everybody. And that was a clutching moments in my opinion. These are the moments that made them close Mexico. Yes, I know that unKnights were up 7-2, but they were up 7-2 on their global side, which you normally expect teams winning 6-3, 7-2 on the global side because it's Mexico, it's New Mexico. But having this on the blacklist side, I guess Vitality didn't have a certain plan for this, but maybe now they practice it because if they played it on the international tournaments, they will be having way better on such fights with the ball.
Fingers crossed, hopefully we can do that. I don't know. They're looking pretty shaky to me, to the audience. I believe, like, look at the guys in the chat, they're just questioning, is that actually Vitality? Yeah, they're saying GG's, we're not done yet, but at the same time, they're confused. The confusion that Vitality gave us is something...
Circus, man, circus.
Yeah,
for entertainment,
like
bro. You wanted to go 2-3-0? No, that's not good day, man. That's not an entertainment day.
For sure. It's always about entertainment. Like, we're in esports. Why don't we just, like, have some fun? For fun, I believe the Vitality's fans, like, hopefully they still got some hair left in them. Like, if they're just, like, trying to take it out of their heads. But I believe, like, for this time, Vitality will take the win, will get the stats, and you can say that it wasn't fun. Full lobby.
Vitality?
10 yeah, full lobby 10
especially
players,
Mexico, bro.
It went full distant.
Mexico wasn't fun at all. It was fun for us to watch, but not for them to play because Famous played alone. He didn't allow them to play with him. He just goes solo with the gun, playing alone. He did not allow the guys to have fun with him. He was the only one having fun.
Actually, guess what? If we were playing versus, like, if we had Vitality versus Swamp Gaming and we're playing in NA with Famous playing on 10 ping on this map, it would have been
a lot
harder.
That's a nightmare. Thank you, man. No, I don't need this, bro. Maybe I can. Okay, I need to watch it, but to play versus him, thank you, man. And thanks God that I retired. I don't wanna have this, man.
That's how painful it is to play versus unKnights, to play versus Famous, and like, there was a lot of tactical stuff that we could discuss, but we were just, like, enjoying the game as the viewers. You watching round by round, movement by movement. LSY missing half of his shots, it's fine. HDZ dropping multi-kills multiple times, it's fine also. Famous with that weird KD.
That's not Famous, that's cosplay.
Oh, of course. That's like, that's his like the guy he's trying to look like Famous, but like that's not Famous.
Yeah.
Is it called?
Well,
Clone? Oh yeah, that's Famous's clone.
Yeah, you don't need to ask Famous to shoot every game. This is too much, because how unKnights played the map, it's not about Famous that he's not hitting a shot. No, they played a poor strategic-wise map, because on the blacklist side, it's fully strategic. Like, if you want to win your blacklist side, it's simple: 50% strategic-wise, 50% hitting your skills. Because if you have the best strats in the world and you're not hitting your shots, you'll not win, right? So you need both.
Of course.
Okay, shooting was not the best. But strategic-wise, also, we haven't seen the trades, because I would tell you it's good strategic if we've seen unKnights going into the side and the trades are going one by one, and then maybe the clutch goes for Vitality. This happened 1 or 2 times. However, we've seen a complete domination by Snare before going into the side. Yes, we haven't seen much from them, by the way, but Snare was doing a very good hold on A side. The mid picks from them was not successful. The B hits from them, and Horus did a very good job on holding Hotel, and he did a multi-frag in there, and that he did not give them the space in order for them to control Hotel, or maybe control Pit, or get the control over the side. So yes, they had a very good map. So talking about first, second, third, fourth map, but the fifth map they lacked few things that they need to be looking forward to do. Because if they're gonna be playing another best of fives, they will meet another teams playing Eagle Eye. Maybe as not good as Vitality, because we mentioned that Vitality used to be one of the best teams. It was LCK the best team playing Eagle Eye. Now, in my opinion, it's Vitality. Coming after them, maybe it's, in my opinion, also it's 3BL. After Vitality, it's 3BL, one of the best teams.
I was
playing
about to mention
Eagle
that.
Eye right now. Yeah. So if 3BL beats LCK and goes to unKnights, for example, on the lower bracket and play Eagle Eye, no, unKnights needs to be looking back into their Eagle Eye. And about Mexico, just let Famous play with the Bolt all the game, and that's it for you guys. You got yourself some map.
Yeah, you need Famous on the Bolt. I remember like watching him play with the Bolt. I was like, there's something weird. And I didn't notice that he was just opening the scope 24/7 and walking forward, trying to catch any player.
Who can
anyone
see?
that
Who can see?
pops up into him. But like that was Famous, and of course for our match against Famous, he needs someone to step up, and that player will be Slayer with 1.29 KD over the course of the full series. We went full distant. He got a really decent headshot perspective, or like percentage, and at the same time he played with almost full weapons. He played with HK, he played with APR, he played with Sniper, and he played with something cool, and I can't really remember it.
He played.
Oh, yeah,
He played.
AK.
He plays with that. Yeah, he played. Yeah, he played with AK on port because he usually knows how to hold it. He plays with EBR he played with EBR on Eagle Eye. Oh, no, Black Widow. He plays with Sniper on Eagle Eye sometimes. He plays with Sniper also on port. So he played with every single gun, and yet he got 1.29 KD. That's insane coming up from him. I believe that he maybe got the, let's say that he got number one because it was Spoxy. Spoxy didn't play today, so maybe he claimed it from him. However, we said that Spoxy is playing more maps than him because Spoxy started from round 1, and Spoxy also dropped and played one more game versus Anubis. So yeah, it's all about that guy who's always clutching for them, and he was the key factor for closing Black Widow.
Yeah, of course he's the key factor for Black Widow, and for us now, like we have seen the games, we have seen the full distance coming from both teams. Now it's the time for the interview. We need to have an interview, and for the interview we are having Snake with us. He will join us in the panel in just a few seconds to have like a quick call with him. And man, hello Snake, hello, welcome Habibi.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. So first of all, like congrats on the win, but at the same time I really want to say that felt like Vitality Circus. I don't really want to say congrats on this win, since we normally watch and wait for Vitality to give us the best result, the 3-0s, and to be the big guy on the games. So what's your take on that, Snake?
First of all, alhamdulillah for the win. We are very happy for this win to go to upper final against Williams. And for today, I think we were not good individually for some maps and some rounds. We did a lot of mistakes, and we will work the next week. We will improve this mistake next week. And yeah, but we are finally happy that we finally win. Alhamdulillah.
We all are.
Okay. I want to ask you a question. It's not a question, but everybody needs to hear this. Walk me through the bolt, a famous bolt on Mexico. How you guys handled that? Did you guys plan this gun, or he was just coming out of nowhere? Because this guy single-handedly got 11 kills in 2 rounds, I believe, or maybe 3 rounds.
Actually, it's something funny. It's something funny we didn't expect this from him. And we were like, no, we were angry that he was playing with this gun, and somehow it worked for him. But at the same time, we were bad individually. In the same time, maybe we could win every fight against him. But yeah, famous win this map for them, and yeah. But at the end, we won the game. We don't care.
Yeah. Okay, I have one last question for you, Snake. Have you watched Nemesis today?
Yeah, we watched the before
what do you
we
think
start
about
the game. I think they are a good team, but for us, we know how they are playing. We played against each other a lot of times, but it depends every time individually. If we are better individually than them, we will win for sure. And we are more good experience more than them because we played with each other a lot. So and we played international then with each. I think we have. I don't want to say it's a big gap, but yeah, we are. I think we are more better than them overall. So it's gonna be interesting match.
Yeah, okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay, for you, Sekio, that's the last question.
Okay, like I don't have like a lot of questions, but all what I'm gonna say, we can't wait to see you guys play on next week, where we really want to see the vitality, the beast that we're used to see. Of course, congrats on the win, and for you, Snake, any last words you would love to say to your fans, to Vitality's fans?
Yeah, I would like to thank everyone who cheering for us, even if we win, even if we lose. Thank you guys. We will work hard for our mistakes, and we are not only playing for the elite matches or CFWL. We are these mistakes to play good matches in CFS. Inshallah, we will do something good for you. Thank you for cheering for us.
Inshallah, thank you, Snake, for the interview, and you're always one of our best guys to watch, to play with, and you're a very humble guy in real life. So thank you for this interview, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, and see you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Congratulations.
Alaikum salam.
Okay,
you always love to
I
see
wanted to
it.
ask him for Nemesis, bro. I wanted to ask him for Nemesis because that's the next matchup versus Nemesis. I want to watch this game. I want to watch the new Nemesis versus Vitality because it's a new Vitality for me as well. We are talking about
It's gonna be
Vitality was here.
entertaining.
Nemesis was here, Vitality was here. So Vitality a bit individually, they weren't the best. Nemesis individual was here. So yeah, there is a gap, Snake, but the gap is a bit closer now.
I can't disagree. It's getting a bit closer between them and Team Nemesis, and at the same time, like he's going back to the stats. Like it's just facts. Like they have more international event shown. They got the top 4 in CFS, or 24, excuse me, and at the same time, they just saying like, yeah, we're better. And we will preview that in the next best of 5. I hope that they don't get cocky, since like sometimes, you know, the old saying when the turtle caught the rabbit.
The rabbit?
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, the turtle.
Yeah,
caught
the
rabbit,
turtle and the
something like
rabbit
that.
story where the turtle just caught the rabbit, and yeah, it's a moral story for just people who have maybe more confident than ever. But in my opinion, in Vitality's case, exactly, I mentioned Nemesis can beat everybody on the league easily right now, yet not Vitality. I'm not saying they cannot beat them, but not easily, because Vitality knows how Nemesis exactly plays. Stray just always, every time he reads Kevin like a book. But this time, Kevin prepared new thing. Kevin changed his book and he got other books. So I want to see this book with Stray's book. So that's why I'm saying that this time maybe it's going to be interesting. Maybe.
It should be interesting, and for me, the most interesting thing that we have a really good top 5 team still now. We have 3BL Galaxy that knocked LCK to their lower bracket, and now they're playing again versus LCK. I don't know how LCK feels about that, but like if you got doubled down again in the lower bracket, it will be very bad. Yeah, of course, they really want to get their revenge, as Vitality got their revenge versus unKnights, and we have unKnights, which is one of the teams that's stepping up, that's showing what they're made of, and giving us an actual performance that you're waiting to see.
Perfect
also,
performance. Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. We're saying also we have Nemesis. Like, we were just speaking about how good they are, how the best of 5s showed what they're actually made of. So when it comes to the top 4 teams or the top 5 teams, you can't just expect what's happening in the CFWL playoffs.
Yes, exactly. Nemesis and Vitality is a very good matchup to watch, because I mentioned a lot that I've seen Nemesis improving and Vitality maybe they are having some problems. So if Nemesis can just take these problems into their advantage, they can upset Vitality into the grand final. However, when it comes to unKnights, these guys I would bet my money on them to go to the grand final. Probably from the lower bracket, they can do it. They can beat 3BL Galaxy, yes, they can 100%. They can beat LCK, yes, they can 80, 90%, or 70, 80%, yes, they can beat them. They are playing very good. They are having their composure. They're having the good strong individual skills. LCK is not having the best teamwork right now, and this is quite normal. We're not saying that they are weak. We're not saying that they are bad. We are saying that they are just not having their best days right now. And every team just goes through this. Unlucky for them that it's going through the playoffs, as we can see that they're going to be playing versus 3BL Galaxy. However, LCK, I see them maybe revenging this time. The win versus Anubis maybe gave them the confidence that they need, and the time between their game and the 3BL Galaxy game, they definitely going to be watching their mistakes. They definitely going to be checking on this matchup, and they will be preparing an analysis and analytical views for these games that we've seen right now, which is LCK versus 3BL.
Of course, they're gonna use their book, trying to write down what should they do and their mistakes versus 3BL Galaxy. And I believe this time wouldn't be as easy as the last time. LCK, they're preparing for the revenge for 3BL Galaxy's series next week. And I hope that we had have a really good week next one, since this one was a banger. We had 3 days of non-stop action. First day we had 2 best of 5s that gave us Anubis and LCK down to the lower bracket. Then we have seen them clashing against each other, and of course in a 4-map way we went to LCK now in the lower bracket, waiting for 3BL Galaxy to play versus them. And on the other side we have Nemesis versus Team Vitality. What a banger, what a series, and what a week to watch in CFWL. And of course, before we end, I really want to thank you, Penguin, thank our casters, production, and of course our audience, the guys that keep the stream running. Thank you guys for supporting your teams, for staying around, and also for each and everyone that stayed till this moment. And for all of you guys, thank you, and see ya next week.
See you.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Menacing, not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just mentioned. Zane has spotted out Chris here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that twig.
Thank you.